they're both not on the field at the moment. It's quite easy. How can you tell a Jamie from a Craig? Is there any obvious distinguishing feature?
Just facially, he's got quite a different face than Craig. Can't you tell?
There's a prominent jawline. I mean, the shades on, they look fairly similar.
He's got a different mouth, different hairstyle, but yeah, it's not a massive difference, I have to say.
Potts bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Williamson. End of the 8th over. New Zealand 19 for 1, and welcome back to our viewers on YouTube. We are back on the video. And is it Forthy on the socials?
No, I think it's me.
I think it's Annie.
Yeah, I'm going to go for... Matt Searle says, Freddie Truman used to describe the slope as running up to cellar steps. I asked him once how often he had to do it, and he just laughed at the idea. Never, son. That was for the others. You see, my Yorkshire accent's really, really good, as you can tell. Matt Lee says, I am still going through my difficult route years since 1980. Warren says, update on Bear's water pipes, please. And Leah says, what permits do you need to breed wet nurses? Do you have to cull them in case they get foot and mouth disease?
Well,
we've been talking about wet nurses. I don't know if you noticed.
We'll address that one at some point. Young leaves Broad alone outside the off stump. Talking of water pipes, sort of tangentially, I have very wet trousers. And the reason is...
Oh, please, we don't want...
The reason
do you want to go there?
Because I drove into Gorilla Towers this morning and was caught in the rain on my motorcycle, and am now extremely damp.
Right, and you turned up with your helmet off, didn't you, as well?
As that's clipped off the legs by Young for a single. I had my helmet on most of the time, pretty much all the time.
No, when you got to the door.
Oh yeah, I turned up with my helmet off. Although Hendo still didn't.
Quick warning, word to the wise. We decided yesterday that helmets was probably where we were going to avoid with the pawn bot in range. So there's quite a long list of words we're trying to avoid now.
Oh dear. I don't know if I'll be up for avoiding all these words.
I mean, I probably shouldn't have chimed in with wet trousers with the pawn bot lurking.
I wouldn't have thought so. Don't mention squirting the ball onto the onside.
Oh, good lord. As in comes Broad, and that's defended by Williamson, who then lifts his leg as he thinks it's going to come back onto the stumps to sort of kick it away, and then sort of just wobbles slightly oddly. But there will be no run as an upshot of Kane Williamson's wobbling.
So what's it like and I mean, Annie, you know all about it, no doubt, but what's it like in Gorilla Towers? What are the facilities like? What's the ambience? Do you want to sort of...
Oh, it's so plush, isn't it?
It's lovely, yeah. I was particularly impressed by the cleanliness of the carpets.
Oh. Which you're now dripping all over.
Oh, don't say that, Forthy. You're embarrassing me. As that's sweetly driven by Williamson and past the diving fielder, and it will run away for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
And I have to say that was seamless.
Thank
jingling
you, my
for
maiden
your first
jingle.
Yeah,
they're
very good.
They're just in front of me here on the computer, and they seem to be working beautifully. Thank you.
Seamless like a wobble ball. That one.
It's been a long time since I've been to Gorilla Towers, so I know that it's had a bit of a change around.
Yeah, well, I have nothing to compare it to beforehand, of course. As Williamson leaves outside the off stump. No run as it thuds into the black gloves of Ben Folkes. They're very trendy black gloves. I always say this when I come on, but I'm
trendy black gloves.
I like his black gloves. I always thought Joss Butler's green Kookaburra ones were a bit useless, whereas the black gloves, they're cool.
On the other hand, I think I saw Henry Nichols in the sort of parade this morning wearing black trainers for his. And they look like the sort of thing your mum would send you off to play cricket in. You'd be absolutely embarrassed in front of all the other school kids.
Yeah, black trainers aren't the thing, are they?
That nips off the pitch, actually, into Williamson's thigh pad. It's missed the inside edge. End of the over, 24 for 1. Williamson on 13, Young on 11. Anything on the socials, Annie?
Oh yes, it's me, isn't it? Leah says, congratulations, Hendo, you broke the stream. Don't think it was Hendo, but the light roller says, hello Forthy, how cold is it in Melbourne? Yes, I was hearing it's very cold in Melbourne.
Bloody freezing. It
Well,
was,
how cold? How cold?
Well, it was down to about 12 degrees this afternoon when I took the dog out.
Yeah, that's quite cold.
That's pretty chilly for Melbourne.
Yeah.
I'll
You
stop
poor
you.
thing, it's very hot here, by the
I'll stop
way.
you there, guys.
Oh, well,
as
that's nice.
we have a bowling change. We have a bowling change. It is
And
Jamie
about time.
Overton making his debut for England. Less seamless jingling here because I can see Craig's jingle. I can't see Jamie's, but I'll find it. Don't you worry. As he's in, oh, that does look quick actually. That's not a loosener. That's zipped off the pitch from Jamie Overton. 88 miles an hour.
Yes,
to
he's been
Good start.
adding pace at Surrey for some reason.
As,
Well, that's very impressive actually for a first ball. No loosener there.
as I will now jingle him up. Oh no, that is not him. That's Joe Root for some reason. I clicked Jamie Overton's jingle.
Begins with J.
It does. As that's left alone outside the off stump by Williamson. Young even.
I think Jamie's had a really good season so far, and I think he's just been gaining in confidence. But the other thing that's changed with Jamie,
Sorry.
it's all right. The other thing that's changed with Jamie is that he's been much fitter of late. He used to just break
Yes.
down quite a lot.
As
I mean,
that's
if-
straighter and Young defends on the front foot.
I mean, if Jacob's been working out, Jamie's off the Ripster scale, as it were. He's one massive unit.
Yeah, barrel-chested is the word, isn't it?
God, Lord, B, you wouldn't want to be any more barreled than that. It's enormous.
Yes, but I think it's a lot to do with his fitness levels, and so it's been really good to see.
Yeah, he's got a good Fred Truman pair of gluteus maximus on him
That
as well.
was loose though from Overton and cut hard from Young away for one of these.
1 2 4 4 2 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I like that jingle. It's a good jingle.
That was loose.
I got a tweet from Martin White saying best wishes to Jamie O on his debut. In unrelated news, did you know that the phrase "a face only a mother could love" was first recorded in April 1994 in Barnstable?
Yes,
As
that's just broadly
Overton
accurate.
bowls straight with a little bit of swing, and Young defends nicely off the front foot. 87 miles an hour, that effort from Jamie Overton.
The Overtons always remind me slightly of Finchy from The Office. I mean, either of them, if you remember that character. Officially
Been a-
speaking,
Been a long time since I've seen The Office.
that's fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
You also popped the actor also popped up in a very good film with goats in it.
Fuller delivery from Overton, defended by Young. End of Overton's first over in Test cricket. It's gone for 4, and we are 28 for 1. Annie.
Leah says stroking it nicely is another phrase probably best avoided. Oh no, I haven't avoided it. Josie Oak says innuendo time, or is it your endo time, or in your hendo time? Oh no, I can never say his name, and he asked me question. You see, I can't do it. He says, "Hi Annie, which is your favourite Overton?" Craig, because he's playing for Somerset. Martin White says it's well-known gorilla folklore that the carpets at Gorilla Towers are second-hand, having been discarded from Sydenham Wetherspoons for being too sticky.
As Williamson defends a ball from Broad on the front foot. Yes, I think that,
Well-
that may well be the case.
Jamie Overton failed to become the second player in this series after Matthew Potts took a wicket with his first over in Test match cricket. That would have been some sort of obscure stat, but that one's behind us now.
Oh, thank God for that.
What a shame, what a shame.
Remember
What
Richard
did you
Illingworth
think to his first
did
over
that
then?
too. One loose ball, otherwise pretty good.
As in comes Broad to Williamson, defending on the back foot and getting a single nicely scampered there as Stokes runs round to the sort of vacant point region. It was a gap between point and mid off, and they'll get a single. Williamson moves to
Yeah,
third.
no, I think. Sorry. So I think that that's the one thing we've been missing in this series. Really, this is a series that's had everything, but it hasn't
Yeah.
had extreme pace
Bit
yet.
of pace.
And although Jamie Overton maybe not absolutely express, top 80s will probably do, and I think maybe that can be a point of difference between the two sides, because you're going to have to really put your back in.
He can go over 90, and he probably will at one point. Yeah, I definitely been missing pace, and that little bit of bounce and fire that both Wagner and Overton will bring.
Yes, indeed.
As in comes Broad, outside the off stump, left alone by Young. Good news, I have now discovered Jamie Overton's jingle, so that will
yeah.
Oh, thank God!
That
you
will
can
be
play
on.
it at the next
and
over.
the next over. That will be done.
I'm quite excited to hear it actually, because I haven't heard it. Obviously,
It was in a slightly different area of the jingle page, and so I had to go hunting, and I have hunted Jamie Overton successfully.
you
always
passed your
nice-
first test at
always
the
nice to,
jingle table.
Always nice to be exposed to a fresh jingle, as the porn bot would probably say.
Oh no. I
And
quite
Forthy-
like the porn bot. I think it adds character to the YouTube chat. As in comes Broad as well, and that's defended by Young. I also like how it adapts to what we're saying. I like how it has, it doesn't just post the same message over and over. It has attention to detail, and that's what's key to success for the porn bot.
Very
You
nice.
reckon?
That's what
Were you going to ask me something?
Yeah, I was
Annie?
going to ask you if you're ever going to make it to Gorilla Towers. Do you think?
I am hopeful that next year I might make an expedition.
Really?
To the good old U of K. Yeah. that'll be
To come
brilliant.
over for cricket reasons or just general?
A variety of reasons, I think.
Okay,
old
that would be
friends.
nice. I'm hoping
hope-
to make it to Australia.
Oh, well, you'd be very welcome in.
Oh, as
would
that
both-
short
ooh.
from Broad pulled, well, Young aimed a hard pull at it, bottom edged it onto his own feet, and it nearly
Yes.
ricocheted back onto his stumps. Young did not know where that went, and it could have been the end of his stay. As we have a look at the replay here, it was, it's
Oh.
in the middle of his knees, he
No, it's
turns,
very fortunate.
and
Very
it's
fortunate.
missed the stumps
Yeah, it got
by
caught in his knees,
a
didn't
couple of inches.
Yeah.
That was
It-
a tight one.
His momentum actually sort of drew the ball away from the stumps as he swiveled round. Otherwise, it was heading directly for them at one point.
it? It would have been an unfortunate way to get out.
Broad.
Unfortunate to survive. Yes, glass
Top of
half
his
empty,
mark.
half full.
Final ball of the over. In he comes. That one's short again. Head high this time. Pulled by Young. It won't go for a boundary as Jamie Overton is out there. I'm sure he'll appreciate that little warm-up jog before he starts his next over. As the 11th is finished. 30 for 1 New Zealand. Annie.
Yeah. Right. Warren says, "Is it the Ice Age in Melbourne? Is it?
Maybe it's got to happen
Yeah?
sometime.
Has it's not been as cold as this since the 40s or something? I was here.
No, it's not that bad. When
well,
first they
okay.
arrived in,
I think
first they
people were
arrived in
over-exaggerating.
Australia, it was snowing in the suburbs first they
Oh,
arrived
okay.
in 2005.
The Jersey Jingler says, as a member of Generation X, I can assure you that black trainers are cool as long as they are Adidas Sambas. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
I'm
think
not
Henry
Generation
Nichols were.
X, so.
For his second
And
over in Test
Matt Sill
cricket.
says, have we really had this many GPL entries already today? There's a chart he sent in. John Alford says, hi from a positively chilly Madrid at 26 degrees. As always, appreciate your commentary. Thank you.
Oh, that's zipped
much.
off the pitch from Overton, just off a length. It's come off the outside half of Young's bat off the back foot. Nice bit of extra pace there from Overton, and we will jingle him up with finally his jingle.
Jamie Overton, he can score a quick half-time, less racist than his mother's other son. He's Jamie Overton.
As in comes Overton, that's a bit shorter, and pulled by Young. Will that run away? It may well do. No, Broad will catch up with it and get it back in. So they'll get through for 3, Young moving to 19.
That jingle slightly reminded me of the old Alexei Sale song. Albania, Albania, not nearly as repressive as Romania.
Yes. Oh, you've got a good memory there, poor thing.
Yes, I hope those are the right words. I think they were.
Overton then turning at the top of his mark. Williamson facing up. It was Potts who had Williamson both innings in the one test that Williamson's played in this series. He, of course, came down with COVID in the second one. In comes Overton, and that's defended off the back foot outside the off stump by Williamson to backward point. No run.
Looks lively, that's for sure. Does he still come thundering in at 5 o'clock tonight, would you say, Annie?
I think he's got the ability to do that. But as you can see, he does bowl the odd loose ball and does leak a few runs here and there, as his brother does. So, but yes, I think he has the ability to stay thundering in.
As he thunders in, and a short ball, bit wide. Williamson ducks under it. That one only 82 miles an hour, and it goes through to Ben Folkes. Did umpire Kettleborough signal no ball there? I don't think he did.
There was a signal of some sort. I'm not sure if he was saying something to him.
I think he might have been saying that was the one short ball of the over. I don't think that was signalled as a no ball.
Don't think so.
Yeah. Well, I saw the umpire moving his arm, doing something, but they often do that, umpires. They have been known.
They do, and when they're talking, they do as well sometimes.
As that's Fuller from Overton and driven, not timed, off the outside half of Williamson's bat. Jack Leach runs around from backward point to clear it up. They'll get through for a single, and Young will strike for the final ball.
Talking of umpires, we saw Dickie Bird on the balcony earlier, and he was cross-legged, and his trouser leg was so far up you could see his entire exposed shin. It was most off-putting.
Oh, it's almost Mickey Arthur-like.
Could be something to do with Dickie Bird's massive clock.
Massive clock.
Yes, which is at Headingley. He has a huge
You're
clock.
Just trying to provoke the poor bot now.
I am indeed, as that straighter from Overton. Young gets a bat down on it into the leg side. 1 run. Young nicks the strike. 35 for 1. New Zealand. Annie.
Yeah. Right. Hombre Nuevo has spelt out his name for me, and he's laughing at me. And Leah says, "What are you, Eastern European?" But I think that's in response to someone else. Dave Wood says, "I feel a guerrilla exchange program coming up."
Oh, we have an early bowling change. Jack Leach is going to come onto the bowling. The spinner getting involved early, and here's his jingle.
Here's a face that I know.
I'm trying to remember the last time they still go.
Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Very smooth jingle there for Jack Leach.
Trying to remember the last time he had a spinner on in the first hour of a test match.
I'm wondering what the reasons for this is.
Well, it's an interesting move from Stokes. Certainly one you wouldn't have seen in the root days, and one I don't think the opposing captain Williamson would make either. So it's bold from Stokes. I like it personally. I'm a fan of spin. I like him getting Leach involved in the game early, and we'll see if there's anything there for him as he's into Young with rooted slip. Oh! There's a big shout, and he's given him! He's given him with the first ball, LBW! He's missed the inside edge of the bat, and it looks pretty plumb to me. Is Young going to review?
It looked out.
I think
he is reviewing.
It
He
has
looked out
been
to the
reviewed,
naked
but
eye.
it looked pretty good unless he's got an inside edge. Shout Leach sliding a dart through.
Inspired decision.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Addy. We will take all the credit for that one. As it turns a little bit. Alim does, the third umpire. He's hit his own pad. Yeah, there's a bit of turn there. That looks pretty plumb to me. That is
looks
good. He's hit
It
his
looks
own
like it's
pad.
pitch middle and hitting middle. It doesn't look like it's too high. It looks excellent.
It's one of those ones that definitely looks out to the naked eye.
It's
but-
just
You never
straight.
know once you get the whole thing.
yeah,
but,
naked eyes are dodgy, aren't they?
He is on the front foot, so we await to
no
discover that.
inside edge. Encouraging signs for Leach is that there was turn. It straightened immediately
Absolutely right.
in the first hour of
Absolutely right.
play.
Even more encouraging, the guy's been given out. Here comes the replay.
As it's in front, let's have a look. It's hitting middle. Jack Leach with the first ball, with the first ball of his spell, and
Halfway up middle.
Oh, fantastic!
and in,
I'm so pleased for him.
and there goes
fantastic.
Will Young.
You silly
That's,
little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
He is
And
very
ball,
it's interesting
actually. Great
because Will was starting to play a bit more positively, wasn't he? And they obviously thought, okay, let's bring in the spin and see how that goes.
Will
and,
Young gone for 20, New Zealand 35 for 2, and an inspired bowling change by Ben Stokes, which we were unanimously in favour of.
We were!
As Jack Leach takes a wicket with the first ball of his spell.
To be fair, we were quite.
yeah, I think we were all interested by it anyway.
I'd like to challenge social media to find the first time a spin bowler came on in the first hour of a test match and took a wicket with his very first ball. There's a challenge.
Yeah, now that would be quite a tricky one, wouldn't it? I'll just go through a few tweets while we're... Warren says, I'm not watching the game. Was that ball caught in his knees or his armpit, Annie? Because he calls me Gorilla Doctor because I'm not very good on my anatomy. So thanks for pointing that out, Warren. Old Farter Play say, can you say a big hi to my wife Jackie Shaw? She's sitting outside with me listening to your broadcast. You all sound a lot more exciting commentating on Test cricket.
That's because we
Hello,
are.
Jackie Shaw.
Hello, Jackie Shaw.
Hope
Hello,
you're having
Jackie
a
Shaw.
lovely time listening to us.
I hate to have been shirking my responsibilities, but I didn't even bother with the ODI series from the Netherlands. I have not commentated on a single minute of the hit and giggle nonsense. I am back for the real cricket.
Yeah,
Only I could say the same.
I can say the same.
No, I was commentating on all three. It was the first match in particular was excellent.
Which one of
The one where England scored 498.
Oh yes. That the I wouldn't call that hit and giggle. I'd call it fairly weird thing to have happen yesterday. It was glorious sunshine here, and I was thinking, why are England over in the Netherlands playing cricket at the
Quite
moment?
suited me at 1 o'clock in the morning in Melbourne.
Well, I'm sure it suited you at 1 o'clock in the morning. Just seems a bit weird. Everything seems a bit weird at the moment.
I think we've taken the drinks break.
I can do some more tweets then.
You can. And then, after the completion of this over, post drinks break, we'll have a little change.
Oh, okay. That's me gone then, yeah. Leah says, bringing on Leach this early is nice, but not brave enough. Let him open the bowling. Oh, dear. Messenger says, I think it's fair to say we get a lot more excited commentating on Test cricket too. Yeah, I think so. GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, I coming down under. Do you have a spare room, Forthy?
Yes, and my wife loves the house of porn bots, given the opportunity. Absolutely.
As
Really?
the new man is to the crease. We'll just jingle him up quickly.
Devon, Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never, ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
Devon Conway with his pitiful test average of 55. I'm beginning to suspect that the porn bot is not in fact a bot and is written by a real person.
Well,
think
you
might
know
be
that
right
there are two porn bots, you're probably aware, Jacob. One is a porn bot, and the other is a human masquerading as a porn bot.
I was not aware of that at all, Forthy.
Aha,
What are you
well,
insinuating?
That's how it worked.
I know nothing about the porn bot. As Jack Leach is into Devon Conway and defended by Conway nicely. This will be an interesting challenge for Jack Leach. He was swept and reverse swept by Conway. I think he did eventually get him out, but his average to left-handers post-pant is pretty poor.
Nice bit of alliteration.
Post-pant, I like that, yeah.
Post-pant, pretty poor.
We'll have to sanitise this microphone as that's beautifully played by Conway, but only as far as mid-on. Stuart Broad running around. It was a nice little on drive with a flicky wrist, but the diving Leach couldn't stop it, but it only went as far as Broad. Got a couple more balls of Leach's over as that's slower and wider, tossed up and driven mercilessly by Devon Conway away, and it will go for one of these. That didn't actually give you the number. It was a four.
I don't think he'll mind that at all, actually, Jack Leach.
No.
Chasing that ball.
Interestingly, Ben Folks, I think it was, said that Leach, as he's in, and that's a bit quicker and flatter and off the outside edge of Conway's bat for no run. But Folks was saying that Leach was getting more turn when he was bowling a little slower. So it'll be interesting to see how he varies his pace. He's been criticised for a lack of variation. I think he's trying to work on that now, as that is slower and defended well outside the off stump by Conway. That is the end of the over, 39 for 2 New Zealand, and the end of this little stint. So the Bear will be taking my place. Messers will come onto the socials, and we welcome for the first time this test match Gary Naylor to the summarising.
Goodbye all.
Gary, you're lowering your standards coming to us after being in the press box at Lords and at Headingley, at Trent Bridge.
Well, I would like to come back with a rejoinder, but I haven't got one. I'm just delighted to be back at Guerrilla Cricket, albeit not back at Guerrilla Cricket, if you see what I mean.
What are you doing today? Why aren't you here?
Well, today I'm going to Lords this evening to see a bit of T20 stuff, which always nice at Lords in the evening. If the weather holds up. It's been a bit in and out today in London. Rather like the New Zealanders at Leeds, a bit in and out.
Indeed. Who's supposed to be doing ball by ball? Me?
I think it's you, Bear.
Oh, okay.
It is.
It's been another one of those days in here. I need to talk to you about the GPL. I'll let Jamie Overton bowl his first ball. He's slightly more handsome and bigger than his brother. Twin, even. He's in, bowls short. And it doesn't really get up and goes through to the keeper and there's no run. So what pace are we going to turn? 84 miles an hour? I thought he was 90 miles an hour, man. Annie, I've been sold a pup.
He'll get there. It's the hill. It's the hill.
So let me tell you a little bit. Well, Messi, did you take a screenshot of all those entries?
No, but somebody sent it in. Matt Searle.
Can you send it in again, and someone send it to me at the email address for us?
It's working okay now, though.
It is working okay now. So
yes,
that's left.
It's at 132 quid.
I know. Yeah, but all those entries that are in earlier haven't been registered now because So what happened is on the first day of the last test, stupidly, I put the competition in the first day of this test, and I didn't think of it because I thought it's a database. It will just run it through anyway. It's date based. But then, so the competition was a day one of the last test instead of day one of this test. So I changed the numeration of it to day 6 and then set up day 1, and consequently that seems to have fucked it, as that is driven out to cover, and there is no run by Williamson, and so. But now I've changed it back to day 1, and I've made today day 2. It says on the thing, but it's actually day 1, and it's picking up entries again. But now it's not showing me the ones that I've lost, so I need them. And at the end of the day, we can work it all out, and I can reset it tomorrow. With a bit of luck, I can just make someone a winner today and set up. And if no one wins today, I can then set it up tomorrow with the pot that it should be, and it should all run hunky dory.
So you've actually received all the money from those people?
Yes, we've received all the tickets from those people, I think, anyway. So that was left through to the keeper and there's no run. I presume they did.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
There must be about 35 entries there.
Yes, exactly.
Which would affect the pot as well.
Precisely. But I can work that all out mathematically. If someone wins, I can pay them out what they're due. I just need to know what those entries were. Anyone entering from now, I will see, but those ones I've lost. So I need that image so that we can work it out at the end of the day, and then I can square it all up and get it all working again tomorrow. Unless
I can send you the image, but it hasn't got names on it.
That's fucking annoying because I need the names. As that is played out to mid wicket and there's no run. I need an image with the names on if possible.
No, we can't get that. You're the only person who can get that.
Oh fuck!
So I've sent you the image on your WhatsApp, but
and now
so you can see the numbers.
I've lost it. You see, I can't see those anymore because I've piddled around with the name of the competition. So if people can be honest, you don't have to re-enter, but if you can send us in what your entries were now, then it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we're not going to take them at the end of the day. I'm sorry about this. It's all my fault.
I will put out a tweet explaining that and attaching a copy of Matt Searle's tweet so that people may pick that up anyhow.
Do you want some thoughts about Jamie Overton?
Yeah, go on then.
Well, he does seem to be struggling a little bit for rhythm here compared to what he was doing earlier in the season when he was in tremendous rhythm. Jason Hiscox and I were at the Oval seeing him bowl very fast there, and I've got a suspected reason which I'll give you straight after this ball.
Okay. Oh, well, that's a decent ball. Pitching the bat off, comes back in. I mean, Conway leaves it well. He leaves it on length because it's gone over the top and middle and off. Through the keeper and there's no run.
It's because he played a bit of T20, and I think for a bowler who relies on rhythm, a fast bowler, it actually messes you up a little bit to have to go through all those variations in a T20 game. So I'm not making excuses for him here, but he's a quicker bowler than what we've seen so far, and I think we may see him bowl more quickly later in this test.
Well, hopefully, if that's the case, he'll get some rhythm back quite reasonably quickly.
I've got some thoughts about Jack Leach, but you might want to do some tweets before.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that. Matt Searle says, with a client meeting this morning, I've had to go early with the GPL and hope for the best. Obviously, this is very different from my wait until 12:50 and then hope for the best strategy. Somewhere Gary Naylor is shaking his head, Warren said. I'm not sure what that was in relation to.
Well, Leach starts another over, and he's around the wicket to Kane Williamson.
Well, it might be about Jack Leach, which I'll come to after the next one.
Well, yeah. I mean, we had Matt Parkinson in the first test. Let's go on to Matt Parkinson. It's defended back down the track.
Yeah, I actually thought it was a defensive move bringing Leach on early, because in both the previous two test matches, when he's come on, the New Zealanders have sought to get after him. So bringing him on in the first hour, I think, was about just giving him a chance to settle.
Yeah, quite possibly. That's a decent ball on a roundabout off stump, defended, no run.
And what he did was just bowl a completely straight ball, that first ball. I disagree with the commentators who said it turned. It didn't turn, it slid on. It was a good ball, it was hitting middle stump, I'm not denying that.
Well, it straightened enough, because from that angle, if it hadn't straightened, it would have gone down leg side, Gary.
Well,
that's not to say that he didn't just miss a straight ball. That's played up to mid-off and there's no run.
We'll see. I mean, I think it was a very different move from Stokes to just use a spinner at Headingley for years. They never played at all.
Well, indeed. That's defended back up the track again by Williamson. There's no run.
But I think it was the right move, just to give Leach a bit of confidence, because if he'd come on mid-afternoon and they'd taken him for 4 or 5 boundaries in his first 3 overs, we'd be back where we started.
Well,
and as it is, he's got a wicket, got some confidence.
And maybe,
well.
That's a poor ball though, dropped short, too flat and too wide, but Williamson misses out really, hits it to point, and there's no run, and that's a maiden. Back to you, Messi.
Okay, Light Roller says, first baller from Leach. What the fuck? I was fearing the word. Roger Melly says, hello, good evening, and bollocks, that ball was missing off and missing leg, but it wasn't missing middle.
No.
Hornbot says, hidden giggles with Mistress Annie. Click here. Leah says, New Zealand are ruining the exclusion of Ajaz Patel, and after that Leach wicket and things. Yeah,
not a ball has turned. Not a single one.
And in response to Forthy's question as to whether some other spinner had come on within the first hour and taken the ball with his first wicket, I was able to discover that Intikab Alam in 1959 took a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket
in the
first hour of the Australian innings.
Ooh, now that's full and across Conway. I was a jab at it. I don't know if he got any bat on it, and I don't know if it probably bounced just before it got to Folkes anyway, so no chance of being out.
Of course, some of us have seen Jack Leach open the bowling and the batting, as he did at Lords against Ireland.
Indeed. Now, Matt Parkinson bowled in that first test. I've got to say, Gary, I wasn't that impressed.
Yeah, the best way to judge a spinner is to bring them in at short notice.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, in his defence. Oh, now that's come back from Jamie Overton. Probably pitched outside leg. May have been going onto hit the stumps, probably too high. But that'll be encouraging for him. No run.
Yeah, what he did show is some of the things that Leach hasn't got, which are variations, drift and dip. And watching Leach, as I have done both at Trent Bridge and at Lords in the first 2 test matches, there's so little variation. It's the same ball over and over again, darted in.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'll give you that. It's defended outside the off stump and there's no run.
You know, he's got 25 test matches now. He's an experienced bowler. He's a decent bloke and he's a team man and he's very likeable. We know all of that, and he's got a big heart and a heart of gold. But he just does not have the bag of tricks that spinners should have. And you see someone like Rayan Ahmed at 17 playing for Leicestershire, and he's got more tricks than Leach. I'm not saying he's ready for the test match arena yet, but your first criterion for picking a spinner, I'll come back,
sweep the keeper and there's no run,
is can he spin the ball? And I really don't think Leach can spin the ball. Certainly not without a lot of help from the wicket.
Well, yeah, but
these lads can. You know, Parkinson can, Ahmed can. There are other spinners around the circuit who can, and it's no good picking spinners who don't spin the ball and then expecting them to get wickets in the test arena. It's not going to happen, not regularly. Anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not against what you say, and I understand what you were saying about Parkinson, and he was went out down leg side, attempted pull by Conway, could have been strangled. Jamie Overton thinks maybe there was a bit of glove on it, but there wasn't. Sweep the keeper and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, he was pulled out of whatever he was doing on a Thursday afternoon and told to get down to Lords, and that wasn't great preparation. But I just didn't see it. I just thought he bowled too slow. His action was from the hand and not the shoulder.
Yeah, there's this myth about bowling too slow. It never used to happen until they had the rev counters and the speed guns.
Well, no. Oh, now that's another ball that's coming back into. Good set of balls here from Jamie Overton. Not the quickest, but they're certainly getting a little bit of movement in the air. Coming back into the left-hander. Conway managed to get some bat square on the leg side, and they get a single.
If he bowled so slow, you wouldn't. And I don't want to make this about Parkinson, but there are things in cricket that get talked about that annoy me. Holding an end is one, and another one is bowling too slow. If he bowled too slow, then he wouldn't have over 100 first-class wickets at 23.
Well, no. Well, I'll argue with that. That's because it's at a slightly lower level. and at the slightly higher level, you need the slightly better pace. I would say that's true. And the other
slightly lower level than England playing against club cricketers in Holland earlier this week.
Well, Leach has got 300 at 27. So, The other interesting thing is Leach's and Lyons figures are pretty similar in terms of average and strike rate.
There we go. As he's been lifted over the top by Conway, over mid-off, all the way down to the long-off boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Came down the wicket quite nicely. I mean, you wouldn't expect a lot of turn from even most spinners on a first day wicket.
No, but you've got to expect some drift, some dip, and some variation.
Well, I agree. He doesn't get enough dip. That's because he bowls too fast. As he just knocked out square on the clipped around a corner by Conway down to Landis behind square. And
one of my problems with Leach is you can just preempt exactly what's going to happen. What Conway wanted at the start of that over, he said, I'm going to hit him for 4 over his head, and then I'm going to milk a single on the leg side. And because you know exactly where Leach is putting the ball, he could do exactly that. That was exactly what Conway wanted to do. And it gives so much of the initiative to the batsman, because you know what's coming.
Well, yeah, smart bowler will test that out though. That's a better ball by Leach. Slightly slow, you see, 55 miles an hour. I reckon that peak pace for a spinner at test level is 53 to 55. 57 to 60 is just too fast because you have to bowl too flat. Unless you've got extraordinary revs on the ball, in which case you can get it down. That's not a bad ball by Leach, gives it a bit of flight. It's played up to mid-on, there's no run.
It's a half volley, and Williamson hasn't driven any balls because he's not in the greatest of rhythm. He's missed some matches and he's not driving the ball, unlike Conway, who is driving the ball. So there's a bit of batsman involved there. I think that's still a bit full for me.
Right on the front foot, and defended back to the bowl, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, this is England, Gary. I've spin bowled for 30 years. The pitches are generally quite slow, and this is, I think this is the point that maybe you do miss as Leach is in, and it's defended out on the offside, and there's no run. Nothing worse than being hit off the back foot, I think, as a spinner. That's the cardinal sin. That means you're bowling too short. You want to drag the guy. Well, hold on, let me finish.
Before you go on, Bear, can I just speak briefly into the GPL?
Yes.
So we now have showing on the screen a jackpot of £134. So there's been a number of entries post-disaster. Pre-disaster, there were 36 entries, which would increase the jackpot by another £18, so 152. If you were in the GPL and it's not showing up, I've sent a tweet asking you to tell us the numbers you had. But the other thing is you should have received a confirmation email telling you the numbers you had anyhow. And I don't know, Bear, if there's a copy kept in the system of the confirmation emails that are sent.
No, not at all. But if you could send that, forward that back to gmail.com, then I can collate the numbers through the afternoon, and then we'll have a fair pot at the end, and it'll all be fine. As that's pulled down to deep square leg, where Potts is fielding, I think. And there'll be a single.
I was watching Sunil Narain on Tuesday night at the Oval, and he is a genius of a bowler. It's the right word for him. He is in complete control. And I was right behind the bowler's arm on the 3rd level at the Oval, a perfect view. And he bowled 4 overs, and I think all 24 balls were different. Each of them set a different challenge. Absolutely extraordinary bowler with such control and such variation. That's why he's the best T20 bowler in the world.
Yeah, but he won't bowl in Test, will he? Short, no, with a keeper's head and there's no run.
Well, he won't bowl in Test, but it shows just what a spinner can do if they have that box of tricks that's available, as does the likes of Rashid Khan. It's one reason why wrist spinners are so much more
well, I mean, that's a fair comment. I don't think Matty Parkinson's up there with those guys, though.
No, but I think he's not bad. He's 25.
No, he isn't bad, but he needs, to be honest, he needs about another 8 or 9 miles an hour on it.
I disagree. He
I know
needs to preserve his drift and dip.
But it's too slow. And that's defended on the offside. There's no run. I'll give you this. He did get Tim Soundy with a fucking floater outside off stump, which is, you know, it's an obvious ball to a tail ender. Let him see it in the air. Give it some fucking. He's going to hit it out of the ground, you know. And if it does turn, you're going to get the edge and you're going to get out. And he did do that.
I mean, it's not all about the options. I think England do have spinners who spin the ball, but we're picking the spinner who, in county cricket, probably spins it as little as anybody, and that seems to me to be an error.
That's full and nicely played by Williamson. Great timing, straight back down the ground. Just a push with timing, and it's going to beat the head-batted Jay Broad back down to the long-on boundary, and it will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We've seen this before from Williamson. We've seen this before from Williamson. In the first hour, sometimes even the first 2 hours of an innings, he barely drives the ball, he just pushes it, and his timing is so good it will often get to the boundary. But he's looking to take the risk out of his game. He's looking to bring bat onto ball almost by gravity as much as his hands going at it. And that's why so few of his edges carry to the slips.
Indeed. Well, he has been caught twice playing against Potsons. In the first test. Over to bowls in the channel outside off stump. Williamson shoulders, arms, and lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I think that's because his balance and his timing hasn't been quite right, although it looks better now after an hour or so at crease.
Well, obviously.
Noticeably at Trent Bridge. No, it wasn't Trent Bridge, it was Lords, I think, wasn't it? It was Trent Bridge. He looked very rusty.
He didn't play at Trent Bridge.
Didn't he? Well,
it must have been Lords.
Then, the first test,
Yeah.
Coming straight from the IPL. He looked very undercooked.
Yeah.
But he doesn't today. He looks pretty good today.
He does indeed. Hopefully that's the commentator's curse there from Gary. That's worked round the corner, down to long on. Deep backward square leg. It's not a T20, so they'll only go for 1. I was saying to Jake about in the green room, I quite like to see him get a ton, as we've already run the series.
Okay, you two, stop talking between the overs. Warren says, it's gone all bear-shaped. Always check your work and write your name on top of your exam paper. I took every number from 1 to 501.
Yeah, right, fuck off. You see,
Jay Grover says, has Naylor lost some weight? My man's looking sharp.
I feel it. I've had a haircut which makes me look a bit like Klaus Kinski in Wojciech. See under the hat there, and I don't say that as a self compliment. I promise you.
David says things you expect here on Guerrilla Cricket number 384. Gary Naylor, I have a few thoughts.
Well, Leach is going to continue, and he's bowling at Kane Williamson, who has a decent ball outside off stump. And Williamson feeding for it, and there's no one. There's nothing worse than getting hit off the back foot as a spinner. And I don't have a problem with spinners being in a holding role either, especially in certain points of the game. You know, if you can hold an end when nothing's happening, and you can give your fast bowlers a rest. Down the track comes Williamson. Now he got beaten in the flight there, but there's no one back, obviously, because it's a test match, and it's made its way down to the boundary. Stokes slides in pointlessly, destroys the Toblerones, and there is 4 runs. I'll play a jingle first, then you can speak.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, at the moment he's a bowler who's at least partly selected for holding an end, who can't hold an end.
Well, there is that.
People hit over his head before.
People do attack him.
But I don't want it to make it seem like I've got something in for the guy. I just think England have better options.
Well,
and it's obviously so.
Well, yeah, that's defended into the onside, and there's no run.
I'll say something else just to change the subject. Is my understanding is it's £35 at Headingley to go in, and
that's right.
And it's a sellout crowd for 4 days.
Yeah, although obviously train strikes may have a thing to say about that. That's driven quite nicely by Williamson, but straight to mid-on, they don't go for a run.
It's been my point for a long time that the main problem Test cricket has is that it's too expensive to either to buy on the telly or to buy a seat to go there. If you get the prices right, people will turn up for Test cricket in this country.
That's the poor ball by Leach. Short, wide, too flat, and Williamson can easily guide that back for a point down to the boundary with 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our man.
I've been trying to press the Leach as lion theory, Gary.
Go on.
Yeah.
You'll like this. Well, no, because Lion wasn't particularly, the thing about spinners is they kind of gain an aura as they gain wickets and they gain experience in the game. And I know you're going to disagree with this, but I mean, Nathan Lyon wasn't anything special when he started in Test cricket, and now won Lords and was the greatest spinner. He learnt in the game, really. And maybe Leach could become that person. He has to learn on the job, really, because England spinners don't get
Lyon had a top spinner.
Yeah, but that's because he was from
got it.
Australia. That's why you have a top spinner in Australia, because the wickets don't really turn that much.
But he also had a team of bowlers who were he was part of a team of. That's really fucking important.
Which is what Stokes is trying to do as he tries to cut that last ball. Williams, somebody cuts it to the slips on the bounce, no trouble. End of the over, no run, 60 for 2 after 19, and Messi's going to give us some tweets.
Roger Melly's recycling a joke from the last Test match, Roger. Jack Leach's first ball was his Rock Hudson ball. It looked straight, but it wasn't. Warren
Didn't
Warren
look
says
that
all I
straight,
need.
to be honest.
Warren says all I need is overrate for my Gary Naylor bingo card.
Yeah.
Farang says greetings from Mirpur. Hope everyone is well. New England probably on top after the first hour against New Zealand. Any rain expected for the Test, or is it saving itself for the next Test against the IPL Tyrants? There is a bit of rain forecast for a couple of days, but it's not looking too bad.
Well, I don't know about that. I think
you haven't looked for a couple of days.
Well, that's true.
The Jersey Jingler says after that mini rant from the white-haired whinger from Liverpool, I fully expect to see Leach get a 5-foot turn.
Absolutely. Well, that's
it's
what
like a prime time.
That's what I'm praying for. When are you back on, Gary? I'm playing for 5 wickets for Leach and Gary to be on tomorrow afternoon with me. Potts is going to continue.
Yes, Caractacus.
I wonder if Leach is on actually, because Stokes has troubled his knee. I mean, this is the thing. If Stokes isn't going to bowl a lot, we've only got 4 bowlers anyway, so Leach has to bowl. Potts is in. There was a little conflab before the start of this over, and that again is honing in on the pads of Conway. He does fall over a little bit, or seems to. He always manages to get the bat on it, but if he misses one on that line, there'll be an awful big shout. There seems to be a little bit of movement back into the left-hander from over the wicket. I kind of like it for a change that a right-arm, fast, medium, whatever you want to call them, bowler is bowling over the wicket. A left-hander, and again, you see, there's a half, maybe a bit of inside edge, maybe pitched outside leg and 2-leg side, but Conway's definitely getting tucked up on his legs.
And one of the things I like is that Stokes or McCullum has certainly empowered England to do this, is that they've recognised that and they've brought a 3rd slip in along with a short leg here. They're saying to Conway, we're going to get you out. Under previous regimes, there'd be the standard 2 slips and maybe even 1 slip. And
a you see, on that one, Gary, as Potts is in, he bowls that across Conway with good pace. Seems to keep a little low. Folks takes it down by his thighs, and there's no run. It was noticeable from the first Test, wasn't it? You know, when England were on top, there was 5 slips in the gully, or 6 slips, and it was all attack. I like that. I mean, England under Root would have gone after about 5 overs and not a lot happening, would have done that exactly. 2 slips, a spread, maybe 3rd slip or a gully, and everyone else already out. You've got to attack, especially if you wanted to get wickets, you know. Potts in again. That's that line on about Midland leg, middle. It's defended well this time by Conway, back down the track to the bowler, and there's no run.
You know, Jez has already referred to me being in the media centres for the previous 2 Tests, and one of the things you can see really well from an elevated position behind the bowler's arm is the whole field all at once, and it's been really noticeable after quite a few years where you look down at an England field and say, how are they going to get this batsman out? Not once has that been the case under Stokes and McCullum.
Left alone outside the off stump, decent ball again, really full outside Conway's off stump, trying to tempt him into the drive, one presumes, but he's wise that Anthony leaves it and it's through to the keeper, and there's no run.
In other words, you know, they've been happy to concede 3.4, 3.8 runs per over, but they've also set the batsman a challenge, saying if you miss, we're going to get you out here off the outside edge, off the inside edge. They had the leg slip for Williamson that almost worked first ball today. It's a completely different sort of mindset, and it's great to see.
That one's left alone outside the off stump. Right, that's the end of our spell. Gary, you're going to take over ball by ball. You're going to be
So 30-minute GPL warning. It's 154 quid at the moment, so it's well worth winning.
Yeah, and James Hillhouse is going to join you. He's another advertising bod from the grubby/40 school. And Jacob is going to come back and take it over from me. And I'm going to play a little Patreon advert in the middle while it's all switching over.
James, Jay Grover is the next tweet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are gorillas. We need your... Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Splendid crowd, bathing in sunshine as Jack Leach with the shades on is about to start, I think, his 5th over. And you could be having Atherton and Sangakkara, but you've got us. We have fewer test runs than Atherton and Sangakkara, but we might try to squeeze a few more laps, who knows. As Williamson is forward to a very full ball, and it is no run. Gentlemen, what have you thought of the 90 minutes so far? Where do you put the balance of the match?
Interesting, isn't it?
It is.
And the balance of the match slightly in England's favour, I think, at the moment, but that could change with more...
Left arm round, very full. In fact, so full it's a full toss, and Williamson just helps himself to a single to Broad under the sun hat at mid-on, as always, too far back to save the single. Broad was effecting a cap at Trent Bridge, which I hadn't seen him in for many years, but he's back under the sun hat now.
Leach is bowling decently, I think. There's a couple of bad balls, but mostly it's been good stuff.
This ball is punched, but without any timing by Conway to the leg side of the wicket. Well, I disagree, but I've gone through that at some length, so I shan't...
Gary Naylor has opinions.
Yeah, well, with Gorilla Cricket, we're not here to say he'll be disappointed with that. We're here to say he's disappointing, as this is very full, aiming at the beginnings of a patch of rough outside Devon Conway's off stump, left arm over to left-hander, and he just punches it to extra cover where there is no run. Leach quick through his work, as this is very full on the stumps and defended. No run, 57 miles per hour. There's a short leg in there, Ollie Pope, I suspect. There's a slip. And short leg's just going to forward short leg, slightly getting in Conway's eye line, giving him something else to think about. As Leach around the wicket, over the wicket in again, and he gets reverse swept to Broad, who finds himself at short backward square, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. New Zealand are 61 for 2. Kane Williamson has 30. Devon Conway has 11. Your tweets.
Right. Well, the big thing that's going on at the moment is your Klaus Kinski comparison. So Joe Grover wants to see you do an impression of him because he thinks that will probably be the greatest thing ever. But Leah's gone one better. She wants to see you recreate a low-budget English version of Fitzcarraldo where you pull a dinghy over a hill.
Yeah, I think a dinghy up to Tooting Bec Tube Station, I think, would be the right thing.
I think we should get some charity sponsorship for that. You could do that easily.
Somebody could sing an aria in the background. As long as I get Claudia Cardinale to assist me, I'd be happy to oblige.
We could get someone from the local Italian to step in if we're going budget. Good work.
Indeed. There is 3 slips. Thank you very much for the lovely image there. 3 slips as Potts is in. And it gets a little bit of swing after it passes the bat, which is a feature at Headingley. And Ben Folkes, who's been very neat and tidy through almost all of his work in this series, gets to the ball. England slipped. They've already taken 1 catch. They were pretty shocking earlier in this series, but they seem to be standing a little further apart. So I hope they've done some work on their slip catching. Having spent some time in a kebab shop after the last test, I hope they've also spent some time in the cordon. So this ball is very full and defended again by Williamson, who is not getting the drive out today. A bit of encouragement there from Zach Crawley at first slip.
Well, the slips were really good at Lords, and then really bad at Trent Bridge. And the interesting thing there is that New Zealand slips were also pretty poor at Trent Bridge. They put down quite a few. And there was some talk about, just from one particular end and one particular side of the wicket, some sighting issues.
As this ball is outside off stump, there is no run. Well, we're quite low in the media centre at Trent Bridge, and I was having trouble sighting the ball. I don't recall that from previous matches at Trent Bridge, but I don't know if they've changed some of the advertising signs or something along those lines. But I couldn't sight the ball, although increasingly it's age that does that to you, I think. But I was certainly finding it more difficult to sight the ball at Trent Bridge than I had done in the past. But
Graham Swan was saying end of the day.
As this ball is full and it's a half volley that came in and just knocks back to the bowler, no run.
Yes, Swanee was saying that the end of the day is notoriously difficult at Trent Bridge. So when the sun starts setting, it sort of goes lower down, it gets in your eyes. But obviously that's not an excuse they could have had last match, because the drops were happening all over the day.
Yeah, it's I mean, grounds for sighting the Oval used to be absolutely terrible before they built the OCS stand and the stand in front of Archbishop Tennyson School, because I remember in the 80s you often couldn't see the ball at all. As Potts is in, and this takes the inside edge and goes down to long leg, where Jack Leach, I think it's Jack Leach down there, does the fielding, and it's the not quite the end of the over. New Zealand go to 62 for 2. Kane Williamson has a circumspect 31. Devon Conway a rather more aggressive 11. Yeah, it's something that maybe there's a feature for Sky to do about sighting the ball at different grounds. It's the kind of thing Dermot Reed would get his teeth stuck into on the old days of Channel 4, because I think they are all different, but it's not something that gets talked about particularly much. 3 slips and a gully to the left-handed Conway, who just defends this ball back to correct his putts, and it's the end of the over. New Zealand 62 for 2 in your tweets.
Well, the thing that's being picked up on 2 things is, one, your absolute love of Jack Leach, but the second thing is your comparison with Klaus Kinski again. So Just Ideal is just barreling in with an appreciation of Claudia Cardinale. Wasn't she something? # Once Upon a Time in the West. And talking about Once Upon a Time in the Southwest, people are maybe suggesting that perhaps Jack Leach is going to mop up a 5 for now, inspired by your deep love of him.
Well, the commentator's curse in reverse, I suppose.
I'm not sure Jack Leach has ever had a first innings 5 in Test cricket. I don't think he has.
I doubt it, because I think his first innings average is up above 80 or something, which there wouldn't be much room for a 5 for if that's the case. But we're seeing a change of bowling, and
yes, we are.
I hope we're going to have a jingle therefore.
We will. Here it is.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around.
Outside off stump and goes through to Ben Folks, no run.
I think Jack Leach today, perhaps the record he should be trying to beat is bowling more than 11 overs in a Test match at Headingley.
Is that the most a spinner has bowled?
Well, no, that's what last time he was playing at Headingley in the Stokes match, he managed the grand total of 11 overs. So maybe I think he's going to beat that today, which is a fantastic achievement.
Also, the most significant one not out in the history of cricket.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm sure there was a spell of about 10 years when no England spinner had taken a wicket at Headingley. As this is through to the keeper, there is no run. I'm sure somebody's going to come back on the tweets and tell me it wasn't a spell of 10 years, it was a spell of 10 overs. But I do have a memory of some crazy stat, partly because spinners were not getting picked for England at Headingley, and partly because when they did get picked, they kind of got Ian Salisbury to none for 152 or something.
I might even go so far as to say that Jack Leach innings was the most important innings that day.
As Broad's in again, and this is just run off the bottom part of the bat by Williamson, and Zach Crawley tidies up at second slip, third slip, I'm not sure. Again, Williamson very happy not to go hard at the ball at all early on in his innings.
Well, they were saying, Jacob, Michael Vaughan said, everyone's favourite TMS racist in residence, that in the West Indies tour, that Leach had a better batting technique than most of the top order.
Well, his 92 at Lord's possibly proves that to some degree.
I'll just modify that a little in a moment. The ball's through to the keeper, and there is no run. I would suggest that Jack Leach has a batting technique.
That is the key which separates him from Zach Crawley. Although I've been liking the look of Alex Lees in the McCullum era, and it's slightly annoying because my girlfriend has gone from finding him, as everyone did, quite a drab player to now having a bit of a crush on him. So I'm quite annoyed at Alex Lees for becoming all exciting.
Well, he came out with a very positive attitude in the last Test match and reaped the benefits of it. As Broad's in again, and this cuts back into Williamson, but his compact technique is enough to get him out of trouble as Broad takes him on the pad.
Are you aware of this thing about Alex Lees, that his uncle is a member of the Magic Circle, and Lees himself is going to be a proficient magician at least, which I sense maybe now he's bringing into his batting?
I was aware of that. Yeah, it's a bit of sleight of hand for the reverse sweeping, perhaps one might say, but a leisure de main.
Maybe he can make Zach Crawley disappear.
Oh, very good.
Oh, he's got him!
He has got him.
He's got him!
The ball outside off stump, and Williamson has been leaving those alone. For some reason, he has a little bit of a dabble. It just took the outside edge. There wasn't a huge appeal on the field because I think we're all so surprised that Williamson had just taken the outside edge there. It's through to Ben Foakes, and this is now unequivocally England's morning. Williamson's gone for 31, New Zealand are 62 for 3. I mean, Broad is one of the most ostentatious appealers, and he certainly wasn't sure. He was waiting for Foakes before he even turned to the umpire there, but he's gone. There was no hint of a review. Gentlemen, strange dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, Broad didn't look sure. Ben Foakes was screaming with absolute certainty. He was sure of that. And Kane Williamson, I think, as soon as he heard that appeal and saw the finger go up, went, yep, I've hit that. And just a little feather of an edge, which Broad kind of speculatively put to the umpire, and was rewarded for his good line and length.
So Williamson doesn't really advance his average in England, which was 29 before his innings started, and he's out for 31. It's a strange sort of lacuna in his averages around the world, that he just doesn't seem to be able to make runs in England. And he'll have one more innings on this tour, and maybe a tour to come, but he's certainly running out of time to address that gap in his CV. I don't suppose he will be too bothered if he finishes his career with an average over 50, but it's still a strange thing. And we have a new batsman.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and more. You know Henry Nichols is racking up the score. Dozens of bowlers try to bring him down. Henry Nichols just laughs and goes to town.
I know for a fact that the Bear went under on a couple of wickets falling this morning, so he'll come and tell me if he's won any money, I'm sure.
And Potts is in, and bowler's just defended back to the bowler. Another little feather in the cap of Ben Stokes, I think. He made the bowling change that got Leach's wicket, first ball of his spell, and he's brought Broad back, and in his first over, he's got the New Zealand captain out. Maybe some people are just lucky, Stokes and McCullum, a lot of what they do is working out. as Caractacus is in again, and this is just through to folks, and there is no run. We'll come to your tweets at the end of the over. Be interesting to hear your reaction to what is turning into well, it is a good morning for England. One more wicket and it'll be an outstanding morning. Lose the toss and have the opposition 3 down or even 4 down at lunch. Thank you very much.
The Bear has informed me that he had 1 bet good, 1 bet bad. So he's broken even, really. I don't know what he put on or how much he won/lost, but
beautiful ball from Caractacus Potts there, beats Devon Conway, and there is no run as it goes through for the keeper.
If we don't have a chitty chitty bang bang Matthew Potts jingle by the end of the day, I will be disappointed in Mog/Jeff Perkins.
Well, it's truly scrumptious bowling from England this morning to get those 3 wickets.
It's getting worse, Gary. It's getting worse.
Well, I haven't done my Robert Helpman impression around the room, which you'll be very pleased to hear, as this ball is clipped beautifully by Conway. Or is it? No, it isn't. It looked beautiful, but it was actually just a run off the pad and tidied up by Ben Folks. I had every expectation of seeing that ball run away to the long leg boundary, but no, just a single leg by using 63 for 3.
Nothing on the child catcher, please, Gary. I wish to sleep tonight, and that man haunted my childhood to a really unnatural degree.
He was so brilliant in the part, Robert Helpman, and of course, a leading figure not just in Australian dance, but in Australian culture. Full stop. An extraordinary long career in ballet, but remembered for his unforgettable, and by God, people have tried to forget it, cameo in Ian Fleming's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. As this is Potts who's in, and it's defended by Harvey Nichols. The ball going off the bottom part of the bat and going behind him, tied it up in the slips. There was a wicket in the T20 last night. I can't remember who it was, but you always feel unlucky. Oh, it was Ben Curran, who played a perfectly good forward defensive, and the ball went off the bottom of the bat, bounced a couple of times, and hit the middle stump with just enough force to dislodge the bail. Game, have you?
Also,
a sickener.
I think you've betrayed your bourgeois sensibilities calling him Harvey Nichols.
Oh, well, I used to work at the same company as Harvey Nichols there, so I often refer to him as Harvey Nichols because it's so much better name than Henry Nichols. As the left-handed Harvey Nichols is in, is a big swipe outside off stump. It was a long hop from Potts, and Nichols just didn't move his feet at all. He went with it with hands, but it was so wide he couldn't really get a bat on it. And it's the end of the over, 24 gone, New Zealand 63 for 3.
So should we go over to Psychic Simon Corner, and what we're hearing here is quite a lot about the impression that you just did there, Gary. Jake Grover suggesting that it would give him proper nightmares doing your Robert Helpman. I think I can understand that as well. And then Josie making the point of Broad's balanced fortunes. 1 week your pub burns down, the next week you're going to be a dad non-stop for Broad.
Yeah, well, got to embrace it because it doesn't last very long. We're only here for a few short years. I don't want to sound like Petra's song here in the Little Night Music, but that is one of my favourite songs, the Miller's Son from Sondheim's Little Night Music. It's all about the fact we have to embrace life while it's going past, because soon it will be gone. And we're embracing England's new culture. The reset has happened. It didn't happen when they said the reset was going to happen, but this is a whole different approach and a whole different set of results at the moment for this McCullum-led test team, as Conway's on strike and he gets one on middle stump, which he just defends. There is no run. A lot of the people who said, Brendan McCullum, he hasn't got any coaching experience, he's only been in the IPL, how did he pass his interview and stuff like that, they've gone a bit quiet. And I think there are questions to be asked about who is doing work with the England team technically, but in terms of leadership and in terms of injecting a much-needed boost of confidence and change in culture, then McCullum has done a fantastic job already as Broad is round the wicket, an inside edge, and Folks got a hand to that, and he just pushed it round the post. If you're thinking of a goalkeeper there, just the end of the fingers, it would have been an extraordinary catch there. In fact, it's only because Folks is the best part of 6 foot tall he even got to that there. An inside edge, and it's gone away for a single to Conway, but it goes down in the book, I suppose, as a chance, but it barely was. He did so well even to get a glove on it. But England are making things happen here. Almost bowled him off the inside edge as well. So Conway a bit lucky to survive. Broad has been fantastic this morning.
Just to hop back a second in conversation, could I just remark on what a stunning segue that was by you, Gary? Going from embracing life to embracing Brendan McCullum's new coaching style. That is smooth operation at its highest levels.
I've missed being on the mic. I've missed it. You're very kind. As Broad's in, round the wicket to the left-hander, and he gets the forward defensive respect from Henry Nicholls that he deserves, and there is no run.
You also brought the energy up from deep melancholy to joy, which I feel was necessary.
That was a really hard one for Folks, and he did, as you say, Gary, really well to get a hand to that. And I think he'll be disappointed that he didn't take it, but you can't really blame him. He just got the webbing, and those either stick or they don't. And he was wrong-footed completely, but a chance nonetheless, it would seem.
As Broad's in again, and this is outside off stump, left alone by Henry Nicholls, and it is no run.
To my memory, Devon Conway, last time he was here, he got out to a couple of inside edges onto the stumps from Ollie Robinson, I believe.
I think he got 200 before he did so.
Yes, but he did have a little pattern for a while of the inside edge onto the stumps and back that way being just one hole in his game.
Yeah, it's true. He does play a little away from his body, which is always worth working on. As Broad wide on the crease round the wicket, and Henry Nicholls is off the mark, just letting the ball run to cover point, and they go through for a single. New Zealand 65 for 3. Somebody might tell us how many runs New Zealand has scored in the last 20 minutes or so. My feeling is they've scored about 3 or 4. But England have both threatened with the ball, but they've also been able to cut the run rate. Coincided with when Jack Leach was replaced, the man who's there to hold an end. I'll say no more.
You said that 10 minutes ago, Gary.
I know. One ball left in the 25th over, and this is defended, and there is no run. New Zealand 65 for 3. Henry Nicholls has 1. Devon Conway has 12, and we have your tweets.
Well, actually, should we jump over to YouTube, as I feel like we've been leaving them out. In YouTube, your Nightmare Alley has expanded to include other bogeymen. So Stephen Kelk, the child catcher, the Wicked Witch of the West, the weird nightmare Humpty Dumpty egg from the Kinder advert, they all haunt my dreams. And then Pokey Bumfinger coming in with the child catcher Natch, but literally everything in the Night Garden. And he is very honest to point out that he was at least 30 before that creep show came out.
Well, I'll give you the Singing Ringing Tree, an East German television program for kids made in, I think, the late 50s, and that was very disturbing indeed. The Singing Ringing Tree. That might excite a few tweets from those of us who are listeners who are in their 50s, as this ball is down the leg side. Folks does brilliantly to get across to that, because he saved 4 runs there, folks. You think when a keeper takes a ball that he should be taking the ball, but he had to go such a long way for that ball from Potts, and he got it in 2 hands, making a difficult job look easy.
Which he's done all series long, really, and I think someone mentioned earlier he has been getting better as he's gone through the series. He's not. I think he's only given away, the maximum of a couple of byes each Test match, and he's been doing really well actually.
He has, and Potts is in, and this is wide of off stump, and it's taken by Folks. There is no run. I must say that I think Stokes looks better standing up than he does going back. He has a slightly ungainly take of the ball going when he's standing for the medium paces and the quicks. I mean, I think that's possibly a function of being quite tall for a keeper, and that he has to bend his knees quite often to take the ball. It doesn't always look as neat as a kind of small keeper who will have very quick steps to the ball. This is through to the keeper. There is no run. You see there when he took the ball outside his eye line with the gloves going to his
he likes
right
to take it
with a
low
classical
as well.
way. The classical way would be for the keeper to move their feet into line and take it sort of underneath their head standing back. But it works for him, and that's fair enough. He does get low. You're absolutely right. It's important for a keeper. And we've seen some flaws in some of the slipping. I think it was Joe Root in the last match where they don't stay low in the slips. And if you've ever fielded in the slips at any level, you'll know this, as this ball is pushed. But England have got New Zealand in a cage here. It's a good stop by Broad for once close enough to save the single at mid-on. When you're in the slips, once you come up, you can't go back down again. So you have to have your hands as close to your ankles as possible, because you're in with a chance of raising them towards a slip catch. But if your hands drift up towards your knees, you are not going back down again to take the ball around ankle height. And I think that was a bit of a technical problem England had with some of the slipping in the last match. As Potts is in again, and this is defended to Ben Stokes, who's at extra cover. I quite like to have a captain at extra cover. He can see the field. He's in close contact with almost everyone who's on the field, and in particular, he's quite close to his bowler. I much prefer a captain to be at mid-on or extra cover or short mid-wicket or something rather than in the slips. I know people say you can see more in the slips, but I think the communication of a captain is more important than what they can see. As Potts is in round the wicket to the left-handed Nichols, and there is no run.
I think we'll get one more before lunch.
Yeah, and for those of you with the bingo card, I'm saying 27 overs in the first session of the Test match isn't bad. They've got to catch up a little bit, but that's pretty good, I think.
You have this over 3 minutes to get into the GPL. Make your predictions before 1 o'clock, and you could win loads of money if you get it right, if you get it on the money. Ironically, £127 I think it stands at the moment, but I could be easily corrected on that by the powers that be, the powers that bear.
And what you need to do, of course, is to predict how many runs there will be at the close of play. Doesn't matter who scores those runs in terms of it being New Zealand or England towards the end of the day, just the total aggregate runs in the day, as Broad is round the wicket and just takes the bottom part of the bat there and goes out towards gully. And New Zealand can't score a run at the moment. This is good stuff from England, both in terms of the bowling and in terms of the field setting.
Can I just give a shout out to Martin White, who has brought together Broad's two joys and calamities of the past couple of weeks by saying Robbie Williams described observing the birth of his child like watching your favourite pub burn down. So Broad really will have the opportunity to test that analogy.
Yes. Both end up with a bloody mess. One's
that relies
metaphorical
on,
and one's literal.
That relies on his pub being his favourite pub.
As this ball is passed, the batsman goes through to Ben Folkes. There is no run. It was called the tap and run, wasn't it? Or was it called
yes, it was.
Like
Tap
I think
and run.
so, yeah.
Apparently,
and I think the plans are to open it. I think it looked a spectacular fire, but my understanding is that much of the estate was left unharmed due to the swift action of firefighters.
And by all accounts, it's a very, very nice pub in Nottingham, if you happen to be in the local area, in approximately 2 years.
Owned by Harry Gurney. There are 4 slips waiting for the outside edge, but Conway playing a bit for lunch there, lets that wider one go through to the keeper. So again, a bit of clever stuff really from Broad there. He's hanging the ball out wide, sort of asking Conway if he's worried about the lack of scoring, worried about just trying to get a boundary before lunch, because the boundary's there if he wants to try the square cut. But of course, if he fails to get it exactly right, there are 4 slits eagerly waiting for the edge, like the vultures in Bedknobs and Broomsticks. and there's a short leg and a long leg as well. As this is on leg stump, and again, amazingly, it's a half volley on leg stump. Could have hit it pretty much anywhere, and Devon Conway picks out the fielder mid-on. No run.
Clock has now ticked round to 1 o'clock, so this will be the final 2 balls before lunch.
Yeah, we'll have a roundup of your tweets at the end of this session, then we'll go to a break, and I'll be back tomorrow myself, but I'm going to Lord's this afternoon for the evening game there. As Broad's in, this is through to keeper, and there is no run. Just a quick shout for next Friday at the Oval. I'm in Stratford-upon-Avon on Thursday night for Richard III. I'm very much looking forward to that. But on my way home, I'm going to come into Marylebone in the afternoon, and then in the evening, I'll be going to the Oval for, I think it's Surrey against Essex. I'm not absolutely certain, but it's been designated a Pride match where Surrey Pride, a group of LGBT plus supporters, are having the chance to do a lot of promotion at the Oval prior to that group of supporters who've come together recently at the Oval, where they will be participating in Pride Weekend in London the weekend after. And I'm currently reading George Michael's biography, and it's a reminder of just how far we've come on that since the mid-80s, as this ball is defended to the man at backward point. It's the end of the over, 27 gone in the morning session at Headingley. New Zealand are 65-3. Henry Nichols has 1. Devon Conway has 12. Stuart Broad has 2 for 20 and is bowled absolutely beautifully. Jack Leach is the other wicket taker with his first ball of his spell. And Matthew Potts has bowled well without looking as threatening as Broad. New Zealand won the toss. Kane Williamson elected to bat, and England have put the New Zealanders on the back foot with some excellent work with ball in hand and also with field placings. Super stuff. Gentlemen, am I overstating England's morning there?
I wouldn't say so. I think England have done very well there, and they'll be pretty happy with what they've got out of this morning. 3 wickets, including the wicket of Kane Williamson. They will not mind that whatsoever.
Yeah, and very few runs as well. They're in a great position.
Yeah, it's super stuff. We'll just do a roundup of your tweets, for which we are always grateful, and any other social media, and then we'll play something for you, and we'll be back for the afternoon session. But your tweets first.
Right, okay, well, first of all, little viewing recommendation from Jay Grover. If you don't want to sleep tonight, the Singing Ringing Tree is available on Amazon Prime, which he says is both mint and terrifyingly bonkers. So go which way you want to with that one. And then Dr. Hugh Sheridan on YouTube says, a former girlfriend of mine apparently made some of the clothes for one of the Chucky films. No wonder I couldn't sleep that soundly with her. That is terrifying. So thank you for doing that. Hopefully we'll move beyond childhood nightmares in the afternoon session.
Super stuff. Well, I think the bear will be along, or someone's going to play some highlights or a podcast or something. In the meantime, I'll thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll be back tomorrow morning on the mic myself, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of gorillas.
Thank you very much, Gary, and thank you, James. This lunchtime, you will be listening to an interview with Gulfraz Riaz, the chair of the NACC. So I'll just pop that on, and we will be back at 20 to 2 with more commentary for you. The Bear will be taking over at that point. Thanks very much.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of the Guerrilla Cricket Podcast in partnership with the Cricket Supporters Association, in which we and the CSA look to put forward the views of the people who matter most in cricket, the fans. I'm your host, Nakul Mpande, and I'm joined by the chair of the National Asian Cricket Council, Gulfraz Riaz.
Hi, Nakul. How are you?
I should say, of course, welcome back to Gulfraz, who was good enough to join us earlier in the year on our anti-racism special. And it's kind of in that vein that you join us again, Gulfraz, except we're very much focused today, not so much on a sketch of the problems, but on solutions. So I think the best place to start is run our viewers and listeners through a sketch of who the NACC are.
Yeah, the National Asian Cricket Council is a key advisory body to the ECB. Started off with their South Asian engagement work, which we were consulted with, and as well as the Asian community up and down the country, over 2017, 2018, and then really working towards those action plans that were identified in the action plan. And then since then, we've also been advising up to 19 first class and non-first class counties around the country, as well as MCC Foundation and MCC Young Cricketers. So from an advisory point of view, we've got a really good base in terms of engagement and supporting what every county and cricketing fraternities are doing with the South Asian community.
And what are those counties doing, and what are the ECB trying to do? What is, in effect, the problem that the NACC exists to solve?
I think they're multi-layered, to be honest, Nicole. I think there isn't just one. I mean, what Hampshire may have an issue with will be very different from Leicestershire, where there's a heavy Asian community, to Warwickshire, etc. So the movement actually started originally with the 5 core cities, London almost being like one group, and then it was Birmingham, Leicester, Leeds and Bradford. So the strategy really was to go to where the real hubs of the Asian community are, and then expand from there. So they were the original 5, and then I know some of these are towns like Luton and Slough, but the focus became on those as well in the last 2 years, I believe. So the real movement is about engaging and then specifically looking at what the issues might be in each county, and they could be from grounds, facilities, funding. It could be about player pathways for boys and girls from the Asian community towards the professional game in county age group, aspiring coaches, aspiring umpires, aspiring scorers, working in cricket administration. So almost really every facet that's there available for the traditional English fan and English club. We're just trying to make sure that actually those opportunities are there for the South Asian cricketing community as well.
So it's about equality of access and equality of opportunity. Could you give your expert opinion as to why in 2020, given the long history of South Asian involvement in cricket in this country and of large South Asian populations in this country, why that equality of access and opportunity is still not present?
Yeah, good question, Nicole. I think it's twofold. I think first was about becoming aware of the communities, the Bangladeshi, the Indian, the Sri Lankan, Tamils, etc., Pakistanis. You know, some of these guys have been going for 40 years and still running under their own devices. But what I think what's happened certainly since 2012, 2013, the awareness is greater now in terms of it, and I think it's twofold. Just as the focus is via the governing body and the county boards, I think it's really important that the South Asian cricketing community also take ownership and build bridges and develop their interest via the county boards and the cricketing stakeholders in their countries. But I think that the point is that actually, yes, there has been a bridge that hasn't been built over the years. The South Asian cricketing communities themselves have just got on with it, playing on Sundays, getting changed under trees and in car parks. And what we highlighted was that actually you're a very important part of the cricketing family, and the focus then was driven by the ECB to engage, to understand, to support, and build bridges to work together. So your question is really, really well meant, and I understand fully. But actually, there is a point where we understand where we've been, but actually it's really important to build on where we want to go together.
And would it be fair to say that where we want to go is a place where South Asian cricketing fans, whatever generation of arrival into the UK that they may be, or whoever they happen to support county or national team wise, feels as though they are a full and proper and valued stakeholder in English cricket?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got phrases and words coming out that cricket is for all, and It's for all communities, all backgrounds, male, female, any gender. It's important, and I think we have made great strides. If I'm being brutally honest, if you just look at last year's World Cup winning side, that probably was the most diverse England national side in probably any sport in many years. So that was really important. And then you look at people behind the scenes, and a man that you and I both admire in Mo Bobat, National Performance Director, who plays a huge role in English cricket. And then we've seen great journeys, people like Vikram Solanki at Surrey, Min Patel at Kent, Ajmal Shahzad at MCC YC's head coach. And then we've got people in influential positions like Sanjay Patel and Vikram Banerjee. So all these in the positions they're in at the moment weren't there 4 or 5 years ago. So we are making strides. It's not perfect. Nothing really is in life. But do we understand the problem? And is the intention there? I believe it truly is.
And you, as the National Asian Cricket Council, you said have been brought on as an advisory board to the ECB, and have been for a number of years. One of the biggest things that come out of that was the South Asian Action Programme. So could you describe just quickly how that plan came about, what its recommendations were, and how far along that process? I know it is a long process. The work of undoing or improving on 40 years worth of problems doesn't happen in just a couple of years. But in terms of how far we are along towards meeting those goals.
Yeah, and those goals were, as I said, were on different facets in terms of it is an 11-point action plan. It was not something that was going to be achieved within a couple of years. It could be 5 years. It could be longer. But the journey towards that was actually where Vikram Banerjee and his team, and Vikram's head of strategy, he genuinely went up and down the country and held forums and consultations with the South Asian cricketing community in places like Leicester and Birmingham and in Yorkshire, Leeds, and there was input from the Asian community, and I was present in a number of those, and there were some very frank, honest conversations that took place, and then on the back of that, the strategy was pulled together, and I fundamentally believe that actually the strategy in principle, the raw ingredients of the strategy are absolutely right to get things going, to get the momentum. And then the other part of the plan really is about the community engagement, and also, Nicole, the county board involvement is absolutely crucial, because from Lord's HQ, fantastic plan, consultations are being done, strategy is good, but actually who's delivering this? Who's got the engagement with the communities in Birmingham or Leicester or in Bradford? And I think that's where the real crucial part of the jigsaw is, that actually who's delivering, what's the engagement, and what are the measurables? How are we measuring this over what period? So it's a lot of work to be done, and there's some really key elements of who needs to drive this, and I would say one of the key people is the South Asian community themselves.
We can talk about both of those elements now, the delivery of the county board and also the willingness to engage of the various South Asian communities, because it's important to note that there are multiple South Asian communities, not just from each particular South Asian country, but then the needs of the Bengali population are very different to that of the Gujarati population, are very different to that to the Punjabi population. The needs of the Pakistani Punjabi population compared to the Pakistani Pashto population, these are very different communities who come from very different historical backgrounds. What are the key deliverables, I guess? What are those key measures by which you say, right, this has been a success, we need to do more of this, or we need to work harder on this, or that wasn't the right way to do this, we need to do something else? What are those key metrics that we're looking at?
Yeah, and I think the other part of the South Asian community, I know you just touched on the Afghani community, but NACC, working with Hampshire Cricket Board, we've just helped set up the first Nepalese cricket league in the country. So that's a great platform as well for the guys around Hampshire and working within the army barracks around Aldershot. So they're going to be in 2021, if things go back to normal, hopefully that there's a brand new member of the South Asian community setting up their own league. But look, I think if you if you sat down, there's probably 5 or 6 things that I've already mentioned on a wish list, and we've highlighted at the wish list. But if you then broke it down to what is the top 2 or 3, grounds, facilities, funding, these are crucial. Now, obviously, the spaces and the grounds are sparse. There's not many out there at the moment. Cutbacks happen with local authorities, so where those facilities are for Sunday. We're encouraging partnerships between the South Asian cricketing community and the traditional English club whose ground might be available on a Sunday. So to build those bridges and allow access to use good facilities, and the old age one, where Asians are saying that actually we haven't gone on to represent ourselves in the professional game, boys or girls. I mean, women's cricket is equally important, and obviously playing for the national side as well. So those are the top 3 things at the moment. But I know that also in the 11-point action plan, the fans' experience is one of them as well. Knowing that almost every test venue in England at the moment has a multi-faith prayer room. That's happened as well. That's transpired to a reality. But I know also that that fans' experience is important. There were consultations about having alcohol-free areas, halal food, vegetarian food. So all these are learnings. All these were put forward by the South Asian community when the consultations happened. And you will see that actually if you do go to a test venue on a test match, there will be halal food, there will be a prayer room available, vegetarian food equally, and non-alcohol areas as well where people that don't partake in that can watch the game peacefully.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a long time ago, but the World Cup, I went to a number of the World Cup games throughout the summer, and all of those things were in evidence in these COVID socially distanced empty ground times. These seem like nice problems to have, but hopefully we can get back to talking about those. And the fan experience segues in beautifully to the Cricket Supporters Association, who we're very delighted to be partnering with here on Guerrilla Cricket. So how did that link come about between yourselves and the Cricket Supporters Association, and what are the mutual aims that you two want to achieve working together?
Yeah, so we've known Becky for a number of years. Becky and myself were part of the board at the Club Cricket Conference. Look, the parallels really there are, first and foremost, trying to set up an entity or an organisation that understands the needs of the fans. Once you know and understand them, then you can obviously speak to the stakeholders, be it the county boards, the ICC, the stadium managers, for example. So it's a really, I think it's an important part of the jigsaw for the cricketing family. The teams, the stadiums, the national teams that we support, the players. There's a voice for almost everyone out there at the moment, and there wasn't one so much as for a collective voice. Yes, we've got separate Barmy Army and other fan groups that didn't ever work against each other. They just had their own interests because their heritage and their communities and their fan base was because of that reason. But what Becky's doing and the Sport Association that's coming together, actually it's a win-win situation for everybody, because you again come together. And the beauty of cricket is that actually we don't have segregation in a stadium. We can all sit there, and where, like the World Cup last year, although it was New Zealand and England, there was India tops, Pakistan tops, Australia tops, everybody was there. So that's the beauty of cricket, that actually, unlike football, we're not segregated in that sense, and we can appreciate friendly rivalry and banter. But it's important that an organisation such as this brings the voices together so we speak as one.
Absolutely. We've seen in football, to take a recent topical example, or at least topical at the time we were recording this, that organised fan pressure caused the Premier League to back down over pay-per-view, and not only organised fan pressure of negativity, but also of positivity of driving that into something else, where Club Supporters Association says, no, we're not going to give that money to pay-per-view. That money you would have spent on watching us, go and donate it to food charities. And it is absolutely vital to call out stuff that's going wrong, to call out areas where we feel that fans are not being properly represented in decision making. But it's also important to be a voice of positivity and a voice of constructive plans and a voice of hope, if as much as anything else. Where do you see the NACC fitting into that with the CSA in the next few years?
Yeah, and these are dialogues which almost go back to the action plan as well. That, you know, we want to understand actually. So, for example, the distribution of tickets as well, because there's huge clamour, isn't it, in terms of block viewings and ballots and so on. So there's a moment of understanding actually how much of that is ICC led, how much is it kind of if you're watching a county game led, or how much is it the people running the stadium led. So I think the fact that it's pretty early stages of this forming, this group forming, it's important that actually, look, if you look at the overall ticket pricing, for example, for the working man, most people probably couldn't afford to go to Lord's. That's probably the most expensive venue to watch a game of cricket. But then if you break it down, actually, that you're there for anything up with 6-7 hours, then it does actually, you know, come into light that actually it is value for money. And of course, stadiums are improving. I think that's the other thing that the Supporters Association could possibly work on, is actually the whole match day experience, Nicole. I think that's crucial. But every stadium is different. Every interest of a stadium are a little bit different, and the demographics of the social community, I guess, where the pricing tickets in Leeds and Bradford would be different from Lord's, right? So it's very different. But I think the fact that a supporters association or groups come together, it's actually one of the jigsaw pieces that was missing for a while, actually.
Was this something that the CSA reached out to you with, or you reached out to them and said, we want to be a part of that? How did that conversation start?
Yeah, because I've known of Becky for 2-3 years, so there was early dialogue, early communication, and to be fair, we still need to have extensive conversations as well with Becky, and build on that, because you can come together, and I think sometimes it's easier to come together, and actually it's harder and longer to stay together to understand what we're trying to drive here. But I mean, for example, over the last 2 or 3 years, we've had a fans cup at Edgbaston where we, the NACC, have played the Barmy Army. So we play the Barmy Army, but it depends if India are here, then we will have an Indian NACC-led team. If Pakistan have been here, then a Pakistani 11 would play the Barmy Army in Birmingham, Edgbaston. So that is, again, bringing the cricketing fans together. And I think, so if, you know, Sri Lanka are here next year, I believe, as well, for a short period, we'll be looking to have a Sri Lankan Asian or Sri Lankan NACC 11 playing against the Barmy Army. So I think forging relationships that were always there on a mutual way, mutual respect was always there. But I think we're still learning what more we can do, and there's more to come from the Supporters Association. But I think overall the initial communications and the initial feedback's been good. It's been positive, and that's exactly what we wanted.
That's fantastic. Really excited to hear that there's a NACC versus Barmy Army game. I'd be remiss of me as a as a cricket commentator to ask if we can commentate on those games at some point. That would be wonderful. And then also as a cricket journalist, who's come out on top in those games?
Yeah, it's been good actually. We played the first one. The first one was an NACC 11, played at Ad Hoc CC in Birmingham. And there's some fantastic pictures on our website with St George's flags and you know the two fans groups coming together. We've also held actually an India v Pakistan game indoors because it rained in Birmingham that day. But look, we would love to have you there commentating next year. I firmly believe it's the Sri Lankan fans, or it could be 3 separate games because India are here, Pakistan are here, Sri Lanka's here. The Asian teams are, I believe, we're 2-1 up. We're 2-1 up out of the last 3 years. But it's so much fun and it's so much camaraderie. And we do remind the guys, look, it is fun and it's social and it just brings people together, and we have some food afterwards as well. But that's been running as the Edgbaston Fans Club. So Warwickshire Cricket Board Cricket Club have been huge supporters of this for the last 3 or 4 years. So we're definitely going to have it next year. And look, you'll definitely be commentating.
NACC 2-1 up with many more to play. Exciting stuff. We should touch on a couple of bigger picture issues that affect both the CSA and the NACC. The first one, frankly, is COVID. I mean, how want to say how frustrating, but how difficult has it been? What has the impact of COVID been on the activities of the NACC when it comes to fan representation?
Yeah, it's been challenging because obviously we had Pakistan here this year, and we saw some desperate fans. I think it was at Old Trafford across the road for where the train station is with their drums and trying to motivate the teams from that aspect. But look, I think the important thing is that huge credit goes to the ECB for getting cricket on, and obviously West Indies and Pakistan for coming over and working in difficult environments like the bubble. But from a fan's point of view, I think we would have taken, if we go back to March, April, almost hearing of no cricket at all. So some cricket is better than no cricket, and watching cricket on television is definitely better than no cricket at all. So look, we understand circumstances are difficult, and we're still a sport. We're an enjoyable sport. We're recreational, be at international level, but there's been some huge sacrifices made by key line front workers and doctors and nurses and others in the NHS. So we're just grateful that actually we saw some cricket. But look, I'm not sure if you're like me, but I'm getting a little bit tired of these artificial noises with the crowds. It doesn't feel the same as much as you try to think that they're there. But the important thing is safety, and hopefully we can get to some normalism for next year.
To be honest, when we're commentating, we don't hear any of that. We make the artificial noises ourselves, frankly. So we're probably not the right people to ask. I then also want to also touch on the recreational game. There can be a danger when something like COVID takes over, that all of these priorities that we've talked about representation, about building bridges from both sides, can get lost a little bit. So when what did what we got of the recreational season look like from the point of view of your objectives and the objectives of the South Asian Action Plan?
Yeah. Well, if you ask the Pakistani community that were fasting, they would probably thought actually it was brilliant, because for the first time in many years they weren't able to play cricket during the fasting period. But so that was it. That would have been a challenge. And I think in some ways the South Asian community, from what I've heard and from what I've seen, they were averse to having teas outside and separation and social distancing. If you see some of the guys playing cricket on a Sunday in the parks, they will get their biryani pots and whatever food they bring, and they'll be sitting socially distanced away under a tree. Don't have the luxuries of changing rooms and being in clubhouses as such. But it did have a knock-on effect. We were given probably a 9 or 10 week season at the recreational level. A lot of teams, and this is where I was very proud of the South Asian cricket leagues. They some of them went to a T20 mode only. Some of them played two T20s in a day with colour clothing and white ball. So very resourceful, very well organised leagues with good people running them. But the challenges were there absolutely, and not having because some local authorities couldn't make grounds available local because they had other priorities with cemeteries and other works that needed, and staff being on furlough. So we learnt a lot actually. The resilience of the South Asian cricketing community. Almost every league managed to get a cricketing program, which is fantastic. And they're resourceful, they're strong, and they're able to manoeuvre and adapt very easily.
Yeah, there's a word in Hindi called jugaad, which is about resilience and about adaptability to situations, and there's been, well, we've all needed to show a little bit of that, frankly, over this year of 2020. The final point, and it's something that you and I have touched upon, and you touched upon when you were on the show last time, is about it's quite easy to think of the South Asian community as almost intrinsically linked with cricket, as though they're almost mutually sort of almost symbiotic, as that you almost can't have one without the other. So some may ask why the South Asian community in needs a particular focus with everything else that's going on, but it's fair to say that actually this isn't something that can be just assumed.
No, and I think you've got to trace back to when the South Asian cricketing community the South Asian community first came to the UK. And look, at the end of the day, I think people and communities are people and communities because they feel comfort in being together, especially when they come to new shores, and they're ultimately products of their own experience and in their own environment, so they feel comfort in that. So it's transpired that way. It's been there 30, 40 years over the years, and my concern is, and I think we touched on it last time, was that actually probably going into 5th generation now, where is the growth and participation? Where is the interest of the South Asian community? And I've always said that actually 4 or 5 generations in with any community, Polish community, Somalian community, you will become more British. There's no denying that. You will become an environment or product of the environment that you're in. And I think the point you were trying to make was actually, was it's in our DNA. When we first came over, the first generation, 3rd and 4th, but actually we're seeing that the interest is probably not as high as it can and should be. And my fears were always been, when I mentioned last time, what happened to the Caribbean cricketing community. And, in a few generations, maybe in a decade, we may be in a position where numbers are dropping. I know that at least a couple of leagues, especially in East London, weren't even sure after 30 years of being in existence that they would be able to run as a league this year. So that's where the real work is needed. We need to inspire, and we need to get the community investing in their youth. That's really, really crucial, because it is in the DNA. But if you don't engage with children, if you don't bring them in, if you don't spend time with them, we've got the role models, right, Nicole? We've got Moyen there, we've got Adil there, and over the years with Ravi and Monty. But the important thing is learn the lessons in some ways, because I set up the African Caribbean Cricket Association. I know what that first generation Caribbean community said to me at the Oval, and you can learn from that. And it's important that the South Asian cricketing community learn from that and invest in their youth.
So finally, as we wrap up, how do we as cricket broadcasters and as media, how do you, the NACC and the CSA as fan groups, ensure that the South Asian cricket community not only maintain their status, cricket communities I should say, maintain their status within English cricket, but also become a more integral part of it? So what are your hopes and your goals over the next few years as we come out of COVID, as we try and build the vision of cricket in this country that we want to see? What does that look like?
I think the key word, Nicola, is integration. You can still have your leagues, you can have your identity, you can have your community setups, but integration is crucial. And where you've got really well-meaning plans in All-Stars cricket, that was the participation growth arm of the ECB in terms of igniting interest in young English children. We firmly believe that actually that same model should be easily transferable into the South Asian community, with Dynamo's cricket coming in now as well. But you need to get the leagues to invest in their children. You need to set up junior leagues. You need to, if there are no junior leagues, you need to take those children into traditional English clubs. They've got fantastic facilities, 150 odd children already. Don't be afraid to go into that world and keep your child involved in cricket. They can have a parent club be in the English club Monday to Saturday or Friday nights, and you can still have your leagues on a Sunday. You can still have the community leagues, because they're a rich heritage part of our growing up in England, and we can't afford to lose the South Asian leagues. All of them, Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Sri Lankans, Tamils, Nepalese now, and hopefully Afghanis as well soon. And it's crucial that we keep supporting them, but keep listening to their needs, and then we can know exactly where they need support.
And that is a perfect way to end. And it's also very much incumbent on those at the top of institutions across England, county boards and national boards, and existing league structures, to also keep listening to the needs of their constituents, in particular the South Asian constituents, so that we can make this wonderful game of cricket in this country in which we live properly representative of cricket fans all over the place, and wherever they come from and wherever they hope to end up. the CSA have an initiative called Every Cricket Fan, and that's very much what we here at Guerrilla Cricket want to be striving towards and want to help bring about. Gulfraz Riaz, Chair of the National Asian Cricket Council, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole, and we'll see you commentating or playing in the NACC game next year.
Take care.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
Tony, I was going to say in the notes when you sent us the email, you did say what our highs were during.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to end on a gloomy note. So give us a couple of highs then.
Okay. Well, I think the best highs are when you don't expect them. You know, and for me, one of the highs, it's a funny little story. Well, it's a little story. When I was going to see Herbert Chang in Greenwich Town, in West Kingston there, sort of ghetto area, and my taxi driver, he took me down, I think it's Maxfield Avenue, past Studio One, and we knew that Herbert, I knew from my research and talking to one of his neighbours that he loved Pepsi Cola. And I realised that we were only a few hundred yards from his place and we didn't have any Pepsi Cola. So I noticed a little shack at the side of the road, and I said to the taxi driver, let's stop here and get some Pepsi for Herbert, you know, because he'll appreciate it. And he said to me, okay, look, I'll get out and get it. I said, no, look, I've got to get out and get it. Really, I can't be insulated, you know, during this process. I have to immerse myself at some point in this world, you know. I can't live in a bubble, you know. So I got out and I walked up into the shack that, you know, was selling various drinks and other things, and it had all iron bars at the front. So I knew that obviously, you know, there'd been some criminal shenanigans there at some point in the past. And as I walked in, 5 local guys, these huge guys, stinking of marijuana, walked in, and they walked up really close to me. I thought, oh shit, what's going to happen here? You know, what are these guys going to do? You know, and I was thinking I should have listened to the taxi driver. And then one of them, the sort of front man of the sort of gang, you know, looked at me and he just pointed to my shoes, and he goes, Clark's desert boots. Oh, yeah, Clark's. He said, and he put his hand out, he said, hey, give me 5 man, you know. and from that moment on, I was like some kind of king because I wore Clark's desert boots, and I've since discovered that the rude boys of Jamaica in the 60s, they used to wear Clark's desert boots as well, and there's quite a cult of wearing Clark's desert boots in Jamaica. So my recommendation is that if you're ever in the ghetto areas of Kingston, make sure you're wearing Clark's desert boots. You know. So we had a nice little conversation. One of them was actually a dance hall dancer, you know, and he had you know, his own sort of funky clothes on and all the rest. I mean, it was an experience that could have been turned out quite badly, actually turned out quite nicely. And I got my Pepsi, went and saw Herbert, and, you know, we had a great interview, and, you know, it just gave me a nice little booster for the day, you know, to get me into things. But just things like that, where you're getting an authentic experience, you know, I think it really adds, obviously, to your experience to your ideas and perspective as a writer, you know. And also, it might have saved my life at that point in time. So yeah,
that's good life advice. Clark's Desert Boots, if you happen to be in the dodgier parts of town. We have been enjoying immensely the company of Ashley Gray, author of The Unforgiven, Mercenaries or Missionaries, and of course Anindo Dutta, guerrilla cricket commentator, author of Wizards, the Story of Indian Spin Bowling, and The Greatest Year, 1971 tours of West Indies and England. This will be available as a podcast. You can get it on all the usual podcast channels, Podbean, iTunes, etc. You'll also be able to watch it as videos as well. We thank both gentlemen for your company. Ashley, thank you so much. And Anindo, thank you so much. Take care. These are troubled times. We will come out of it. At least we all do have some cricket to watch and to talk about.
Thank you very much.
See you all soon. Thank you very much for watching and listening.
Guerrilla cricket.
We're back. Got to let Fred in. There you go, Fred. You're in. Let me get a picture up so you can actually see me. Boom. There we go. Who's joining me? Fred and someone else. It's supposed to be Mess. No, it's not. Yeah, it's supposed to be Messers, and he's got problems with his internet, but he is back as well. So, hello, Fred, if you're there.
I am. Hello. Thanks for letting me in.
That's okay.
Eventually,
you know,
we are
chilling
back.
next
Is this
door.
the first ball after lunch?
First ball after lunch.
And it's a full ball on middle and leg stump, and it's driven through a large gap in the mid-wicket area. I think it's going to be hauled in just before it crosses the line. It is by... is that Overton?
No, it is
yes,
Overton.
It's Overton. And that's going to be 3 runs to Henry Knuckles, New Zealand's number 5, as we are back after lunch on this first day of the 3rd Test match between England and New Zealand at probably the ugliest ground in England. It is Headingley. Oh, they've given it 4. They had a look, and as he was hauling it back, his foot was touching the line. So all that effort for nothing. And the score is 68 for 3 off 27.1 overs. Hello, Bear, and hello, Messi.
Hello, Messi. You managed to get back in then?
I did, mate. Sorry about the problems. G'day, Fred. Good to see you. I hear you've been off watching Tendulkar.
As this next ball is pots around the wicket to the left-handed Conway, and he leans forward and defends back to the bowler. I got some startled reactions to my tweet the other day that I was watching Middlesex second 11 and Sachin Tendulkar was playing, which he was.
Was it Sachin Baby?
It was Arjun Sachin Tendulkar, the son of Sachin Tendulkar, who is a left-arm medium fast bowler, and he was playing for Middlesex seconds for a short while anyway, as Potts comes in and bowls, and it's a full ball which is driven towards mid-off. It's just a push drive, so it'll be a single as the extra cover comes round to field. One more to Conway. He's on 13.69 for 3.
Shall I play some jingles for the players?
Why not?
Okay. This man's batting.
Devon, Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
And he's batting with
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and more. You know Henry Nichols is racking up the score. Dozens of bowlers try to bring him down. Henry Nichols just laughs and goes to town.
He doesn't just do that, he defends this next ball from Potts as well, so he's multi-talented as Mr. Knuckles. And presumably over the lunch interval and beyond, we have had people getting in touch with us via our various means of social communication. And Messi, you can bring us up to date with what people are saying.
Well, very quiet on Twitter, but Scott Harrison is with us on YouTube. Says Broad always seems to bowl better when Jimmy's out of the side. He seems to rise to being the leader of the attack. Broad always seems like someone whose performance reflects his mood on the day. And then he says, ugliest ground, it's called character, like Villa Park in Goodison.
Next ball from Potts is a little bit shorter, and Nichols just plays us into cover. It's got a couple of extraordinarily ugly buildings. Headingley. It's got that green monstrosity at one end, which I don't think. It may not be part of the cricket ground, or it may be part of the cricket ground and something on the other side as well. There it is in the background, if you can see now. It's just.
I quite like that on the inside when we did the commentary from it, though.
Well, you can't see it when you're inside it.
Well, obviously.
That's a general rule. What was it Mark, Groucho Marx said about... Oh, I'll do it after this ball. Potts in again, and that pins Nichols back on the crease. The ball came back into him. I think he got an inside edge into his pads. But surprising for a little bit of pace. Groucho Marx said, outside of a dog... No. Outside of a... dog, a book is a man's best friend, and inside of a dog it's too dark to read. As we're looking again at the wickets that fell this morning, 3 of them fell before lunch. Broad had Latham nicking off for a duck. Leach then got an LBW decision, and then the last wicket to fall before lunch was Williamson, who feathered one through to Folkes from Broad. 2 for Broad, 1 for Leach in the pre-lunch session, and New Zealand, having won the toss and elected to bat, will be a little bit disappointed having lost 3 wickets by lunch, because we normally say when you put another team in, you want to get 3 wickets down, which seems to suggest that would be that means the bowlers are on top, and I think pretty much England's bowlers were on top on what looks like a pretty dry test track.
It's quite dry. I mean, the weather's supposed to change tomorrow, so it's probably wise to have won the toss and bat. Today looks like a nice batting day. This man's going to come into bowl.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around.
I can, yes. It was a fuller ball outside off stump, and Conway playing a little bit far away from his body, actually. Plays this up to extra cover. I'm not sure he wants to be playing at balls that far wide without getting good stride in. But he got away with it at that time.
Well,
in the middle of the bat.
That's his potential weakness, isn't it? The gap between bat and pad. A lot of them have it.
Well, yeah, the broad round the wicket tends to be the ball tends to get wickets with the ball going away from the left-hander. But if he can bring that in, that could cause Conway some difficulty. As Broad is in again, right arm round, and this is is aiming for the pads. 2 straight, and it's turned to a straightish mid wicket. No run. This is chuckling. That means there's probably a reasonably funny tweet.
Yeah, well, Jay says, as a Yorkshireman, I should stridently defend Headingley, but no, it's utter wank. Also full of other Yorkshiremen, which is always a negative.
How do you know they're Yorkshiremen? Because they tell you at every opportunity.
Oh, dear.
Broad, headband prominent, will be bowling again to Conway, perhaps a little bit wider of the crease, but he's hit. It's bowled well down. It's a full ball down the leg side, and Conway's missed out because he's only turned this down to long leg for a single. It may have even been a leg bye. I think it is a leg bye. So he missed out on a definite full ball there.
I think that came off his foot that he kicked out of the back and just ballooned up.
All right. Yeah, could have done. It did get there in a rather strange fashion. We're going to have another look at it. And the bear, as ever, is correct. Yes.
See?
Well, I say as ever. He does think he can play in the IPL, in which case he's completely wrong.
You know that's true, Fred. You know that's
And he also argues with the technology when it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the GPL this morning, I sent you a little message for Messi. I think because I changed the date from an earlier competition to after, but in the same game, it just picked up all the numbers from the previous. So there was only one person that entered at that time. And the, other 35 numbers mirrored the game that had already closed.
Back outside the off stump, well wide of off stump, and Nichols isn't tempted to play.
That would explain the lack of responses to our requests for people.
Well, the only number that was there was the only one, and it said only had one take. I think that was Hombre Nuevo with a number. He's also entered several other times, and they've all been picked up. The numbers that Matt Searle sent in are registered in there. So.
That's good.
So you are listening to on-air production notes of Guerrilla Cricket.
We have to explain.
Well, the good news is we've got £140 in the pot and a lot of entries in there, so there's lots of chances of people winning today.
Again, wide of the off stump, and again, Nichols, unlike Conway a little bit earlier, is not tempted to play that far away from his body. 70 for 3, 1 ball left of the 29th over.
And if it so happens that someone claims that's not true and they can prove it with an email, if they get the number right at the end of the day, then I'll pay them out. But
terms and conditions apply.
Exactly. We're nothing if not fair here at Gorilla.
Someone has found a way of gaming the GPL system.
Good luck to him.
As broad bowls again, widely off stump again, and again left by Nichols. The end of the over, 74-3. Messi.
A clueless middle-aged man says smartwatches were banned from use in Test cricket, but I see a few England cricket players with them on. They may be just modern watches that aren't smart, of course.
Dumb watches.
And Jay says Guy de Maupassant ate every day in the Eiffel Tower because it was the only place in Paris where he couldn't see it.
I 100% agree with that principle. I say the same about the OCS stand at the Oval, which is awful. And like this Headingley one, completely off centre, very disconcerting. It's one thing if you stick them right behind the pitch. Of course, the pitches move across the square. So, but yes, you want to sit in ugly buildings because you can't see them. Potts is going to start in the over. You'll have time for tweets between deliveries. That comes back, and Conway had left it, and there's a little moral victory there for the bowler, if not an actual victory, because it probably hit about a 5.5 stump. Well, of course you can put extra stumps wherever you like, but it was probably about 6 inches outside off stump. Maybe a little closer actually. It's a good ball.
Ferrong says one for Tony Bishop. Just found out the man that produces yardsticks won't be making them anymore. Damn. To which Tony Bishop says, apparently a lady is taking the jobs, but I've yet to meet her. Boom, boom.
A meter, very good, yeah. Full ball and just pushed to extra cover by Conway. Well, I haven't actually been on this series, I don't believe.
What have you been doing, Fred?
I've been doing other things.
Watching AS10 Tendulkar.
I've been watching a little Sachin or Arjun Tendulkar. I've been watching a fair bit of cricket up and down the country. I actually went about 20 miles past Trent Bridge where there was a test match last week to go to Chesterfield, where I saw Annie amongst other people as Potts bowls again, and this is inside edge down towards long leg. So another moral victory for the bowler. It's a single to Conway. He's on 14, 71 for 3.
Do we think Stokes can bowl in this game, or do we think that's being covered up and he can't?
What exactly have we heard about his injury situation?
Well, nothing, except for he jarred his knee on the last day of the last test.
Yes, very obviously. It looked like he couldn't walk. Yeah.
Precisely. Yeah. And that was 2 weeks ago. Now, clearly, it's not that serious that he's obviously not playing, and it's a managed injury of sorts.
Next ball is wide of the off stump, Nichols. It wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was Monday. So It was like 9 days ago.
Oh, 9 days ago. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
That's in a young person's body, that's enough time to recover from a niggle.
He's a young person with an old person's body.
Well, possibly. Yeah. And of course, there was a report 2 days ago that he was ill, but it wasn't COVID, and we were all suggesting that he might not be playing in his test, but. Clearly.
Well, he doesn't have a pristine record of being fit for every game, let's put it that way.
That's true.
For one reason or another, and he's had a lot of injuries, some of them that seem like they can recurrence, and others not. This is an LBW appeal, and he may have got outside the off stump as that was a full ball, and it's caught him on the front pads. Potts is interested. Stokes is suggesting down the leg side.
I don't think so.
England have all 3 reviews remaining, and they've got 7 seconds to make a decision. Are they going to coley it and do it in the last second? I don't think they are. I think
they are.
I don't think so. Oh, they are. They are. He did wait till 1 second left.
I think that's pretty close, Fred.
Clipping leg, I reckon.
I think that's dipped in at the last minute. He was far across, but I think it's hit him in line. The question is it going down? But he hasn't got very far forward. He's clipping that from the crease.
Yeah.
Well, we shall have a look as we look at the ball in slow motion. Definite big in swing and fairly late in swing. Oh no, that hasn't. He's definitely not got outside the line, but I think that
could be an inside edge.
Done too much. It was close to the bat, and we're going to have a look at the ultra edge to see if there's anything there. No, that looks like pad. It looks like pad to me. But it may be hitting leg. It may be clipping leg. It may be missing.
Well, it's hit him dead in line with off stump. So,
but if you see the bit before it has swung quite dramatic. Or is this?
I reckon that's middle and off. It's hitting when it hits the pad.
No, I think that's... Well, it depends.
That's middle stump that we can see between his pad and...
No, it's not. That's off stump, mate.
Is that off stump?
That's off stump. It's just about hit him in line.
Well, I think they're having a very close look at this ultra edge because he may have jammed it with between the bat and pad almost simultaneously, and these are difficult to overturn. And in fact, they're not even looking at ball tracking, which suggests that they are not convinced that it's missed the bat. Let's put it that way. And the review has been lost. It would be interesting to see the ball tracking if they come up with it later.
I think that's clattering into leg stump.
Yeah, you may well be right. I misread that. And
well, they do. You know, they have to be certain that the umpire's wrong, don't they? They have to go with the umpire. It's that whole thing.
Yeah, there was definitely, the ball can theoretically hit bat and pad at the same time, but it was a big inducker.
I think he's missed that. I think he's missed the bat. But that's my opinion. Obviously, I'm English. I'm sure a Kiwi will be going, nah, he's got a big inside edge on that.
As we've ascertained, Bear, you're never wrong.
I'm never wrong.
Even you
Even
against
when I am
technology.
wrong, I'm never
the
wrong.
technology is wrong, and you are right.
Absolutely.
We are looking at the ball tracking, and impact is in line.
Hitting.
Oh, he says it's hitting leg stump, but it's immaterial because they couldn't be convinced that the ball hadn't hit the bat, as the next ball is played towards Gully by Conway, who may have had a bit of a let off there, and that's the end of the 30th over, 71-4-3.
Warren
it was Nichols that had the let off.
Warren says, good later morning all. Namer Butland gives us a joke which I'll overlook for now. Scott Harrison says, surely Headingley is nicer than Durham and the Rose Bowl.
I've never been to Durham, actually. So I wouldn't like to comment. I'm trying to remember what it looks like, and I'm struggling.
You'll be telling me next that the new Adelaide Oval is better than the old Adelaide Oval.
None of the new Australian grounds have anything like the character of the old ones. It's Broad's going to
certainly don't like the character, but often the facilities are a lot better.
Yeah.
Well, that tends to be true, as this ball's well outside the off stump, and Conway leaves through to Folkes. Good to see Folkes getting a good run in the side. He didn't have a great time with the gloves in the West Indies, where some of the wickets can be a bit tricky for keepers, but I think he's done reasonably well, and he's more or less cementing his place. He's batted well. He batted very well in the first Test match in a critical situation to keep Root company to win the game, and he's doing well. As this is a full ball on middle stump, which is turned very sweetly by Conway through between mid off and mid on and mid wicket and out to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, Folkes never really did anything wrong to get dropped after he came back to England, did he? After that series, the first series he played was Sri Lanka, wasn't it? Sri Lanka,
except injuring himself.
He did injure himself when he probably would have come back. He slipped over in the dressing room and did himself some damage. He was probably remarking on how ugly the OCS stand was. And it took his eye off what he was supposed to be walking on, as Broad, who's looking for the swing that Potts has got, and this is a good line just outside the off stump, and a little bit tentative, but a solid forward defensive from Conway.
Now, what I do want to know, Fred, is what was A.S. Sendolkar's bowling like? Was it?
I wasn't hugely impressed, I have to say. He's got a bit of a mincing run up where he doesn't take big strides. He sort of short steps, and he didn't look particularly quick. He's not that young. I think he's about 22. And I did suggest that he won't get as many Test wickets as his dad, who has 46. As the next ball from Broad is dropped into the offside by Conway. A very sharp piece of fielding by Bairstow, gets in quickly, no chance for a run. I mean, it's often the way with in all countries. Let's be honest, that people with a good name can get selected above their talent level. And that's something that might happen to him. Maybe I didn't see him on a particularly good day either, but I wasn't vastly impressed.
That was Stuart Binney, wasn't it?
Yeah, Stuart Binney did all right.
It's really hard, though. I mean, Imam Haq copped a lot of that, but actually he's proved to be well worth the selection.
This is full outside the off stump and slashed by Conway, square of the wicket in the offside and out to the boundary for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What might be in young Tendulkar's favour is that he's a bowler and not a batsman, so the comparisons are not going to be the same. I think Len Hutton's, who was one of England's finest batsmen of all time, his son played professional cricket and played for England as well. But he was an opening bowler, despite his father being an opening batsman. As Broad is in again to Conway, may have moved away slightly, but it was too short when Conway leaves. So, if you are going to follow in a famous father's footsteps, it might be useful to have a different discipline.
Yes.
But let's see, what are people saying on Twitter?
Absolutely nothing on Twitter at the moment.
Useless bums.
Pokey Bumfingers with us on YouTube says, I've been calling out the undercurrent of racism in English cricket for at least 20 years. Overdue discussion, in my opinion. No need for witch hunts. Find the flaws and change them. Job done. Interesting. I noticed on the video you posted of Tendulkar bowling, he sort of had that look of a cartoon character. He's got an awful lot of leg action and very little pace.
Yes, as this first ball from Potts is played to mid-off, no run. Some Indian bowlers do have, you're thinking of Jasprit Bumrah and people who've got unusual run-ups. It wasn't quite that eccentric, but he didn't look like it was the most fluid. And I don't know, I just wasn't hugely impressed. But again, I only saw him bowl probably about 7 or 8 overs, and he may not have been having a good day. As Potts bowl again, full ball, and Nichols defends it well. And the bowler himself picks up and then throws it to the keeper for no discernible reason. Unless he's trying to work on the ball. Probably the bowler could do it himself, walking back to his mark. 79-4-3. We're getting close to the meat of the order with Blundell and the other bloke whose name escapes me, Mitchell, who've done so well in this short series. An interesting test summer still to come for England, because they have one make-up test with India to play and then South Africa, as this is outside the off stump from Potts, and Nichols leaves.
And a bunch of short white ball nonsense with India in between.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about, the cricket.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Wood says, did Stuart Broad's dad bowl at all? Well, he bowled 1 over in Test cricket to Pakistan for 4 runs, and that was it.
Yes, again, yes, you're right. An opening batsman was Chris Broad. Mind you, when Stuart Broad started, he had the look of potentially an all-rounder, but that died away pretty quickly.
Well, he was another one. He was a kid as an opening batsman, wasn't he, as a kid?
Yeah, this is cut not entirely convincingly by Nichols, and there's a man in quite a strange position. He's about where a circle would be if you were playing fake cricket, but he's sort of backward point, not far behind a gully, and he fields that ball. So they obviously think that is an area that Nichols, well, it either needs protecting or is possibly a catching position.
Yeah, miss hit.
Potts is in again, and this is a bit straight and turned into the leg side, but there's a man just in front of the umpire at square leg who fields, no run. What are the two of you, what have you made of Potts in his brief Test career so far?
Well, I quite like him. He's strong. He's a workhorse. He doesn't bowl particularly quick, but he does enough, and he seems to be able to keep it up all day long as well. That's going to get the pawn bot.
Well, there are pills for that sort of thing.
Yeah, what is that?
But I mean, the question I would ask, as he's in again and bowls, full ball, which is driven back to him by Nichols, maybe slightly off the inside half of the bat, is, do you think he has what it takes to succeed as an England Test bowler overseas?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think he's fine in English conditions. He's like a top of the level of county cricket, but overseas, I wonder. I really do.
Depends where you take
I
him.
prefer him to Robinson, frankly, but beyond that, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, this is it. Robinson. I mean, crikey.
Well, there were a few of these bowlers that seem to be much of a muchness in terms of the results they get in English cricket and in English conditions. Although, having said that, this year in English first-class cricket, the bat has been lording it over the ball, which it hasn't done for a few years. It may be related to the ball, maybe related to the wickets. or the weather. There's a lot of things it could be, but a lot more runs are being scored in English cricket this year as Broad bowls again, and that it's either taken Conway on the glove, and I think it has, because he dropped the hand off the bat and he's walking around looking as though he's feeling a bit ginger. Speaking of gingers, there's a big close-up of Ben Stokes' beard as I said that.
He's got a lot of crow's feet, hasn't he?
Let's have a look at this again. Yes, it's straightened and it's caught him either on the glove or the forearm. I think it may be on the... yeah, it's gone past his glove and it's caught him where he's wearing an arm guard, but it may have gone just on the inside of the arm guard.
I think it's hit him on a bicep, pretty much, isn't it? Yeah. It should be pointed out that the Smacksman working title TM has just landed in your inboxes if you're a patron.
Indeed.
Lucky you.
There's a lot of it.
Broad. And pushes Conway into a defensive shot from the crease, plays it back to the bowler. He doesn't seem to be showing any signs of injury. You never show that you're hurt, do you? But sometimes you can't really help it, I'm afraid, when they're carrying you off in various pieces. 79 for 3. Oh look, there's an idiot dressed up in fancy dress.
Is it fancy dressed out Headingley on Thursday, or is it Friday?
It seems to be always fancy dressed out Headingley, and frankly I have a feeling it's people who should be working and just don't want to appear on the telly. As Broad comes in and bowls full ball, and it's driven back to him, but he can't get down in time. It's past the bowler and down to the straight boundary at mid-off for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a good shot. It was a full ball, and Broad, who has got the ball to move this over, may have slightly shaped, but it was, he was solidly behind that. It was a punch drive. It went very straight. Broad did try and dive and cut it off, but couldn't.
Good shot. Yeah, we should mention Patreon, of course. Please become a patron. We have bills to pay, and by you patroning us, it helps us pay our bills and not go under, which allows us to keep on giving you this coverage. And now you get extras as a patron. And if you do $2, you get the Bear and the Bishop podcast included as well. After this ball,
Broad bowls down the leg side, and a waft really from Conway. Misses the ball, and Folkes takes. Yes, the Smacksman magazine. You get the Bear and Bishop podcast. You get all sorts of extras.
You get access to the archive at $5, and then if you go $10, you get all that. Plus, you get your name on the glory roll, up in lights, going around and around and around forever and ever on the internet. The whole world will see your name, and you also get a coffee mug.
And a sense of great self-satisfaction.
Absolutely, and there you go.
Well, I think some of our listeners are more than self-satisfied enough already, to be fair. 83 for 3 as Broad bowls to Conway, who is 26 and is on the back foot, defending this back to the bowler. There was a lot there, but of course our main product is free at the point of use. You can listen to us broadcasting test matches and all sorts of other fake cricket all through the year, all times of day and night. And we do this because... Why do we do this? Anyone know, actually?
Because we
enjoy it.
Yeah.
We enjoy it. Right, yes. And we hope you do.
I enjoy your company, Fred.
Yeah, but that's mostly off air. As wider ball outside the off stump, Conway leaves the end of the 33rd over. Messi, what are people saying on the internet?
I don't know, but the Pornbot's going to say something about that. Jay Grover says, I hardly think Roger Binney was such a powerful force in Indian cricket that Stuart Binney would get preferential treatment.
Actually, he was, because he was chairman of the selectors.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Josie Oakes says, according to his dad, David Willey isn't as good as his dad. And the
I wouldn't argue with his dad.
Pornbot says, checking my inbox for a special delivery from Hendo. Click here. Jersey Jingler says, what's with all the Headingley hate? Typical London-based media, anti-North bias, soft southern namby-pamby wankers.
Trent Bridge is a lovely ground.
Trent Bridge is a lovely ground.
Might be
I didn't mind. I didn't think Headingley was that bad. Mind you, I haven't been to a lot of ground, so,
And you were cut off from the people, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. I was cut off from the people.
Potts, again, round the wicket. And this is quite straight, but a firm leave from Nichols. And Folkes doesn't take cleanly after the credit we've been giving him. He just dropped that ball, but no run A cruise, 83 for 3.
The Western Territory.
I should also bring you an update from Leicester, where India is playing Leicestershire in its warm-up game before the Test match.
Oh yeah.
They're currently 133 for 5, with Coley on 32 not out from 60 deliveries. A player in his first-class match, Roman Walker, who's a Welshman, is 21 years old, has 3 for 12 from 6 overs.
This is wide and cut to that deepish backward point position that they have for Nichols, and it goes straight to him. So the camera rightly focuses on Stokes, who's probably saying, "Yeah, I put him there, and that's exactly where I wanted him." It prevents a run. Prevents
Kind
possibly
of
a
missed
bad
out there, I'd have said. It should have been slapped for 4.
Oh, look, we're looking at the ball. No wickets have been taken for about 10 overs, so they need to get the handcuffs out and see whether they can get them to change the ball. When I was watching the Middlesex Seconds game yesterday at Radlett, which is a ground surrounded by greenery, I think they had to come out with a new box of balls about 4 times in the 4 hours I was watching there, because balls kept getting lost. Not damaged, lost.
Well, that kept happening if you'd have watched the ODIs in Holland.
Yes, this is a full ball, and Nichols is slightly turned around by this, plays this off a leading edge up to mid-off. No run.
And Joss Butler and et al. Were smashing it into the trees in the first one when we got that 498. Which is
there's a very loud railway line next to Radlett Cricket Club. It's probably quiet there today actually, but when they're playing, and you can't see it because it's sort of behind trees and it's also sunken at a slightly lower level.
I played
so
at Radlett.
You hear this extraordinary noise.
I played
at
at Radlett once. It's a nice ground, yeah.
Not bad for an out ground.
Very
the drinks
nice
are pretty cheap. The handcuffs are out, and the ball seems to be going through the one it ought to be going through, and not going through the one it ought not to be going through. And it's handed back to Stokes, who shakes his head as if to say, "It's square. Can't you see?"
Jay said, "Oh fuck." Well, fuck. Sorry, Fred. I forgot that. He also says the only thing to be said in Headingley's favour is they once chucked me out of a Yorkshire Derbyshire match, so they have some discernment.
Wide of the off stump, and no shot from the batsman. Well, credit there to the stewards for their innate good taste. Yorkshire Derbyshire played Yorkshire in one of these 20-over games at Chesterfield last week and sold out. About 7,000 or something. So
excellent.
Who's in that India team, by the way? Messi?
Didn't they lend Bumrah to Leicestershire or something? To play against them, so they can get some more people some practice.
Yes, they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's not going to be a first-class game because Leicester got 13 on their team.
Probably not going to help them very much. As Potts bowls and slightly, well, again, this is an latish in-swinger. So he is getting movement, this Potts, and this is trapped between bat and pad and then rolls into the footmarks of the batsman, where he picks up and very gently throws it to a fielder. So definite, good late movement from Potts. It's in swing to the left-handers, which means it would be away swing from the right-handers, which can be very tricky when you've got 3 slips in the gully waiting. In fact, he's getting so much in swing. I would possibly have a short leg, or maybe even a leg slip or a leg gully, as Potts bowls again, and a good solid defensive shot from Knuckles, who has 4 off 33 balls at the end of the over.
We are
due a change, and I think Hendo's coming in.
He is.
And I shall be leaving you for the day and the test. So long, everybody.
Yeah, nice to see you, Fred. I'm going to play you a little jingle and it will switch to the room.
Yep, you owe us all right. You think this alternative cricket commentary stuff comes cheap? Well, we need some dollar bills to help pay our bills, so please go to patreon.com/GorillaCricket and sign up to make a regular monthly donation. You know there's literally nothing like Gorilla Cricket's coverage, so don't be tight, dip into your virtual pocket and throw some cash our way. See, Rihanna knows. Patreon.com/GorillaCricket.
Pay me what you want it.
Yeah, pay us what you want. Although if you pay £4 a month or more, you get the extras, as well as the 1,000 hours of commentary per year. You get the Smaximum, the new views and newsletter, which is about 3,700 words long today. It's all split up into different stories, so it's not like a massive read in that respect. But you get that. You get the Bishop and the Bear, I think you get the Bishop and the Bear if you're at any level of Patreon, to be fair. Anyway, it's going to be Jamie Overton to bowl to Devon Conway's on 26. Oh, and he tries to leave that initially, but leaves the bat hanging out there, and it comes off the face down towards backward point, and there is no run. I've got me, Gorilla Hendo, and Jacob, 2 men in the studio.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
It's a glorious moment.
And we've got Forthy as well. I'll just jingle up the returning Overton.
Indeed.
Thought you were going to jingle me up for a minute.
I will also jingle up Forthy. Come on. There it is. I'll jingle him up after this ball.
In comes Overton again, shorter ball and pulled, but straight to a man who is, I wouldn't say he's exactly on the 45, but he's finer than your average backward square leg would be, and he hit it straight to him. I think there's also a long leg beyond him as well, so if he gets a top edge, there's still a chance that a man down on the boundary will take the catch.
Here's the bowler.
Jamie Overton, he can score a quick half-ton, less racist than his mother's other.
And he's bowled it! He's bowled it!
Got him!
Midway through that ridiculous jingle, he's produced the inside edge from Devon Conway. We've been talking about Devon Conway from the very first day that he came into bat in Lords last year, that he has got a weakness on the inside edge. He's got away with it up until now. This time, though, he's dragged it back onto the stumps. Overton has a first Test wicket, and New Zealand are in some trouble at 83 for 4.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
So Conway is on his way, and Overton is receiving the applause out the window of the dressing room from his twin. He's probably feeling a bit sore that he's not out there, but that's the way it goes. Horrible shot. He lost control of the bat really there, though. Your bottom hand came right off it. He was aiming the drive. Overton has got a certain amount of swing today, and that may have done a little bit. And Conway is gone. And New Zealand, having won the toss and opted to bat, are in a deal of trouble. Though that said, are we going to get another wonderful partnership from Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell? It could be. They've kept them together, really, haven't they, this series?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been talking about Devon Conway earlier and how he likes a bit of an inside edge. It happens sometimes, and it's been his undoing. It was against Robinson last year, and now the slightly less racist brother of Craig. It really all joins the dots, doesn't it? Robinson, Craig Overton, Jamie Overton. There's a line of racism that's going straight through these dismissals of Devon Conway.
Well, maybe that's a bit harsh on Jamie Overton, because we don't know that he's ever said anything nasty to other players.
A line of decreasing racism, then.
Well, yes, perhaps. I mean,
it's like a
sort of
reverse
mirrors the line of double L's in the New Zealand team: Williamson, Nichols, Mitchell, and Blundell, which is probably more savoury than a line of racism.
It's the reverse graph of racism.
Well, one of those double L's, Daryl Mitchell, has come to the crease. He's going to be jingled up any moment now by your jingler.
Yes, he is. Keep wibbling and I'll get him.
Averaging 60, more or less, in Test cricket at the moment.
Here is Daryl Mitchell for you.
Son of an old black funny on Peep Show wrote that book. Oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
It's almost as if Hendo slightly caught me out there.
Almost.
But that would never happen.
I think Potts will be a bit disappointed he didn't snaffle that one, because he'd been bowling for that wicket, really, hadn't he, with his induckers?
Yep.
To Overton.
Of course, horrible delivery first up from Overton to Daryl Mitchell, goes way down the leg side. Maybe just overstretching, a little bit of adrenaline running through or coursing through his veins. Leg stump it was that took out. It was a horrible shot, really. Big gap between bat and pad, and it caught the bottom corner of the bat, smashed into leg stump. It's not a fulsome round of applause from his twin there, and as we see him in close up, sort of clapping rather.
He never looks particularly
enviously.
smiley, Craig Overton.
Jamie in again, short ball, and Mitchell goes down underneath it, although it actually passed way outside off stump, so I don't think he was in any danger of being hit if he'd stayed where he was. There is no run. Looking again at this dismissal. Oh, it's horrible. There goes the leg stump, bending back. Didn't come out of the ground. but it was bent back. And I don't know, will we actually ever got the whole jingle? Should we try the whole jingle again? Because maybe it'll get him another wicket.
The whole jingle for what?
The whole Jamie Overton jingle.
Oh yeah, we'll get that back on. Here it comes. Here is Jamie Overton again.
Jamie Overton can score a quick half turn. Less racist than his mother's other son is Jamie Overton.
Yeah, well, it didn't work on that occasion. It was just defended into the offside by Daryl Mitchell.
I played it too late. That was the problem.
Yeah, I think that we were missing a bit of timing there, weren't we? So that's the fourth wicket gone. Tom Latham went for a duck. First over of the morning, caught root, bowled broad for none. Will Young, LBW to Leach for 20. First ball that Leach bowled this morning. Kane Williamson caught Folkes, bowled broad, set up nicely for that one. He made 31. Big in swing of the ball before, then feathered through the next one that more or less went straight on. Devon Conway finally bowled by Jamie Overton. So two men at the crease.
Show. This man's coming on the bowl.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
I feel like a DJ.
It's great fun.
Couple of tweets. Dave Wood, Welsh cricket is the future. Isn't that right? O'Neill Harris, the New Zealand batting has been woeful this series. Not sure why Kane decided to bat. Did he think the bowling is worse? I think, to be fair, O'Neill Harris, anyone would have batted on this surface today. Jay Grover, Chesterfield is a jolly nice ground. Rubbish city mind.
It's got a spire. It's got a spire. Leach
Leach
throws this one up outside off stump to the left-hander, looking for perhaps a modicum of rough, but there isn't really anything there. There it's allows Nichols to just leave it way outside off stump. The turn he was looking for wasn't there, and he's in again. He's got a slip and a short square leg. This is flicked away off the back foot through the square leg region. There is Slab Mark 2, the wicket taker, coming in off the boundary to do the fielding.
There was a little footmark there, actually. I think there's actually more of a pronounced footmark from the end at the end that Leach is bowling from, but there is a footmark or two just on a bit of a fuller length to the left-hander at this end.
You'd be surprised though if it did much at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's starting to show, and you can even a little further back where the bowlers land from their jump, you can see quite a dark patch, so that's good signs for the rest of the test match if you're Jack Leach.
Figures of 1 for 19. He's into his 6th over, the start of this new spell. He's round the wicket now to the right-handed Mitchell, who props forward, defends straight back to him. There is no run. Now, Jack Leach is wearing dark glasses and is bowling with dark glasses on. I don't know if anyone saw it before lunch, but I think pretty sure there was a close-up on a balcony or one of the stands of Dickie Bird. I'll come back to that. Leach in, bowls a fuller ball, clipped beautifully by Mitchell. Is there a man back at long on? There is. They're very defensive from England. Bairstow, I think it is, doing the fielding. They take a single. Now, Dickie Bird was sitting there in dark glasses with a black Labrador, and I was thinking to myself, is that no? Literally, is that a guide dog? Is he suffering from failing eyesight? Which is really sad to hear if he is.
I don't know, but he also had his trouser leg rolled right up to his knee, so
did he?
His entire shin was exposed.
Oh, that's shocking. Good use of the feet is by Nichols. Gets down the wicket and then defends to extra cover.
Forthy and I were earlier discussing Dickie Bird's massive clock and its value to the pawn bot.
His massive clock?
Yeah, at Headingley he's got a massive clock.
Oh right, the Dickie Bird clock.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. Onto the back foot goes Nichols. Defends that square route, comes from slip to do the fielding. That's the end of the over. Just a couple of runs from it, maybe just the one. 85 for 4. Nichols has 5. Mitchell has 1. Forthy.
Well, it's funny you should mention the pawn bot, because his absolute GC Radio Naked, whatever it is delighted to announce he's made it onto the glory hole roll. So well done. There he is in all his splendour.
That means he's become a Patreon. That's glorious news.
Yes.
That's a lot of money to pay for that joke. I mean, it's only £4, but it's still.
No. To get on the glory roll, you have to pay 10 quid.
Oh, 10 quid's a
10
lot for
quid.
that joke, you'd
Yeah,
say.
absolutely.
Which now must be rebranded the Glory Hole roll.
Here comes Overton again. Bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell defends on the back foot towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Man has got 2 centuries already in this series.
I've started to notice that Daryl Mitchell has got a bit of the Steve Smithy, Marnus Labuschagne block and sort of poke.
Oh, they're all beginning to do that, aren't they? Yeah.
Trent Bolt brought it into this New Zealand team. But Daryl Mitchell has started to copy Trent Bolt in his batting technique, which is why he started making hundreds, obviously.
Absolutely. Trent Bolt is one of the most entertaining batsmen you'll ever get to see. Overton in again. He's into his 7th over now. He bowls a short one. He pulls it away. Well, whips it away, really, with a lot of bottom hand. Certainly got into position to pull it. And I'm getting confused now because there's another Overton on the field. The twins are playing for the first time. The first twins to ever play together for England, even though Craig Overton is only on as a substitute fielder. And that was whipped away by Mitchell off Overton to Overton.
Speaking of Trent Bolt's batting...
Didn't the Bedsers play together, Hendo? Alec and Eric?
Of course. Now, hang on. They must have done. Oh, that's
Surely
curious.
they
I'm
did.
sure I saw someone say that we're the first twins to play for England.
Oh.
Well...
Speaking
Is
of...
it identical twins? I think it's identical.
Maybe identical twins.
Maybe
Yes.
That said, I don't think that Jamie Overton looks that much like Craig Overton.
I think there's similarities.
There's similarities, but he's actually... He looks like he's carrying a bit more weight than Craig. He's not quite as slim, is he? This is defended on the back foot by Nichols. Back to Overton. Overton picks up the ball and then throws it to the designated Shiner. Just clearing out that foothold where he does land.
It's definitely dry. There's dust from where he's kicking it up there. What I was saying about Trent Bolt's batting is I believe he tops the list with Tim Southey of highest proportion of test runs in sixes.
With Tim, I know Tim Southey was very high on that respect.
I think Trent Bolt
I know
as
Tim
well.
Southey does. I think he's about 28-30%. I don't think Trent Bolt's that high.
This is tucked away off his hip by Nichols. Just jogs the single.
I think Bolt might be 4th or 5th on the list, and then Southey's first. I'm not sure. I could have sworn I heard that the other day, but I know Southey is high up.
Oh, Southey's hit something like 77 sixes in Test cricket, which is an enormous number.
Considering he scored about 3 runs, which are not sixes, it makes his proportion quite high.
He's another entertaining lower order batsman, isn't he? Or tail ender, really. He's worth watching. He's got some shots.
Neil Wagner can bat.
Neil Wagner can bat as well.
He can bat and bat and bat. Last year when they played us, he made, I think, 30 or 40, playing some really gorgeous shots.
He's got a half century. It's certainly in the winter, I think it was, or was it the winter before? Saw him bat. Yes, he really has. I mean, he's a fantastic cricketer, Neil Wagner. Actually, underrated in some respects.
I'm surprised they didn't pick him last Test match with the pitch as it was.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he hasn't played at all. Actually, whether Matt Henry had been bowling well in New Zealand over the winter. This is Overton. Just slightly back of a length, defended by Mitchell. Back to the bowler, who then tries to shine the ball in his shirt. Yeah, he's definitely got a bit of extra timber on him, Jamie, compared with Craig, I would say. I mean, we're not people to talk about weight on this programme, but
Forthy told me earlier that I was looking ripped.
Ripped? Yeah, you did. Well,
I was happy with that.
In comes Overton, bowls, gets a little bit of swing there, but Mitchell is onto the front foot and defends it neatly enough into the offside. And that is the end of the over. New Zealand 87 for 4. More tweets.
Well, just quickly, I've only been able to find an article from 2014 about percentage of sixes, and that was 1, Tim Southey, 2, Shoaib Akhtar, 3, Michael Holding, 4, Umar Gul, 5, Mohammed Rafiq. That's 8 years old, so you may well be right on Trent Bolt. Let me...
He has since become the top scoring number 11 of all time.
Yeah, that was the fun, wasn't it, in the last test, him and Jimmy Anderson battling for that prestigious position. I remember watching Michael Holding bat, actually. He was a very orthodox but attractive batsman, Michael Holding. I remember seeing him bat for Derbyshire in a game at Hove, I think, and he batted absolutely beautifully. So, he wasn't just a one-trick pony, Michael Holding. It wasn't just one of the best fast bowlers there's ever been. Anyway, Jack Leach is going to continue. The sun just seems to have gone in for a moment or two. So very similar sort of weather
fitting with
here.
the helmet. I'll just slip in a couple of tweets. Jay Grover, Chesterfield's jolly nice ground, rubbish city mind. Leah, to be fair, Leicestershire have Bumrah, Pant and Pajara in their side, plus some other Indians. And Brian makes a comment about Dwayne Pretorius following up on an earlier comment.
Leach then, over the wicket to Nichols. It's too short and he punches it off the back foot, but probably hits it a bit too hard, even though Bairstow is set back a little bit there at mid-on. He doesn't have time to come through for the single.
Is it just me, or is Pope's hair getting dangerously close to the sort of shave sides mullet territory?
Oh yeah, I think it is. Oh, this is flat and horrible, but it speared that in, really, didn't it? Almost looked like a chuck. And of course, if you remember, Jack Leach did have trouble with his action, didn't he, for a little while?
Yes, he did.
But that was, as he didn't look right, that one, I have to say.
I totally agree. I wouldn't have been surprised to see that called.
Yeah, here he is again. Gives this one a lot more air, and Nichols flicks to Zach Crawley, who's wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat. He dives across and prevents the single.
He'll have a headband next.
Yeah, surely not. Surely not. That's just Broadie's territory, isn't it?
Well, we know that Stewart has the best headband around.
He does indeed. Although I couldn't see that jingle on the screen today.
It's here.
Oh, right. Onto the back foot he goes again, a bit too short. He chops it away, but once again, I think this time it's Lees in the position at cover who tumbles to his right to do the fielding. So Nichols now 6 from 43 balls. Just can't get going. At the moment. And Leach has offered him 1 or 2 balls to get going. This one turns down the leg side, actually well taken by Folkes, running across to his right. There was definitely a turn then, but it started far too leg sidey.
Let's have a look at this off the surface.
Yep, it's gone off the surface, absolutely.
Yeah, no puff of dust or anything, but a big bit of turn.
He's in again, bowls. That's a much better ball, although Nichols goes back into his crease, gets in behind it, defends it. It's the end of the over. New Zealand, after that maiden, are 87 for 4.
Warren, I was enjoying that Jay Overton jingle. Yeah, you probably enjoyed the wicket even more, I imagine. Leah, some world champions, these sheep shaggers. Fuck me running. Thanks, Leah. Jay Grover, Chesterfield does have a nice church and a nice weekly market. All else is fucking guts. Still not as shite as Derby, mind, when you're from Sheffield.
Aren't Chesterfield, the Chesterfield Football Club, they're known as the Spyrites, aren't they?
They are. It's Tony Benn's old constituency, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay.
Chesterfield. I did go once
we've
into a pub
gone
in
quite a
Chesterfield.
distance there conversationally.
Yes, I did go into a pub in Chesterfield once when I got out of the station. It was was it American Werewolf in London? I did not feel particularly
You not be
safe.
from around these parts.
Exactly.
Something like that. Anyway, Overton onto the back foot, defended by Mitchell, and there is no run. I was on a train with Tony Benn once, coming back from holiday. I've been to Guernsey. I think it was about 2003. And there must have been the Labour conference must have been at Weymouth or Poole or somewhere like that, and they got on all his acolytes. I mean, he was just surrounded by keen, eager young lefties, just sort of listening to every word he said. And throughout the carriage you could hear it all. Short one, which Mitchell tries to pull, and then it just drops down off his chest. Maybe a little bit of glove involved as well. And Nichols is very quick to spot that there could be a quick single there. And they get through for it, 88 for 4.
You get the sense that Tony Benn had a lot to talk about circa 2003.
Yes, funnily enough.
For some reason.
He had a massive ancestral pile. Sorry, nothing for the prawn butt to get excited about, because he did have a massive house on the Essex coast. Which was opposite the island of Osey. I know, because I used to have holidays on the island of Osey.
We all know an awful lot about Tony Benn. This is worrying.
We do, don't we? Yes.
Very strange. Where is Tony Benn when you need him to stand on a picket line? Overton bowls to Nichols. Nichols is onto the back foot. He's bowling back of a length at the moment. I'd like to see him push it up a little bit more and give it the opportunity to swing. This is defended and fielded at backward point.
In honour of that story about the island of Osey, many plaudits and possibly 10 quid to Josie Oak if he changed his name to Osey Joke.
Osey Joke? Yes, I like that. He'll still be tweeting in, "We're doomed." I don't think he speaks like that.
I can't guarantee, Josie, I can't guarantee you the 10 quid, but I can guarantee you the plaudits.
Absolutely.
Certainly a fact about Osey used to be it's the biggest privately owned island off the coast of England. I don't know whether it still is.
Overton, halfway through his 8th over. In, bowl short, but down the leg side, down the arse, as one of our good friends from New Zealand, Ian O'Brien, would say. And
have a feeling a member of Blur might have bought it. Who was the bass player? Is it Jamie something or other?
No idea, mate. No, I was never into that. I never had a Britpop moment, I have to say.
No, I'm not very fond of Britpop either. Very conservative genre.
I want to get my hands on whichever fantasy island Boris Johnson's living on.
Oh, well, hopefully he won't be living for much longer on it, wherever it is. He's in Rwanda today. Hopefully he won't be allowed back into England, but we shall see. Or if he is, let's see if he can paddle his way back from Rwanda on a small boat. Overton bowls onto the back foot goes. Nichols defends square into the leg side. Again, there is no run.
Sorry, I made it overtly political in the middle of an over.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's all right. It is quite funny.
We
that
do
he's
do
in
politics.
Rwanda.
It is.
It is quite funny.
Apparently, I was just reading before I came on air that he was asked whether he would resign if he had terrible results in the by-elections today, and he said, "Are you mad?" Which I think kind of sums him up, really, doesn't it? No, but you are. Overton onto the back foot goes. Nichols prods this down into the backward point area again. He can't get it through. He's now faced 49 balls, still got 6. New Zealand are 88 for 4. Forby.
Yes, we're a bit behind. Jay Grover, I'd pay a lot more than 10 bar just to get insulted by not Fred. Them's the breaks. Martin White, disappointed that Gorilla Hendo missed the opportunity to refer to the applause through the Overton window.
Yes, I was. Overton window was in my head, but I didn't manage to sneak it in. It's almost like they opened the Overton window and let them both out.
Pornbot says Buxom twins frolicking together. Click here, and where you can click on GorillaCricket.com. No, GorillaCricket.com is where you click it. Don't worry. Jay Grover, just quickly, the only question we need to ask about the Overton twins is who would win in a fight. Jamie is leading on TKO at the moment.
I think Jamie would sit on Craig. This is defended.
Are you trying to help the Pornbot?
Sorry. This is defended to short leg. There is no run. Mitchell has 3 from 12. Nichols, as I said, is becalmed on 6 off 49.
The bot's got a man on the inside.
Indeed. In comes Leach. He's come down the wicket ever so slightly and then was feeling for it a little bit. There was the slightest hint of turn, but nothing significant, and he met it with most of the face of the bat. So flicking it from hand to hand is Leach. Then he runs in. It's too short. On the back foot goes Mitchell, but doesn't get a run as he hits it straight to Matty Potts. I think it's extra cover. Now he's under a brim. So the brim is very, very popular up in Headingley today. Maybe they've got a new delivery of sun hats. He's in again, bowls, and right forward comes Mitchell, defends it all the way back to the bowler. And again, there is no run. Back with Leach. Just takes 2 or 3 paces in. Bowls, better ball! Oh, now what's happened there? Is that just dropped short of Leach? I think it did. It popped up.
Yeah.
From Mitchell. He looked very worried, and the camera man wasn't or woman wasn't quick enough to pick that up.
The cameraman or cameraman woman.
Or cameraman woman. And in fact, it was well short of him, but it was just a hint of excitement. And if we'd seen it correctly, we wouldn't have been excited as we were. Defended again, back to Leach. That's the end of another over. He's now bowled 8 overs, taken 1 for 20, and New Zealand are 88 for 4.
Josie Oak, I wonder if the Overton twins are like the War twins, hating each other. Do they hate each other?
I don't know. That's true. Is it true?
Not certain it's true. I know that Shane Warne really strongly disliked Steve and was mates with Mark, but I don't think the corollary of that is that the War brothers hate each other. Maybe they do. Martin White holding was the other end while Viv Richards, Hammond, Botham, Willis, Pringle and Foster around Old Trafford.
That's right.
189 not out in 1984. West Indies were in deep poo and Holding came in at the full of the ninth wicket. I do remember that innings extremely well. Andy Ward, how did he not go with Visden?
Visden? Who?
Visden. Well, it's a reply to something, and I'm not quite sure what it's replying to. It's probably a very clever comment, but I'm
Visden
sorry. I've absolutely butchered it, Andy. My apologies.
I think Visden is just German wisdom.
Oh, could be. Overton is going to come round the wicket now to Nichols, and he's fuller this time. It's driven, but straight to extra cover. So he's meeting the ball quite nicely, Nichols, but he's just not finding the gaps at all. So he's now still on 6, and 50 balls have been bowled at him. Visden, it may be the fact that someone was talking about the Smacksman being a mixture of the love child of Wisden and Viz. Was that it? Was that what the reply was about? I don't know.
They're called portmanteau words, aren't they, Hendo?
Is that what they're called? I don't know. Didn't know. Overton in again, angled in, threatening the stumps. Defended. They could probably have had a single there. Stokes eventually scrambles round from somewhere between extra cover and mid-off, and they didn't seem to even be thinking that there might be a run there. So they're only going at a little bit over 2 and over. At 40.2 overs bowled now. New Zealand 88 for 4. Sorry, Forthy.
Well, I was going to say, Lord Reith famously said that the word television would never catch on because tele was from a Greek origin and vision from a Latin origin. A portmanteau word clearly could never take off.
I remember him well, Lord Reith. Overton in again. Oh, now he's got an extra. That has he no? Well, he was poking at one far too far away from his body to be playing at, really, and he nearly got the toe end of the bat on that and edged it through to Folks. A couple of false shots from Nichols. He chased a very wide one this morning and literally just couldn't get to it, and that was a little bit similar. Ball is back with Overton. Be encouraged by that. Just suggests that Nichols is just not at peace with his game at the moment. Missed the first test, of course. There's Overton in again, short into the ribs, defends it nicely up to mid-on, and again no run. So it's all a little bit calm and quiet at the moment as New Zealand try and consolidate, try and rebuild from a difficult position, having won the toss and decided to bat at a packed Headingley, and now 88 for 4.
Well, while it goes quiet on the field, we'll be shaking it up in 2 balls time because we're due a change at the end of this over. Hendo will be staying with you and Messers will be hopping on, and I'll be off until after tea. Forthy, you're staying on too. You're moving the ball by ball.
Fuller ball. Indeed. Defended with the full face by Nichols on this occasion. Straight to extra cover. There is no run, which means I'm going to have to nip along down to the jingles, aren't I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure I can do that. Nichols just fiddling with his gloves. Maybe that's all making him feel a little bit uncomfortable, but he doesn't seem at one with himself today. Anyway, he settles down again, or gets ready. Everyone's wearing mysterious dark glasses today. Kane Williamson, now sitting up in the dressing room, is looking out from his vantage point. Overton in, flicked away, he's going to get a run. First for some time, Nichols, as it runs out to deep square leg. Alex Lees does the fielding, and that is the end of the over. Do you want to play a little jingle to
I will.
Swap us around?
Here comes a little jingle as we change.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money. To Patreon. That's what I want. .com/Gorilla Cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. $20 for the archive. That's what I want. Or just buy a t-shirt.
Well, yes.
I was
become a Patreon. I think Hendo has resumed in his seat. I can't see you, Messi, but I can hear you.
I'm here. I would assume that we're on a drinks break now, which would give me a chance to catch up on a few tweets as well.
Yes, please do start from Armchair Cricket 9 minutes ago.
Okay, Armchair Cricket Podcast says all of this talk of being invited back into the test fold, Parkinson learning and getting better as he plays, is it putting Jack Leach under pressure? Matt Searle, and this is in relation to Stuart Broad's impending fatherhood, says apparently Stuart Broad turned around and ran off in celebration before the pea on the stick was even dry.
Nice one.
Jay Grover says, even coming from Sheffield, Chesterfielders reckon you're a puffy metrosexual. Jay Grover says Alex James, and Dave Wood says Alex James, whose basis for Blur, is now a renowned cheese producer.
That's
interesting.
Right. Yeah.
I know.
Who was it in the Communards who's now an author?
Well, I think the guy who's in the Communards famously has become a vicar, hasn't he?
Yeah, Richard Coles.
Richard
Yes,
Coles,
well, he's just got a bestseller. I saw him tweet the other day. 16 years since being number one on the charts, is now number one on the book chart.
Has he? Right.
Dave would say. Sorry, it's a member of the Communites. I'm not sure. Jay says paddling back from a landlocked country would take some cracking tourist spin. Well, I mean, wasn't it one of the tourists who suggested that the Navy, the Rwandan Navy, should be used, which is not bad for a landlocked country.
Well, I'll just very quickly, Messi, throw out a quiz question for everyone on social media. What are the only 2 double landlocked countries in the world? So do tweet it on. I know there'll be very knowledgeable people out there who'll know this.
So, what is a double landlocked country?
It is a country that is surrounded by all other countries that are themselves landlocked.
Oh, blimey!
Oh, wow!
And there's only 2 in the world.
That's. And what continents? Africa?
Africa, probably.
Well, that would be giving it something away, wouldn't it?
God, you're making it hard. By the way, I've got a question for you. What does the distance 10,495 miles represent?
I imagine it's probably Melbourne to the Green Room Gorilla Towers, is it?
It's exactly that. Oh, spot on. Well done. And I'm stuck in the middle with you. Leah
yes,
says
that's true, you are.
The Tories are such a mess, even the German incompetent right-wing shitbirds at the AfD laugh about them. The Naked Fun porn box says, Jacob, my pronouns are it, they, scrap metal. And Mark Zip's with us. He says, in what way is this New Zealand team making a fine tribute to Antipodean greats, the go-betweens?
Well,
is that a rude...
They're Antipodean, but I know the answer to this. All the double L's are reflected in the album titles of Go-Betweens albums, the first 5 of which had double L in the title.
Wow!
Whoa, that is what I expect of you, Forthy. That's why we have you.
Forthy,
it really is.
Do you do quizzes every week or something? Do you do? Are you a quiz master?
I'm a quiz master. I am. I do run quizzes.
Oh right.
I've got them here. Tallulah. There's one. Before Hollywood, there's another. Liberty Bell and the Black Diamond Express, there's another. 16 Lovers Lane, not really a double L, and Spring Hill Fair. That's the 5.
And Mark Zip is holding up all those in vinyl format right now.
Yes, that's true. Right, we'll probably better get onto some cricket because it's breaking out again after the drinks break. Leach is back on again. New Zealand 89 for 4. Comes in the bowl. Over the wicket to Nichols, who studiously plays a forward defensive, of which we've seen a fair few from Nichols, who's now 7 runs off 56 balls. He might be breaking his own record soon. Leach in again. He essays a sweep from well wide of off stump, so no chance of an LBW, but fails to connect altogether. His timing's all off, isn't it, Hendo, wouldn't you say?
Well, I say he missed the first test, struggled in the second test, and it's just not coming together for him. And he knows he's got to stay out there. But sometimes these innings can become great.
They can. Sometimes you just play your way through, and it takes one shot. That's a repeat of the previous one. Let's see how it could possibly be LBW. He's about a yard outside.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Wasn't it? Ridiculous.
They've wisely eschewed, ESCHEWD, the appeal. Leach 1 for 20 off.
40 words.
Yes, exactly. Leach 1 for 20 off 8 overs. He's bowling well today. Puts a little bit more effort into that one. And it came back and didn't miss the off stump by a great deal. Straight through to Folkes.
That's a pretty good lead, that, actually. That wasn't far from the off stump. And there was a bit of turn, I think. There is a bit of turn there.
Both of those things.
Find that patch again.
Right.
He needs to find that patch.
Leach in again. Well, on this occasion, Nichols comes 2 steps down the wicket and smothers any potential turn, but still no run.
I do
you
like
must
this.
Be wondering where is. Yeah, go.
I'll see how long it's going to take him to get into double figures. 100 balls would be good.
It's just Trevor Bailey-esque stuff.
Yes.
Off the back foot this time, but no improvement on the run rate. That's an maiden from Leach. New Zealand 89 for 4 at the end of the 42nd.
Leah says it might shock you to learn that there is no German wisdom. Not even an equivalent. Unbelievable. I know.
Unbelievable.
And Rob Cornelius says, I'm trying to listen to Test Match Special via BBC Sounds on my phone, and it just cuts out after a few minutes.
Good.
No buffering, it just stops. Time to give Guerrilla Cricket a go. Well, welcome, Rob, and I hope you enjoy it and choose to stay with us.
Yeah, once you've gone Gorilla, you can't go back. It's well known fact.
And Warren sends us a picture of a Victorian game of cricket and says Ian fourth stream for his ball-by-ball stint on Guerrilla.
Oh well, you know, culture's not entirely dead, is it? Off we got here. Jamie Overton coming in over the wicket. A very full ball right on leg stump, but Mitchell clamps down and at 87 miles an hour. That had the potential for some difficulties, but Mitchell played it well.
I wonder whether he's just noticed something here about Mitchell being a little bit further over to his off stump. It looked like to me as if he was deliberately trying to target behind his legs there.
That's a very good spot, Hendo. From the grimace on his face afterwards, you'd suggest that was a plan.
It'll be interesting to see if he keeps it up.
This time, rifled down the leg side. Pretty poor ball, actually. Mitchell, perhaps later on in his innings, would have pulled that for 4, but he lets it go on this occasion. No run, straight through to folks.
Well, Mitchell has been such a mainstay of this. Well, he and Blundell of this New Zealand batting lineup in the last 2 tests. That you feel like the pressure's on him a little bit because he's got to do it again and get them from a precarious position into some sort of into one that they would feel more confident about, having won the toss.
Absolutely. In comes Overton again, and this time he does pull a pretty awful half tracker from Overton to the square leg boundary for 4 of these.
That was a good shot.
So,
it
was a really good shot. It's a nice one-legged swivel.
There's something slightly windmilly about Overton when you see him side on. I mean, he's got very long levers, long legs, long arms, and he sort of winds up a little bit like a windmill, I would say.
Yes. Wash your mouth out. Long levers is not allowed.
Sorry.
Overton comes in for the 4th ball of the over, which is a quiet ball, defended line and length ball by Mitchell, who seems to have got his eye in, probably with that 4. That's what Nichols needs. He just needs one good shot straight off the middle and everything can click into place.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, so often you actually end up playing your best innings when you've had to struggle early on. Sometimes you play so well that you give it away as a batsman.
That's the more perverse paradoxes of this strange game of cricket, isn't it? Oh, Mitchell was drawn into a ball full ball that just left him outside off stump and was lucky not to get a little feather, but no run, straight through to folks. I remember Mark Taylor in, was it 1997, who was in an awful run of form and looked like he was about to lose his place in the captaincy. And then I think it was the 2nd innings of the 1st test, he managed to piece together a century and never looked back after that. Can happen. In comes Overton again. Last ball of the over. Line and length, well left, a little bit of shape from Mitchell. Half raise of the arm from Overton, as if to say it was a pretty good ball actually. New Zealand nice 3 for 4 at the end of the 43rd. Nichols on 7 and Mitchell also on 7.
Our listeners are fonts of knowledge. First up, we have Peter Lloyd saying it is the Reverend Richard Coles that Messi's talking about, and Liechtenstein is one of the double landlocked countries. Jeff Perkins says Liechtenstein and Uzbekistan. Jay Grover says Liechtenstein and Uzbekistan. The fact that I knew this makes me sad and ashamed. I feel less sad and ashamed now that Forthy got the go-betweens question.
So is that right? What was it? Liechtenstein and where?
Uzbekistan.
Do you know what? I was convinced it was Liechtenstein and Kyrgyzstan, but I bowed to the superior knowledge of our friends on social media.
Well, Masters El Sal says one of those stands.
One of the stands, yes, that's right. Leach in for the first ball of the next over, and Nichols, tired of being penned in, comes down the wicket, still can't get the ball away, goes straight through to mid-on for no run. Ditto for the second ball, except not ditto, because he plays it down to long on, plays it a little finer, and he moves off 7 onto 8, giving Mitchell strike.
Yeah, well, he's got to provide support. Mitchell is perhaps the player who can play a few more shots. He's got the confidence at the moment. Nichols trying to find some confidence. Just needs to stick in there, really.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nichols and Conway were just getting bogged down between them. If Mitchell can press the aggressive button, it'll just give Nichols a chance to gather his thoughts, as it were. That's a backward defensive from Mitchell, out into the covers, no run. He looks already much more confident and together in his game, doesn't he? Is he coming in too late? Is he coming in at number 6? Is that too late in the order? Lundell's coming in at 7. Strange to have the 2 best players in your team coming in at 6 and 7, but there it is.
Yeah.
That's a fuller ball defended by Mitchell. No run.
Yeah, which means you've got break off.
Defended again. A forward defensive from Mitchell. I was going to say squirts, and we'll continue to say squirts. Out to point for no run.
Well, you've got Bracewell as well, who showed that he can bat in the last test.
It's a very bottom-heavy top order, as it were. And that one is played off. The bat is closed. It's played out to mid-wicket. Still no run. That is a rapid over. Can only have taken a couple of minutes at most from Leach. He's 1 for 21 off 10. The score is 94 for 4. Nichols on 8. Mitchell on 7.
Mark Zip says, "Well done, Forthy. You can be on my trivia team anytime. We are called the Fixing Personal Problems." Leah is also invited.
That'd be a funny old team.
Yeah, well, of course it would. Forthy is skewing off again. And it also says, "Once you go gorilla, you can go back, but only to an execution squad." And the light roller retweets something from Ian Hartley in relation to Jerry Hall's discovery that there is someone worse to be married to than Mick Jagger. It just says, "Jerry Hall, she ran out of sympathy for the devil."
Oh, that's quite nice. That's quite nice. Right, new over from Overton. He dobs in a bouncer, just sails over Nichols' head, and easily negotiated by Nichols. No particular problem there. It was probably a bit too short.
I also bring you news. Glenn Maxwell has been recalled to Australia's Test squad in Sri Lanka to fill in one of the injury vacancies.
Messi, you'll have to tell me about that series. It's a little bit odd. We've had the one-day series, Sri Lanka and Australia, and then you've had an A team out there as well. But it seems to me as if people are just swapping from one team to another at the moment.
Yeah, there were injuries and illnesses that necessitated that.
Second ball is the same as the first ball. Bouncer dug in, easily negotiated by Nichols, just flexes his knees, sails over his head through to folks no run.
How many more people have come in for the test? Are coming in for the test tour? Then are there guys that aren't out there already that are coming in?
Yes,
for that?
I think Nathan Lyon. There are some bowlers. I can't remember. But I have to go and have a look at the test squad. But it is a bit different to the white ball squad.
And Travis Head, he's made runs in the test team. He's out there.
Well, he's now injured.
Oh, is he injured now?
In comes Overton. Not quite as short this one. Nichols rocks onto his to play a backward defensive, which goes out to the man at I suppose leg gully, who furiously shining it. Can't quite see who it is. See who that is?
It's Johnny.
But, it is Johnny, indeed it is. He's shining it rather unusually on the wrist of his shirt.
Yeah, it's all about where people are sweating these days, isn't it? Because they're not allowed to apply saliva to the ball in the COVID era, so they have to find other ways of imparting moisture to the ball.
Good deep knowledge. Overton round the wicket to Nichols. The round the wicket to the left-handed technique was eschewed by Stuart Broad, for example, the first 3 quarters of his career, and he took to, as soon as he started getting Hayden out left, right and centre, he's taken to it by like a duck to water. He must have rather regretted.
Do you mean Hayden or do you mean Warner?
What did I say?
You said Hayden. I thought it meant Warner, perhaps.
Oh, I did. I meant Warner. I meant Warner. I sort of bracket them together as rather obnoxious. Sorry, Messi.
Understandable, totally.
You and Bear both.
Overton round the wickets. Well, look, this is obviously it's a definite ploy to ruffle up Nichols and Mitchell. A quick barrage of short pitch bowling. He's not really quite getting the radar right. It's easily ducked under. And the ideal bouncer, of course, sort of goes in top of the chest, bottom of the neck, but we're not getting those from Overton's radar's touch off.
I've been reasonably impressed with Overton. It's the first time I've really seen him. I've seen a lot of Craig Overton, but very little of Jamie. Not living down in Somerset, of course, where he spent most of his career, but he's definitely got something.
Yeah, I'd agree. He's a handful, which is needed on a placid surface such as this. Another short ball, and that was pulled, but not a million miles away. I'm just trying to work out exactly what happened there from the man at square leg. There's a man jogging in from fine leg. Not sure why we're seeing him. Did you see what happened there, Endo?
Absolutely not. The cameraman has completely fooled us. I think it might have been stopped by the man diving at mid-wicket, but I'm not entirely sure. They've got a single. Nichols has moved on to 9, so they've got a single, but we're not being helped at all by the cameras. Who have now decided to show us a picture of some rather elderly, middle-aged people sitting in wide-brimmed hats.
Boomers in some wide-brimmed hats.
I wonder, on the basis that we saw a man running from long leg, has there perhaps been an incursion by a spectator onto the outfield? I wonder if it's something to do with that.
Isn't it? It's slightly looking that way. Anyway, it's the end of the 45th over, New Zealand 95-4. Sorry, we talked all over your opportunity to read out tweets.
That's all right. Well, Kyrgyzstan borders China, fourth, according to Leah.
China's definitely got some sort of a coast, hasn't it, over to the east. So there we are. First ball, another attempt at the sweep, this time by Nichols, and this time again unsuccessful, no run.
Yeah, he's not hit anything. He's hit none of those at all, has he?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't completely failed to lay a bat. It's going to. This time he rocks onto his back foot, and it was a very full ball, to be honest, to be playing off the back foot. But I suppose he's tired of sweeping ineffectively. You get to run out to the man at deep square leg.
I can tell you,
moves into double figures
off 71 balls. But he's doing a job, and this is sometimes what you have to do in Test cricket. And New Zealand are struggling. So
we remember on this very ground 3 years ago, Ben Stokes was on 2 runs off 71 balls, and look what happened next. Not sure we'll get that from Nichols today, to be fair.
No.
So okay, that one popped up onto the pads, probably a bit high, on the front foot. They decide against a DRS, but there's a lot of hands on heads at the moral victory for Jack Leach.
There's big inside edge, that's what it is.
There we are, big inside edge. Wouldn't have popped up to a man at short leg, but again, as I say, moral victory. Leach in again, round a wicket, and a reverse sweep is unfurled, and it doesn't go that far wide of the man at slip. Well stopped by Stuart Broad, who loses his floppy hat. It's all happening, and I think the upshot of that is no run is scored.
Yeah, well, that's quite early in his innings for Mitchell to be playing that shot. He must be very confident in it. They didn't actually get a run, did they?
They did not, no. Good stop by Broad, as I say. Leach round the wicket again this time. Mitchell comes 3 paces down the back and hits that very attractively, wide of the man at mid-wicket, and there's a good stop by Ben Stokes himself. The captain at wide mid-on, and they come through for 1 run. It was pretty uppish.
Yeah, and it was well short, but it was uppish, and he's definitely wants to take Leach on, does Mitchell. He wants to play in that positive manner that he played in at Trent Bridge and previously at Lord's. Just a single he got there, I think.
Trying to grasp the initiative back. Leach over the wicket this time to Nichols, who defends it to mid-wicket. There is no run at the end of the 46th over. New Zealand at 97 for 4. Messi.
Leah's geography education continues. She says also Artsakh, which is a country I'd never heard of before, it has a population of 150,000, is now double landlocked after the Armenian defeat in the latest Nagorno-Karabakh war. I thought initially that was a fictitious country and war, but it's not. I just looked it up. So that shows how ignorant I am.
Well, I think it's fair to say it's not recognised by the United Nations. It's not a sovereign country.
It's seen as a country by Wikipedia, though. Jeff Perkins says, surely avoiding saliva on balls isn't the best defence against COVID, since it was mooted to have come instead from bats.
Yeah, I thought you were going somewhere ruder with that, to be honest. But fortunately, I could see the bot getting involved. We've got a change of bowler. Let me just
good.
jingle him up before
it's Potts time.
we go any further. It is indeed this man.
I've heard from Potts that the kettle's a filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
As Charles Dickens would have said, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times, it's the time of Matty Potts, it's the time of the pawn bot. And Matt Potts comes in over the wicket. He'll bowl all day, this lad. He's got a heart of a lion. And 83 miles an hour. It's a good start. No loosener for him. Defended, no run by Mitchell.
I've just felt from this morning when
Keynesian pawn bots is an interesting concept.
Indeed, I don't think I should go any further with that one. I just think it just seems to be a little bit lacking from Potts today. I don't know what it is. I think
maybe
just not quite the zip that he's had in the first two tests. Maybe it's sort of taking its toll. It's a little,
Yeah, 3 tests in a row when you're not used to them probably does take its toll a bit. I maybe down a touch, but it's still 83 and 84 miles an hour, those first 2 balls. That one was defended by Mitchell. So, not maybe a touchdown on pace.
I mean, it's not so much the pace, it's just perhaps the sort of the body language doesn't seem to be quite as confident as it's been before. Maybe the pitch is a little bit quieter than, say, Trent Bridge was. That had good carry, didn't it? This one hasn't got anything like the carry that Trent Bridge had.
That's true. He did had a spell of a couple of overs there when he was bowling some lovely induckers to the left-handers, and it was very unfortunate not to get an LBW. In comes Potts again for the third ball of the over, played out to point by Mitchell. No run again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fascinating little segment of the game, because another wicket here for England, although you say we've still got Bracewell and Blundell to come. But if that wicket was to be Mitchell rather than Nichols, then you'd feel a little bit worried for New Zealand. And it hasn't really worked for them, has it? Batting first hasn't really worked. Well, say batting first when they've won the toss hasn't really worked for them so far in this series.
No, it isn't. I mean, they on a fairly placid pitch. There's nothing completely blameless. They're 97 runs off 46 overs. Oh, that's a big inducker from Potts. There's a big appeal for LBW. Umpire Moraes Erasmus is unmoved.
I think that was a good shout. I would review that.
My instinct was that it was a pretty good shout, but you just never know with an inducker.
I mean, he starts off well over to the offside. I mean, it looks like Ben Folkes has said to Stokes, no, I don't think so. And so they're not going to review it. But, I don't know, that was as you said, I mean, just as I was sort of being mildly critical of Potts, he gets ones to duck in. And he hasn't hit that. If anything, he's hit his boot with his
that's a good shout. That is a good shout. I mean,
the swing may have been taking it down the leg side, but I want to see it again.
But you'd say at worst it's clipping. There's no inside edge on the bat. He's quite a long way down the pitch. He's well out of his crease, so the angles are against him. But it would be very interesting.
I'd like to see it again. I'd love to see the Hawkeye on that.
I'm sure we will after this ball. So with this ball, that one's it strays onto leg stumps. Leg stump half volley, which is clipped through square leg to the man on the boundary. And Mitchell gets a single and moves on to 9. Okay, we're seeing that again. It's in line.
Oh, it's massively out. It's absolutely plumb.
Smashing into middle wicket.
What an error of judgment that is.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. I mean, it looked so good at first sight, at full speed.
It did.
England are going to be frustrated if Mitchell goes on to get another big score here. I mean, they gave him a let off in the last test, didn't they? He was dropped on 3, went on to get 190 in the end, and
yeah, that's right.
Wow, I suppose he's ridden his luck a little bit in this series, as well as played really well.
Yes, next ball round the wicket from Potts, who Nichols unfurls a beautiful drive, which of course goes straight to the fielder. There is no run. Yeah, he has ridden his luck. You have to say Erasmus, who's the closest man to it and's got a perfect view, it's not the best of decisions when the ball is going to cannon into middle stump.
No, it isn't. It really isn't. I mean, it looked good to me at first sight, at full speed, and it's right up there, isn't it? I mean, it's almost, it's certainly not going to go over.
It's definitely not going to go over.
Craig Overton's just told them from the pavilion, as has John Lewis, the bowling coach. They've just raised their fingers. They raised their fingers to say that was out.
I'm never sure why they do that. How's it going to help? Anyway, end of the 47th over, New Zealand 98 for Messi.
I'm just nipping over to YouTube. There's an animated discussion going on there. I won't read it all, but I'll shout out to some of the people there. Scott Harrison, Pokey Bumfinger, Suda Hu, Emily Elizabeth, who says how much she enjoys being on Discord, which is the place for all our Patreons, and Simon Bod. So welcome to all of you.
Welcome to all of you. First ball of the over, Leach round the wicket to Mitchell for defensive, straight back to Leach, no run. This will be our last over together.
Wow.
1 minute. Yes. Leach round the wicket again. And Mitchell plays nice little sweep shot that goes all the way to the boundary for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, it was
played that one in slow motion.
It was like a paddle sweep, wasn't it? And it just popped up. But it went quite square. It didn't go as fine as you might expect a paddle sweep to go. So it was very sort of gentle. It was all very gentle, wasn't it? And it went for 4.
It was hard to say whether it was a false shot or whether it was rather a clever shot, one or the other. I'm sure he'll say it was very clever. Leach round the wicket again. This one's fuller, a little flatter, a little faster. Mitchell just defends it out to... Imagine that's probably Stuart Broad in the colours.
I suppose the man you've got to blame for not... it's got to be Ben Foakes, hasn't it, for that LBW non-review?
Yeah, agreed. Ultimately. Leach in again, forward defensive, no run to Mitchell. And there's a man almost on the cut strip itself at a kind of short mid-on, silly mid-on almost. Leach round the wickets. Mitchell unfurls the reverse sweep. Broad goes down in instalments and completely misses it. Probably should have fielded that one. But he is a man of 35 whose pub's just burnt down. And it goes for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Is this your pub burning down? Excuse somewhat lame fielding.
Well, imagine how bad his fielding is going to be once his child's born and he's not getting any sleep. I think this is going to be the last ball of our time together. Leach round the wicket. And that is defended by Mitchell. He stays on 17, Nichols on 10, New Zealand 106 for 4 at the end of the 48th. I think I'm moving on to socials.
You are indeed. Jay Grover from 9 minutes ago is next, or 10 minutes ago now is next.
Okay.
Catch you later.
Not sure who's on next on ball by ball. Let's have a quick look. It is the bear. Have we got a bear in the house?
It is me. Harry's supposed to be with us. I don't know if he was trying to get in and Hendo just didn't notice him. If you're listening, Harry, come back.
Take offence.
Otherwise, it's just me and you.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Oh, no, Messes.
I'll keep you company until Harry turns up.
It's me commentating, isn't it? Yes, that's driven back down the ground nicely.
Very nicely.
By Nichols, and he will get himself 4 runs.
You want to stay on socials, Messi, and I'll do some summarising?
Sure.
Should have reviewed that, shouldn't they? What were they fucking thinking?
Most certainly they should have done. Disappointing umpiring decision on the field when it's crashing halfway up middle.
Well, yeah, totally. Maybe thought he got outside the line. He was close to the bat again. That's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I know it's hard. It's hard to be an umpire. And when they're clipping and everything, you say, well, fair enough. But to the naked eye, that did look very out.
I'm going to make Brian Barish a moderator on YouTube. There you go. Have a spanner, Brian.
You're very liberal with those spanners.
Well,
the power.
Well, this is something I actually learned from watching the Somerset game online when that's left alone outside the off stump as Potts comes into Nichols and there's no run. That game where it ended up crazy and Somerset could have won and it was really low scoring and and everyone was watching it. It was the first game I watched on YouTube. And I was reading the chat, and Somerset tend to make a lot of their regular listeners moderators because it just saves them time. So
that's a good idea. Yeah.
I'm an administrator on my podcast's Facebook site, but no one ever says anything out of order.
Well, of course, that's the thing. We were fine as that's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run until we started getting attacked by the killer porn bot.
I've never had a
couple
porn
of
bot,
tests
thank
ago.
God.
A couple of tests ago, and we in the past when we covered India, we do India, and sometimes you just get hit by these people who are trying to get these to gamble in India, and they just spam it like crazy.
Well, you made me an admin on Discord. As far as I can see, it hasn't given me any powers at all.
I thought you could do anything apart from invite people in. I thought that was the only thing I didn't allow you to do, I think. That is left alone outside the off stump by Nichols, swinging away a little bit as Potts is bowling around a wicket.
It's quite funny if one of your children's teachers asked, what would you like your superpower to be in class, and they said, I'd like to be an administrator on Discord.
Yeah.
That would be my superpower.
Well, don't aim too high, something achievable.
As I've been discussing with Jake, and next door the world's coming to an end anyway. We're all fucked, so we might as well enjoy it while we can, eh?
Oh, very much. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. It's always later than you think, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm on my third beer. All going quite nicely. Pulled by Nichols. Out to deep mid wicket in front of square. Good bit of fielding by, is that Jack Leach? No, it's not. It's Alex Lees out there. And I'll get back for 2. And that's the end of his 14th over. 49 overs gone. And New Zealand are 112 for 4.
And Jay Grover says China not only has a coast, it reckons it's got several seas. Brian Barry says, G'day friends, I completely forgot about the test today, even though we were literally talking about it when I was on yesterday. I'll be bouncing back and forth between Guerrilla Cricket and my local indie radio station, playing nothing but songs that peaked at number 2. That sounds like your sort of territory for the and Nestlers.
Well, I would say Vienna by Ultravox and Last Christmas by Wham would be the most obvious contenders for songs that peaked at number 2.
And Vienna
I knew it'd be right in your ballpark. But a US obviously would be a bit different.
That's true.
The porn bot says licking bats balls is facilitated by them hanging upside down.
Oh, Jesus.
And Dave Wood says India going well in overcast conditions in Leicester, where he shows them as 154 for 7.
Oh, God.
But Kohli is now out for 33.
Well, down the track came Mitchell. Daryl Mitchell has just sauntered down the track. Considering we should have bloody had him out last over if he could have been asked to review. This over from Leach gets smashed back over his head for 6. Maybe having got a let off. I mean, we've hardly got him out. Apart from the first innings in that first test when both sides were really shit, he's scored runs.
Yeah, but he's right. He's like, as you say, didn't Root drop him, as it was Mitchell who got dropped by Root.
Yeah, Daryl Mitchell, he got dropped on 3. We've let him off with an LBW today. I mean, you've got to ride your luck and make cash in when it goes your way, and he's certainly managing that, and he defends that back down the track. And
I mean, over an entire career, your luck evens out, but not necessarily within one series.
No, and we need to level out in this series, god damn it. So that's clipped. They've got on Hayden for Daryl Mitchell.
They have. I mean, we are 2 up. We can't lose. So
this is it. Exactly
That's things you don't expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, not in the last couple of years, yeah. That's defended back down the track. There's no run up. Our success in Sri Lanka boded well at the beginning of lockdown, and it's just been pretty much downhill from there.
Yeah.
I think lockdown had a lot to do with it. Is there any sign of Harry?
There is no sign of Harry. Anyone know how? I haven't got Harry's deets, so I can't really get in touch with him. But if anyone can get in touch with Annie, she can probably get in touch with Harry.
The West Country Mafia.
Yes, exactly. The West Country Mafia.
The Waffians, they're not now.
Yes. Played down to mid-on to no run. That's 2-leg sidey from Leach, and again it's clipped out to sort of wide mid-wickets. Johnny B out there, I think. And that ends the 50th over, 118 for 4. Run rate is only 2.36. Now, I reckon... Go for it.
Jeff Perkins says, Pornbot, putting the dick in Dickens. Warren reckoned that was umpire's call on impact. That's how far behind we are. Granfith also says, breaking Edge Baston to rename the city and clubs after club stalwart and superstar Ian Bell. Yeah. Naked Fun Pornbuck says, have you seen my Tiny Tim? Paul Marshall says, can blame folks for reviews. Ultimately, that's down to Stokes. Well, it is, but he takes his advice from Stokes, I have no doubt. Perko says, 19th century Pornbot Dickens. Nicholas Nickleby, Kiss My Ass Carol. A Lover Twisted. The Bowl by Curiosity Shop. Hard Times. Lolita Dorrit and Great Penetrations. That's a fantastic treat,
yes.
Perko.
Piece of the day.
Potts is in to start his 15th over. First ball is just defended by Nichols out to the covers. And there ain't no run.
It's going to be the Nichols and Mitchell show ultimately, much as it's been the Blundell and Mitchell show. But they're only 118 for 4.
Exactly, a couple more wickets. That's why, again, you should have reviewed that one. That one is too full though. Driven hard by Nichols, square, point fields it, and there's no run. Did we lose the review on the first one? That's the question.
We did lose the review on the first one because it was potential. Well, they supposedly it was LBW.
He was hitting it,
and he hit it. But did he hit it? We don't know. There wasn't enough evidence, so we lost the review.
That's a bit.
I mean, in a sort of natural.
The technology is all very good when it's on your side. Yeah.
Well, I just don't think. I don't think there's enough. I mean, I understand why it was that way. Potts is in again and left outside the off stump by Nichols through the folks, and there ain't no run.
I wasn't listening to you chaps in the studio at that moment. What was your verdict on that?
Well, I thought it was difficult to say it hit the bat, but the umpire having not given it out, presumably because it hit the bat, we didn't have to really give a reason why I didn't think it was out. Well, I suppose
there's enough doubt.
There was enough doubt to say that you had to stick with the umpire, which is what the review system is for. That's down leg side, horrible ball by Potts, gets away with it as Nichols can't catch up with it, and folks.
Well taken by Folks.
Yeah, he's good behind the stumps, isn't he, Folks? The dives to his right.
He's got better and better and better.
He's probably got more and more confident, hasn't he?
He's an absolute masterclass. He's also aesthetically just beautiful. It's
this is it. He's got those soft hands that you'll love a keeper to have.
It's like watching Jack Russell or Alan Knott. I'd put him in the same category.
Such a difference when they've got wrists that just suck the ball in. Potts in again round the wicket, I think. To Nichols, and he prods it into the leg side. A bit of poor fielding by mid wicket. Who's that?
It is.
It's an Overton.
And his pants are coming down a bit.
Exactly, it breaks through him.
Rather ungainly.
Goes into the outfield and they get themselves a single.
You're just feeding the porn bucket, aren't you?
Does look like Potts, I think, Mr. Hendo's point. It just looks like he's labouring a touch. Is it a warm day out there?
I think
not
early 20s. Early 20s. Cold by Australian standards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boiling if you're English.
It's my cocker
the forecast to get to 27 today, actually.
Oh, now that one has dropped a little bit on Folks. Haven't given him loads of praise. He's not snaffled that one up. It was left alone anyway outside the off stump by Mitchell, and there is no run. It's over to you, Messi.
Okay, so Roger Melly says, why the fuck does the wicketkeeper get a say in LBW's? It's in the worst possible position on the field to make such a call. Oh, yes and no. Jay Grover says, I've just ordered Mitch McConnell's autobiography. I must be mad.
You are fucking mad.
With the greatest respect, Jay, I don't think that's ever been up for debate, has it? You've owned it. But Cy Thomas says, Folks has the best view and made a cock-up of it. So he sees some of it, but not all of it, I think is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Jeff Perkins says you've inducted Brian Barish into the Spanner Inquisition. Nobody expected that.
Boom. Leach is going to continue over the wicket to Nichols, and he just defends that back down the track. No run.
suppose the one thing you can say about that non-appeal, he'd come a little way down the wicket, okay, and 2, it did swing a fair amount, okay, so that did make the decision a touch tricky.
It was very close to the bat as well. Now, he's chopped down on that. I thought he got a big chop edge that was speeding off towards third man, but actually he missed it. And it went through to Folks. Again, trying to cut a ball outside his off stump. He's very late on it, really.
Very late on it.
Poor shot. Run. Yeah, definitely a full shot. Trying to run it down a third man. Square legs.
Leach's shirt seems to have sort of ridden up with wear, and it's a bit like it's about 2 years old and it's gone through several washes. It's shapeless, is how I describe his shirt.
Well, he's letting it all hang out, isn't he? Nichols takes sachets down the wicket, sachets even down the wicket, and then defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. Looking to hit over the top. They're looking to go after Leach, which I don't mind.
Well, I don't think Leach will mind either.
No,
shouldn't he?
Indeed. This time he bowls it flat, and Nichols can go back and just defends it up to mid-on. At Broady Fields, and there's no run. Clearly Stokes isn't really going to bowl, is he? Oh, he'd have had a bowl by now, you'd have thought.
You'd have thought so.
He hasn't needed to, really.
No.
Yeah, he probably feels his spinner's doing a good enough job here.
Well, yeah. That's played square on the offside, and there's no run. I'm sure he thinks he might be able to make something happen, especially with all this in-ducking going along. He's got a pretty good in-ducker.
It's actually worked out quite well for them, because after Leach got that first wicket, he's quite confident. They went into their shells, they couldn't expand, so he's saved Stokes' legs.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. Again, Nichols feints to come down the track, realises it's too short, goes back and just defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. And unlike Gary, go on, Messi.
Jay says, is being a Discord admin like one of those Beano fan club things where you have no power but might possibly receive a poorly made badge? That's about right. The porn bot says, feel free to let me know the URL of your site, Forty, if you want to try your spanner, right?
No way.
Steve Shipcott says, pretty sure Wham! Last Christmas was #1 in 2021.
Yeah, it was. The first time round, it only got to number 2.
What was the Wham! Song that got to number 2 then?
It was Last Christmas. First time round, it only got to number 2 because it wasn't it up against Band Aid? Was it up against Band Aid first time round?
Brian Barish
yeah, sorry.
says, I'm likely to going to the Philadelphians' first match on Saturday. Got any messages for Liam Plunkett? And can someone with access to his jingle explain to me what it is? It's 7 years parodying Craig David's 7 Days.
Oh yes,
if I recall
exactly.
correctly.
That's right. I was trying to think what the hell is this doing. It's a good jingle. Driven hard by Mitchell. First ball of Potts' next over, but straight at cover, and there is no run.
I think first time round, and the re-releases probably all got to #1. I can't remember, but I think "Love Me Do," the first single from the Beatles, got to about 17, and "Please Please Me" was a #2. First time round.
And then everything was a #1.
And then, well, not Strawberry Fields and Penny Lane. That was another #2. Kept off the top by
Driven out to cover, no run.
Engelbert Humperdinck, and "Please Release Me."
Oh really? For fucking hell. Really, Strawberry Fields was kept out by that.
Afraid so. That's written in the mid-60s, not quite as swinging as you might think.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was a stage in the US when the Beatles had something like 7 of the top 10, didn't they?
They did, yes. 64, I think.
They were huge. And Mac is playing
Fun
bloody
Porn Box
Glastonbury.
says, beautiful keeper with wrists that suck the ball in. I think I might retire here.
Yeah. Potts in, nicely driven again by Mitchell. He's very organised, is Mitchell. He has shown that all Test series, really. Got to take a chance and get him out. Drives it anyway, straight up to mid-off, no run.
He really shouldn't be coming in at 6, should he?
Well, he doesn't look like it, does he? I guess he's just having a purple patch at the moment.
Well, yeah, I think they should ride it and stick him up to 4. Just go with it. It's not like he's bowling much. Doesn't need to be protected.
Aye, indeed. Certainly better than Nichols. Anyway, left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. Me and Hendo were discussing Nichols is kind of an annoying batsman. He doesn't look like he's actually good enough to play Test cricket. But he's scored quite a few runs against us. So,
well, he's got a better average, or did at the beginning of this series, than everyone except Joe Root on the England side. He's got an average of 40.4.
That's not hard, is it?
Indeed, it is not.
Hey, there's not a lot of settled batsmen.
He has got 8 Test 100s and 12 Test 50s, though, Henry Nichols.
Well, exactly. But he doesn't look like he should be able to get them. One of those annoying things about him. Left alone by Mitchell through the keeper in his now, and opposite to that, I suppose, Daryl Mitchell has got 2 tons in this series, and they're his second and third tons in Test match, his Test match career.
He has announced himself.
This is about. He's played about 20 tests, hasn't he, Mitchell?
No, he's played 10, 11. He's played 11 before this one. This is his 12th. Before he had an average of 40 at the start of the series already, and he had 1 century, but only 102. He's really gone on to the next level during this series.
Well, absolutely. Something's going on. There was a leg slip in for a minute, but he looks like he's gone across the 3rd slip. And now mid-wicket is going to a sort of...
No, he's gone back again.
Gone back again, yeah. It looked like he was going to a deep set sort of short leg, or a very short square leg. And then Potts makes a run up, and Darryl Mitchell pulls away. It's all fucking comedy cricket here. Come on, get on with it, boys. 10 minutes till tea. 52 overs, so we're a few overs short. We'll probably get another 2 after this, so that'll be 55 up until, so we'll be 5 overs short on the day.
I get 3.
Left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
So
Brian Marish
sorry.
Says, shout out to Bears, the first person to tell me to have a spanner. Probably because we call them wrenches in Freedom Land. Jay comes back at me. He says, in relation to the madness thing, he said, one of us has actually been released from the mental hospital, Jeremy, and it's not fucking you. Jay intimidates me. He's the only person in Gorilla World who actually calls me Jeremy, and it's a bit scary. Dave Wood says, Engelbert Humperdinck, up the Leicester massive.
That is true.
Was Engelbert Humperdinck actually a composer in the 19th century or something?
He was, yes. That's where he took his name from, the latter day Engelbert Humperdinck.
We start the next over. Leach bowling at Nichols. Once again, the duel continues, and Nichols again comes down the track, doesn't get to the pitch, covers up and defends it to a short mid-on. No run.
Kasabian, they were from Leicester as well.
Yeah, Kasabian are from Leicester. They're quite big. That's Flatter and Fuller, and Nichols' defence increasing us now. And of course, it's Glastonbury this weekend, boys.
It is. I was going to say the other great group I think were from Leicester was Shawaddy. I think they were from Leicester. I say
Did
great.
They weren't great.
Inverted commas. They were not great.
And again, it goes for that cut. Nichols misses it again, and one of these days he's going to go a little nick, and hopefully, folks is going to take it. I mean, it's hung up there to try and tempt that shot. It's not a great ball, to be fair. It's kind of short, kind of wide. If the batsman can't get hold of it or makes a mistake, he will get himself out. That's darted in at the middle stump and clipped down to a long on. Be a single. Well, Leach is getting through his overs quickly.
Speaking of Glastonbury, did you see that wonderful piece of graffiti on the fence?
Yes, I did. Thank you for posting that.
Andrew is a sweaty nonce.
Yeah, I like that.
I think Macca's going to headline again at the age of 80.
Macca's 80. Yeah, I think he's the oldest headliner. I think
I saw him 5 years ago at the age of 75 in Melbourne. It was a bloody great night out, I have to say.
Well, he's got a pretty large back catalogue. That's defended back down the track, and there's no run.
He's got the best one in the world, frankly.
Exactly.
No one's got a better one.
No. Apparently his voice is going these days.
Yes, slightly.
He can defended back down the track, no run.
He can, when he's backed up by a raucous backing band, he's okay. On yesterday or Blackbird, he really struggled. Messi, sorry.
Light Roller says, please release me. More porn bot fodder. Brian Barish, one more bit of American cricket news before I stop. Raheem Cornwall has been picked up by the Atlanta Fire ahead of the minor league cricket season, which starts this weekend. Might be the biggest active player signing so far. I think that's brilliant because he brings such character to it. I love Cornwall. Paul Bott says looking forward to taking up residency in Forth's spare room and his website. Brian Barish says nice of AA Milne to cover the first Glastonbury, which is Glastonbury's slightly smaller event this year. A picture of Winnie the Pooh dancing with Christopher Robin and Eeyore and Tigger and Piglet and all the animals and Roo. Right, that's basically what happens at Glastonbury.
Tea is approaching, and this man is bowling.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
First ball, he shoots down the leg side. Nichols, it hits Nichols' pad. I think Crawley's at slip, and he kind of appeals, but it's hit about a second middle stump outside leg stump. Never going to be out. And that again is arrow down leg side, and again.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Yeah, it is a shocker. Just trying to get through a couple of overs before tea here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Catch up some time.
He's got a 5 in Test cricket, of course, Jerry.
Well, he has 5 for not very
5 for
many
8.
at all. Yeah, exactly. That's played up to mid on. They get scoot through for a quick signal, bringing Mitchell on strike. That was in India.
It was Family. They were a band from Leicester as well. Steve Hillage's band from quite a long time ago. I just remembered them. Sorry, I digress.
Leo C is pulling out. How dare you? Can we please stop referring to Showwaddy in the past tense? They are very much still on the go, headlining Dagenham Town Show next month.
Oh, okay. Shawty was shit.
Big on the cruise tour circuit, no doubt.
Exactly. God, fucking no way.
Headburner makes a very important addition to the Jeff Perkins list. He refers to the dick pic gapers.
Rooty is swept by Daryl Mitchell.
Nice.
And it's going to be 2. It was very nice. It was very premeditated. As soon as he let go of the ball, he was down on one knee, just paddled it round the corner. Folks anticipated it, but couldn't get that far around. And they get back for 2 runs.
Scott Oakes, who was a Charlton footballer, his father was in Shawty, so
Really?
it's not terribly interesting.
Root throws that one up outside off stump, and this time Darryl Mitchell lets it go, and there's no run. Starting to cloud over a bit and get a bit windier up in Yorkshire. Leeds,
that was his best ball, yeah. Got a bit of turn. They got a bit of purchase off the surface.
Yeah, did a bit. Defended. Out to the offside, and there is no run. Wicket's been alright, I think.
So Warren says, yes, there was shite keeping class off the top of the charts in the 60s, whereas in the 70s, the late 70s, I'll leave it there. Paul Marshall says, ultimately, the umpire has the best view, which is hopefully true. And Ravi Nair, hello Ravi, says Engelbert Humperdinck was a fucking superstar. Don't diss him or you'll go down the road of bad-mouthing Tom Jones and Paul Anka next. There has to be a limit, even for gorillas. Yeah.
Paul who?
And where's Gene Pitt in that?
Paul Anka. Tom Jones and Paul Anka are bona fide artists and not put Engelbert Humperdinck in the same category as them.
Adam Faith?
Wouldn't put him either. Well, I remember him.
Down the track once more as Leach starts another over. A couple of steps taken by Nichols. Doesn't get to the pitch once more. He's closing on 100 balls and he's only got 19 runs. 98 balls he's faced with 19. It's appalling. Getting nowhere fast. And the thing is, it's not really helping. It's out. Well, they're going to appeal for a catch. That is out. That is fucking amazing. Nichols has come down the track, belted it. I think it's bounced off the back of Mitchell's bat, ballooned up to mid off. He's been caught.
After all the bad luck, that wipes every single bit of bad luck today out.
Well,
That's
it
incredible.
does, and that presumably will be T because, maybe not. God. Is it T? I don't know. It's
Yeah, I'm
15:38.
sure.
2 minutes for a man to come out, and then it would be tea. Let's have a look here. So
Let's-
he comes
let's
down
have
the
a look
track.
at
He
this.
did bang it. It comes off Daryl Mitchell straight to. I think it's Alex Leach.
Fuck
isn't it?
off. That's just
It's come-
wrong.
That's not. That's right, man. That's fucking right. We need some luck. It's come
That's
basic-
like getting 4 runs off Barney Stokes' bat.
No, shut up, you whining Aussie.
If you, it's up to you not to get your bat out of the way, isn't it? That's
I mean, he smashed it. It's come right off the meat and the middle of Daryl Mitchell's bat and just gone straight to Alex Lee's at mid-off. That's crazy. Henry Nichols can't believe it. Well, that serves you right for scoring 16 runs or what it was off 98 balls, you see. Got yourself into a bit of trouble and, well, you know.
How filthy would you be to get out that way? Oh my God!
Fuck, that's wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
It's
not. Why is it so wrong? It's in the rules of the game. It may
Jared
look wrong.
Kimber said that's a double play. Both batsmen are out caught.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that is crazy. And because
I've literally never seen cricket's
seen anything
fantastic,
like-
isn't it? You're always seeing new things. I've literally never seen that.
well, the
happen
other in the well, you watch it. I can't remember. Were you on yesterday, Forthy? That's how short.
I was
term
on
remember.
yesterday for the first innings. I was yes.
No, so you missed Butler. I can't remember who the bowler was, but he bowled one out the back of hand into the pitch. It bounced twice. It was about 3 yards outside leg stump, and it was right towards the end of the game. And Josh Butler just walked across and smashed it into the crowd. 6 off a no ball. Genius. Haven't seen that before either.
That is, yeah.
I mean, you see it club
always
cricket,
something
but
new.
never in an international. So that was quite entertaining yesterday as well. It's about the most entertaining thing about that match. So England get a 5th wicket just at tea, and to be fair, Nichols hasn't done the team any favour by being that slow scoring. He's been out for 98 balls. Score's really not moved along. I mean, that whole session.
Nah,
they're at
he's went
123.
absolutely
I mean, they
nowhere.
came out at what 66 after lunch. So they've scored about 40 runs. Not 50, 60. I suppose nearly the same amount of runs, but it seems a lot slower. I think it's Daryl Mitchell's going on at a reasonable pace.
There's almost the exact opposite of Stokes' madcap 50 in the first test that everybody criticised him for, but ultimately was one of the reasons that England won that test. This was real old style Test match cricket. It's just held the game up and got them nowhere.
And then eventually got himself out in a very cruel and unusual way, it has to be said.
Yes.
But that's life. And that's the way it goes.
That's life, Messi. That's just life. That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's life. A couple of tweets before we go. Neymar Butland is either being excited or traumatised, I'm not sure. He says, Schwaddy, are we talking about the greats of my youth? Alvin Stardust, Gary Glitter, Bay
God.
City Rollers. Oh my God.
I went to school with
Paul
Alvin Stardust's son, and God, he got bullied.
Speaking of children, Paul Marshall says, saw Engelbert Humperdinck's daughter in a hotel bar once. My jaw hit the floor along with everyone else's in the bar. That's Louise Dorsey, I presume. Spang Desire says, what ho, chaps? All I have to say about that wicket is, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
And Leah says, that was an absolutely filthy dismissal. I love it. And that's it.
Yeah, I will say his son's name was Fenton. He went on to be Adam Fenton, I think. He became quite a big drum and bass DJ. So obviously his bullying at my school didn't. He was only there for a year and he got taken out.
Well, this is great knowledge.
Yeah. I didn't do the bullying.
Adam Fenton.
I think I was quite friendly with him, in fact, but my memory serves it correct. I'm just trying to find some interviews and stuff. Right, what do you want to listen to at lunch? Tea, even.
I'll leave it in your hands.
Well, I don't know. There's so many, replays I could play.
I'll tell you what, give people a sample of the Bear and the Bishop if you can. I know it's only sound, but even so.
I can probably do that. If we keep talking for a bit.
We're going to need to find Harry for his ball by ball in the second session after tea.
Yeah, I'm not sure he realised he was on before. Maybe he's got to get to the ground first as well. You never know with Harry. I presume he's going to Somerset doing a T20 tonight or something to plan at the ground tonight.
I don't know, but what I will say is I'm going to go to bed. So thank you very much, guys, and see you tomorrow.
Well, thank you
Thanks
very much
for
coming along.
It's 1:45 there, isn't it?
It is.
Well.
Right, posts published. play you the last episode of The Bear and the Bishop, if it'll let me get in. Strange. Let's go to edits.
Just to tell people, this is what you get every week from being a patron.
Well, indeed. I don't know how I turn the volume down on it now. I'm not sure I can, Messi, because it's going to be really loud.
The Bishop and the Bear. And if you are on Patreon, then this is what they'll share. There'll be guests and chats and rants and things. Who knows what fun they'll win.
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Well, welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, our Gorilla Patreons virtual pub. Grab yourself a drink and a seat. 2 ODIs in versus the Netherlands, and what have we learnt? The Amsterdam Woods look lovely and are now full of cricket balls. England have amazing depth and power in their squad. Owen Morgan still hasn't remembered how to bat, and the poor old Netherlands are having to take on the world champions without some of their best players. Our guest today, settling onto the bar stool of bravado, is a newish gorilla, the erudite and dapper Bennett Olegazaram. Former head coach of Hong Kong cricket and always dressed to impress on air, although we've only ever seen him from the waist up, so what he has on lower down, thankfully, will remain a mystery. Hello, Bennett.
Oh, you're on mute.
Who's on mute? Who's make a magnificent entry to the Bishop and Bear virtual pub. He's going to do the whole show in fucking mime.
Hello there, Tony.
Hello.
How are you today? And hello there.
What would you like to drink?
Yeah.
For the benefit of anyone with no pictures, I was there doing a mime of drinking, which of course is equally pointless. Let's start again. Hello, Bennett. How are you?
I'm great, Tony. Thank you very much. Hello, Tony and Bear, and hello, viewers from all over the world.
From all of them, yes, indeed, all of our patrons. Where should we start? Well, I think shall we start with the Netherlands ODIs because they're the most pressing thing. Maybe start with you, Bennett. What do you think England have learnt from the 2 played so far?
I really think that it's just a true testament of the power hitting, the ability to sort of hit the ball and clear the ropes, and it's really exciting to see the likes of Butler, who we already saw in the IPL, Liam Livingstone, and again the likes of Moeen Ali, who was able to also get a knock-in. But these are all very positives. However, there are a few lessons to have learned as well. I would like to see a little bit more of some of the other lesser-known players. Phil Salt did really extremely well, but on the other hand, David Mullan didn't do his case any wrong either, with sort of some good knocks at number 3.
Yeah, he did. Bear, did you know? Did
I know? Probably not.
Well, you know more than you think you know.
Well, that's true.
How many times do you reckon 3 centuries have been scored by a team in a single ODI?
In the same team?
Yeah.
Oh, probably only 1 or 2 times, I'd have thought.
There we are. You see, I told you knew more than you think you know. You were right. The latter of those 2 answers.
2 times. Who was the other side?
The 2 other 2 were South Africa. Both, in fact, I think South Africa.
Oh yeah, they got 400 odd, didn't they? One.
West Indies, Joburg in 2015, 439 for 2. Would you believe? Amla got 153, 128 Riso. And then against India in Mumbai 9 months later in the same year, I think. So Quentin de Kock, Faf du Plessis and A.B. de Villiers again.
Wasn't that game where it was like 450 plays, 400 and something or other as well? Didn't they get really close, whoever was chasing? That was kind of a world record breaking game at the time, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Close to.
And obviously, what other records did we have there in Amstelveen? Most ever sixes.
Most ever sixes, highest score.
Yeah, highest score. I mean, beating our own record on both occasions.
You asked me what we've learned. Have we learned a great deal? Apart from strength in depth, I wouldn't have thought a great. I mean, the Dutch are quite a weak side, let's be honest, you know. I don't think we expected to get 498, but I do remember right at the beginning I did my miscalculation. I said, all right, I'm going to go over England getting 405 because they were offering me 12 to 5, and I thought, oh, they got 109 now and they got 3 times as many, so they'll get obviously 436. Why are they offering me that? And of course I got my maths wrong. I was thinking of 60 overs, not 50. And then they smashed that anyway. I mean, they got that by about 40 overs or even less, you know.
So did you make some decent money on your miscalculation?
Because I was so confident I doubled my stake. And I made about 25 quid off a fiver, which is quite nice.
Well, better than a poke in the eye, that's for sure.
Better than a poke in the eye, exactly. Can't complain. Same as when I bet on England at 9-1 on the Sunday of the New Zealand test, when we were about 190 for 1, and Ollie Pope was still in with Alex Lees. And I thought, you know what, we still could win this if we go at pace, and we did. But yeah, I don't think we've learned a great deal from these things. It was interesting actually on our WhatsApp group that Gary was going on, why aren't they sending out their full team? And funnily enough, when we spoke to Duxburg Kate last week, she was saying she didn't think Slater and some of the guys would go out and play, did she? Because they don't get paid enough. But they did turn up.
Yeah, but Ackerman, I was actually about to sort of talk about that. It's a bit harsh on the Netherlands because someone like Colin Ackerman hasn't gone. Who's the Kent lad? Fred Klassen hasn't gone. They just make more in county cricket, so it is a big ask, isn't it? Better benefits. Benefits, Ben.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh, isn't it, on them to have to take on the world champions? It's like, you know, sort of one hand tied behind your back, isn't it? You've gone on silent again. We're back into the realm of Marcel Marceau does cricket analysis. Oh, here he is.
I was going to say it's quite sad that they're not able to put the country ahead of county. But on the other hand, given what's happening around the globe, you know, the crisis, economic, everybody's looking for what is in it for them. And I think it was a sorry sight, to be fair, you know, the way these boys were mauling the Netherlands bowlers, and it just even led to the skipper sort of calling it a day, not waiting, you know, not wasting too much time there.
Allegedly a dodgy back.
Allegedly,
very much in vogue, I understand these days.
Absolutely. It was a sorry sight, and I was quite pleased in a way to see that England was batting second in the other innings. If not, the game would have been a little bit more of not interested in, like, just sort of these boys bashing the ball from all across the different parts of the ground. But yeah, they are a good side. I mean, it just sort of goes on to show, I think they've lost their coach, Ryan Campbell. I used to know him quite well in Hong Kong. He used to coach.
He's in good order, apparently. He's had that was a heart attack. Did you hear the story about him? Quite extraordinary. I mean, he just happened, it was in a playground with his kids, I assume.
In the UK, in Southampton,
yeah. And it just so happened that a lady in the playground had just done a first aid course on CPR. And had she not literally just done that, he would have been a goner.
Would have been a goner, yeah.
That's what I fear happens to me one day, you know. But yeah.
Well, we'd want to know what you were doing lurking around a playground, especially if the kids have grown up by then.
Well, when am I younger? Yeah, well, that's true, but, you know.
And he'd just gone to Australia to see his parents and come back as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was just all meant to be, you know. It's quite sad, but you know, it must be a bit of a shock. But then Ryan Tenduscar sort of taking over, and you know, there is a bit of experience there and some guidance. I know Ryan Campbell is an excellent coach. He's just an amazing man sort of management kind of personnel, and the skill level is there, but it'll take some time. It just reminds me of the way Hong Kong sort of developed as well, but they didn't really progress. They developed, but they didn't really progress from there. And then that's the key. The more cricket they play, the more competition, the more county cricket, and the more kind of over a period of time. Just like some of the other nations. I mean, for example, Sri Lanka. Look at where they were when they started in the early 80s. Look where they got to in 1996. Afghanistan. I was with the Hong Kong national team when the associate games used to play Afghanistan. I just wonder, these boys are going to be as a matter of time, they're going to come through the ranks, and truly, but you know, surely they did sort of make it. So it's just a matter of time, but it's just having the right people to guide them. I think Ryan Tenduscar is an amazing person to sort of take care, amazing ambassador of cricket to take some Dutch cricket forward. So that'll be interesting to see in the next 3 to 5 years, provided they look after their players and make sure they're remunerated appropriately and they don't lose them to county cricket or any other deals overseas.
we've got Ryan Cook, who's sort of in interim control, isn't he, as an interim coach, whilst hopefully Ryan Campbell recovers.
But I mean, aren't these? I'm not disparaging here, but I mean, for example, with Sri Lanka, you had to have a complete golden generation in that period. I mean, you had Muralitharan, and you had Jayawardene, and you had, what's his name in the middle order, and you had the guys and Sangakkara. Yeah. I mean, you had a massive golden generation, and I guess. But for someone like Sri Lanka, it's all a bit of a come down now to a degree. I mean, the board. This is the thing. I mean, sometimes when you've got a golden generation like that, the shenanigans of the board and the fact that the board is failing and people aren't getting remunerated, kind of goes under the radar because the team is so good and it does so well anyway that everyone thinks everything is tickety boo within your organisation. And then when all these guys retire and then mayhem sets in, it becomes a bit trickier, and then people start looking at it in a different light.
Yeah, but I mean, if you believe that Sri Lanka at the moment don't have a sports minister, and everyone's saying the team's doing so well because there is no political involvement, and the way they played with against Australia is amazing, isn't it? Like, I mean, they gave them a good run as world champions, and again going back to the 80s when we had Bandula Varnapura, Siddharth Vettimuni, all these guys, they came over here. Lord's got centuries. Vettimuni, Amal Silva, Dilip Mendes, Roy Dyers, and all these guys. That time, Sri Lankan cricket was not really. It was just a pushover side, isn't it? Everyone they refused to tour Sri Lanka, and the golden players were there. However, they didn't really get to the next stage.
Yeah.
But that's when, as you said, that time when we had that era, when we worked towards the World Cup, again there was a lot of political sort of disarray there in Sri Lanka. However, Arjuna Ranatunga took everything under his helm, and Sri Lankan, cricketers were not remunerated properly at all at that time.
Yeah.
But it's just only after that, after the 96 World Cup, things began to fall into place. So it's just
it was certainly a golden generation, and it proves in a way that World Cups can be catalysts for change, because that's very much what happened to New Zealand. But then in turn it happened to England after 2015. Complete change of mentality, change of approach, change of coach, and kind of look what's happened. So I think increasingly ODIs played in tournaments are great. Bilateral series often tend to they don't stay in the memory. Well, maybe not mine. Maybe it's me, but I never remember one bilateral ODI from the next. But I remember tournament games.
Yeah, well, I think. A lot. This is why they brought in this qualifying thing, haven't they? Really, which is what we're playing the Netherlands for now. It's points towards qualifying for the World Cup next year, and therefore there is some meaning to them. Even though it doesn't feel like it, but there is some meaning to
them up against the Netherlands then.
2 points
a game.
Well, exactly. I presume the top 8 sides are pretty settled. In fact, we went through this in one of the games, didn't we? The top 8 sides are already pretty settled, and then there's another 4 sides, and then there's the qualifying tournament which the Netherlands should get into or something, which is in Zimbabwe, and then they go on. Whoever wins that presumably gets into the World Cup.
I'll tell you something else. Another interesting final stat, and then we'll go and chat about something else. But it wasn't only the highest ever ODI score, it was also the highest ever List A score. Surrey had that originally, 496 for 4.
Yeah, that's right.
In 2007. So England scored nearly 500,
nearly
800 runs.
Yeah.
And Owen Morgan contributed none.
Yes.
Now, one of which was a golden duck. He's faced a total of 5 balls in total, maybe 7. I can't.
7 balls.
So now he seems to be, I think, a little bit sort of polarising opinion at the moment. A lot of players go through bad form, and you sense there's a huge amount of sympathy for them. You think class is permanent. Form is temporary, class is permanent. That's great, all truism or cliche. But I just get a feeling, and maybe it's the people I hang out with.
Me?
Well, you for one. I do hang out with you for a fair bit. Well, not that I would say you were necessarily representative, but I sense a little bit that people just aren't liking him. They're going, well, get rid of him, get him gone. And is that just a little bit harsh? And will he come through it? I just wonder how we feel about it.
Can I go first, Barry?
Yeah, you go for
it. See, the thing is, England have really been doing well, haven't they? I mean, since the time when that he took over, we cannot forget just that middle of the World Cup when Cook sort of stood down and he took over. He built the whole thing up, and the whole strategy, the whole plan has been centered around him.
And we are back. Jason Hiscox is joining me after tea, and we will be joined by someone else in a moment once I figure out who's on the rota. Let me have a look. Jack Leach will be resuming after tea. It will be myself on Ball by Ball, Jason Hiscox on summary, and Messy Jez should be on. Messers, are you with us? He was, and he's back. Here's Messers. Hello, Messy Jez. You are on socials, I believe.
Just.
Hello, folks. How are we doing, Jason? Good to see you.
It's good. Makes a change from yesterday when I was on the commentary for the hit and giggle stuff, but back to proper cricket.
Jack Leach resuming the over that he got 2 balls through before tea as Blundell gets back in front of pad and defence. What an odd wicket we saw there, gentlemen. Hendo is furiously Googling in the other room, finding examples of similar wickets. He's found Andrew Simons in a game against Sri Lanka, but we can't work out whether it came off a non-striker's body or bat, as that's short.
Body, I think. It was Michael Clark's body. I've retweeted it onto our timeline.
Thank you, Jez. It's shorter from Leach, and again defended on the front foot by Blundell. But yeah, Hendo's scrambling for more examples, and I'm sure they will filter through shortly onto Twitter and to me in this room. As Blundell plays off the back foot out into the offside, and the man at deep mid wicket, I think that's an Overton. I think, yes, it is. Gathers, and they'll just get through for a single. Blundell off the mark almost immediately after 3 balls. Mitchell on 25, and 1 ball left.
There's another part to this too, which is important. Mitchell shouldn't have been there anyhow, because he was out over an hour ago, not given out, and nobody reviewed it. But if that had been given out, then Blundell wouldn't have got out. Who was it got out? Nichols. Got out.
As Mitchell just defends that into the onside for no run. That's the end of Jack Leach's over. New Zealand are 124 for 5. We haven't jingled up Tom Blundell, have we? So I'll just do that now, and then we'll go to some tweets. Here's Tom Blundell.
Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell.
Couple of tweets, Jez, before Root motors through to his first ball.
Well, apart from me having retweeted a video of what actually happened, there's no new tweets. It's been a fairly fervent discussion between Suter and Chad Wright and Scott Harrison on YouTube around spinners for England if they go overseas, including the possibility of Moeen coming in, of course.
As a full toss from Root is slapped wristily into the onside by Blundell, and it's a pretty poor ball. It'll get away for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
That's an absolute gift when you first come into the crease.
As in comes Root again, that's a better delivery and blocked by Blundell. No run as it's collected by the slip. I think that's Crawley there. It is in his floppy hat. As in comes Root again. Outside of the off stump, defended by Blundell. Folks will pick up no run.
I am wondering when was the last time we saw 2 spinners in tandem bowling at Headingley which is not renowned as being a spinner's wicket.
Oh, long time, I'd say. Unless, as that slapped out into the offside by Blundell, there's a man sort of 3/4 back, so he'll just get a single. Did Moeen Ali, I think, was it at Headingley that Adil Rashid bowled against India, and I think Moeen Ali may also have played in that game, but I'm not sure.
I can't remember. Let's see what Twitter has to say. It may be the case that he's immediately replaced once his over is completed after tea.
And that's a little paddle sweep from Mitchell. Folks almost got there diving to try and get hold of it. They'll get back for 2 as fine leg comes round. It was a nice deft sweep behind square by Mitchell, sent everyone scattering round in that direction, but he managed to thread it through a little gap. Root has now gone for 10 off what will be 2 overs after this ball, so the run rate just starting to climb a little bit again for New Zealand as Mitchell paddles again down towards fine leg. It's stopped again by Jamie Overton, getting a bit of a workout, and another 2 runs. Mitchell to 29, end of the over. New Zealand 133 for 5.
Nestlers is with us. He says, you want a new tweet? Well, here you are. Untitled Chapter has not been with us for a while. Well, hasn't spoken with us for a while. I retweeted his tweet. He says messages on socials and big heart. Greetings to the rest of the crew too. Long time no see. Lovely to hear from you, Shopanas. And Helen Overton, responding to a sketch that Dr. Dan posted of Jamie Overton, says, still brilliant, Dr. Dan. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Dr. Dan.
As Leach is at the top of his mark, facing up to Blundell, and that's played off the back foot by Blundell. There is now a silly mid-off in bat pad on the offside, one of Shane Warne's favourite positions, one which he advocated for more use of in the modern game. And Blundell's got his soft cap on rather than his helmet spin from both ends, as that is nowhere near that bat pad on the offside. It's short and taken off the hip by Blundell. Johnny Bairstow sprinting back to cut it off before the boundary, but they'll get 2. Daryl Mitchell still opted for the helmet, but Blundell's got his soft cap. Too short from Leach, that just kind of short of the good length and too straight. If he wants to bring that bat pad into play, he needs to be getting it a little more on-off stump and get some variable turn. That's a little better, but still too short as Blundell plays him off the back foot for no run. It will be picked up by Ollie Pope in the bat pad. Got to feel bad for Ollie Pope actually. Usually it's the most junior member of the team. As that was a little better from Leach, some drift, and it almost beat the inside edge of Blundell's bat, but it took the inside edge and went fine on the leg side and was gathered. But Ollie Pope has got himself such a reputation for being a good, close, under the helmet fielder that he's now stuck in there permanently, despite Alex Lees being more junior, as again Blundell's inside edge and pad is challenged by Leach, but he manages to get bat on it, bat in front of pad. No run. Leach really does motor through, as does Joe Root actually. There's not much time to get words in between their balls, as Leach actually pauses as I say that, but then little tickle on the inside edge, maybe onto the pad, and fine again, evading Ollie Pope, who's come round from bat pad on the offside to on the leg side, and it's gone fine, and a short fine leg picks it up, end of the over. New Zealand 135 for 5. Messy Jez.
I just noticed that Helen Overton, whose tweet I just quoted, says on a Twitter handle, Somerset County Cricket Club, Surrey Cricket and England supporter, proud mum of twins. So you can guess who her boys are.
I did check that as well. Because I thought that's an odd name. That must be a relationship of some form.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, given his perennial squeamishness, I want to see how Jason deals with the naked porn bot on tweets. Are you squeamish, Jason?
As Root beats the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell, it doesn't turn, it slides on past the edge, and Folks whips the bails off, but Mitchell was safely in. Yes, Jason, are you squeamish?
I'm fairly brawn-minded.
Have a look at the pawn bot, as that's a reverse sweep aimed at that by Mitchell, and it goes straight at Slip, to be honest, but hits the ground first, and Crawley picks it up. It was almost all along the ground, but Mitchell playing with some confidence and some flair, even though he's only on 29. He goes for the reverse sweep again, and he connects with it, but there's a short third man. He's hit that hard, and Leach has dived well to cut it off, and no run will be had.
I'm thinking that looking at the pawn bot is probably not a good idea on a machine that's also used for work.
As Root pitches one a little short, it's cut by Mitchell, but forward really to mid-off. But you can just explain to them the Gorilla Cricket pawn bot is not in fact a real pawn bot. Sorry to give away the secrets, as that's clipped up to long off. Potts jogging in, and Mitchell will get a single. He moves on to 30, and Blundell will face the final ball of Joe Root's over. Former England captain spinning the ball. He's over the wicket, round over the wicket, to Blundell, who defends backward of square into the offside, straight to a fielder, no run. End of the over, 136 for 5.
Brian Barish says, "Is that my best friend Jacob?"
Yes,
Jake,
Brian, my best friend.
Boy chick, how are you?
I particularly like that he forgot that the test was on, despite literally talking about it yesterday. That is the most Brian Barish thing I've heard all week.
He's very old, and he's got a young daughter, and he's got a lot on.
He's American.
Yeah, well, that's very racist. Farong says, again, the inability to put on decent partnership has hurt the Black Caps again. Only 6 50-plus partnerships all series. They have been pretty ordinary, actually.
This is the pair that will put on a big partnership if there is one to be put on, I think.
Yeah.
In comes Leach, and defended by Mitchell, out to, I think that's Matty Potts running round at short cover, no run, which kind of makes it all the more painful for England that Mitchell probably should have been out, seeing as this is the pair that's done the damage for New Zealand in the series. Mitchell defending Leach, no run. There's now a short, not a silly mid-on, but a short mid-on, right by the bowler's, the crease line at the non-striker's end. It's Ollie Pope under the helmet. That's Fuller, and almost gets its way under Mitchell's bat, but he jams it down and will defend it. Yeah, maybe
you call it a sort of a spinning on Hayden, but
yeah, maybe just looking for one to pop up as Mitchell defends, no run. Yeah, maybe just looking for that one which, well, the one which got out Nichols, in fact, but on the other side of the wicket, the ball just popping up off the face of the bat, straight to the man there. Interesting fielding position, a daring one, as that's reverse swept by Mitchell. Is there a man out there? Yes, there is. Jamie Overton, who's everywhere today in the field, will cut that one off, and they'll get through for 2 as Mitchell now makes progress into the 30s. He's on 32.
Far from being a lumbering Jamie Overton is actually a very athletic fielder, having seen him in the flesh. He's quite has an absolute bullet arm, so that's why he's parading around the outfield. As
Mitchell places bat in front of pad, covers off that ball, no run, 60 overs done, 138 for 5.
Is that the end of the over?
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
The light roller says, Andrew is a sweaty nonce. I found the video. Good mix of punk and nursery rhymes. Not as good as Nelly the Elephant by the Toy Dolls, but still amusing. Although I would think someone would not be amused. Well, that's quite possible, but that's stiff pickies, isn't it? I think the rest of the country has been fairly unamused by his activities. And we're up to date on tweets, so it's probably a good time to mention Patreon. Oh, we're back on again.
As Blundell defends, no run. Quickly, before Joe Root bowls another one, talk about it, Jez.
Well, this latest issue of the Smactimum came out today for all our patrons who contribute $4 or £5 or more.
As Root is in, floating one up,
great.
Blundell down the track. Oh, there's a man there, and they'll get through for a pretty tight single, and there might be some overthrows here. Will they get through for another one? The cameraman has helpfully cut to Matthew Potts' face rather than the ball, so I have no idea. He's missed the stumps. The man was well in anyway, but it was a relatively tight single. There might be there might be an overthrow. We'll see. They got through for a single. No, just a single. Just the single there. Interesting. The run rate's not been fabulous from New Zealand today, and 60 overs, 139 runs, only 20 overs before the next new ball. Root in. Another paddle sweep from Mitchell. That one not caught, but along the floor and stopped by the diving Ollie Pope at short leg. But yes, if you could support us on Patreon, we would very much appreciate it. As that slides on the outside edge of Mitchell's bat straight down into the ground and past the diving slip. Leach will run back to third man and gather it, and they'll get through for 2 runs, but chances.
Runs have been coming quickly since tee, though. It seems to have balls been rolling around the outfield quite regularly.
As Root in again. Floats it up, and Mitchell defends. They're going for a quick single. Root sprints out, so does Folks. Neither of them will get there in time to stop it, and Mitchell gets through to the non-striker's end, leaving Blundell to face one more delivery, as we see a replay of that really unusual wicket of Henry Nicholls coming straight off the middle of Mitchell's bat, the non-strikers, and just guided catching practice like to Alex Lees. That's a full toss by Joe Root, and Blundell skips down the pitch and sort of helicopters it towards mid-on, but it will be gathered by mid-on. There will be no runs. 61 overs done, 142 for 5. I think there were 10 runs. No.
Well, I think there's been 19 runs in 3.4 overs.
Yeah, so the Root has been a bit expensive. He's going at over 4. Messi Jez, the tweets.
Brian Barish says, I can assure you, Jacob, that the most Brian Barish thing in the world is either forgetting to send Hazel to school with a water cup or getting into bed under the blanket but above the top sheet. And Nesta says, someone in the office just asked me if Dublin was part of the UK. For fuck's sake. Oh, Jesus, God help us.
My mother did that, actually, the other day. She, I have an application going through for an Irish passport, and they've told me it's going to take 2 years.
2 years?
As Leach is in short and should have been put away by Mitchell, but he'll only find Potts. Yeah, 2 years. And she went, God, this country's going to the dogs. And I went, it's not this country. I think they're rather keen that you don't say it is. That's been a bit of an area of contention for the Irish in some years. And another short delivery from Leach. This one is hit better from Mitchell, but the sweeper out there is Overton. He's getting through a lot of work. His GPS figures will be interesting. And Mitchell will get a single, but he'll get 2. But that's 2 bad balls in a row from Jack Leach. Short, wide, drag downs.
Do you feel that they're rushing to try and get to the new ball?
Maybe, and I also think that Leach is trying to bowl too fast. He gives that one a bit more air, and it's gone past that man at the short mid-on position, just wide of him. It wasn't too far away in the end, and there is a long on who collected that delivery, but it wasn't all that far away from Ollie Pope. Lucky there for Mitchell, who's got through for another run. He moves to 38. What are you thinking about Leach's bowling so far, Jason?
I agree with you. I think he's trying to bowl just a little bit too quick, and it's mucking up his line.
As that's a bit of a better line, and perhaps a little bit of turn, a little straightening. Drifting in, straightening towards middle and off, and Blundell deals with it nicely, defending it on the front foot. Big stride out, bat with pad. Drift again, and Blundell skips down the pitch, flicks off his legs past short leg. Ollie Pope in the danger zone there, Square leg will pick it up. They'll just get through for a single. Blundell looks like he's a bit disappointed that Daryl Mitchell didn't come back for two. That's come off the face of the bat and through the legs of short leg. Ollie Pope is very good, but I don't think that was could really be called a chance. But
No.
maybe a quarter chance.
It's a 1 in 70 chance of catching that, I think.
Yeah. It was
And that's
below
probably
his
being
hands,
generous.
through his legs.
It had just had to hit him on the boot to get a chance.
In comes Leach, defended by Mitchell, picked up by Pope, who's back at that short mid-on. And 62 overs done, 146 for 5. Messi Jez, back to you.
Nemar Butlin says, my friend is trying to emigrate to the USA from Canada. Oh, many would think is all much of a muchness. Still needs a green card to work here, by the way. And that's up to date on Twitter.
Well, we're seeing the
I
Barmy
heard
Army-
you say turn in relation to Leach. You may have an argument with Gary Naylor about that.
I've had an argument with Gary all
doesn't turn
morning
it at
about
all.
Yeah, Gary's been maintaining that there's been no turn, but I think Leach's wicket on his very first ball turned a tiny bit and straightened. There's something going on in the crowd. There's something being chucked around. I don't know if it's looks
the
like cardboard.
flexible flexible
cups?
plastic cups, I think.
We're also seeing the Barmy Army trumpeter, who I have a fun story about in a moment. But for now, this man is coming back into England's bowling attack.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
As in comes Stuart Broad and his headband, and that's left alone outside the off stump. So the Barmy Army trumpeter was in Amsterdam yesterday. He's made a little video on social media about this. So yesterday he was in Amsterdam, and then he's got on a late flight, got to Headingley. He's there for the next 2 days, and then he's driving down to Glastonbury to play a set at Glastonbury, shirking his responsibilities, and will be without trumpet for the last 3 days of this Test match because he's buggering off to Glastonbury to, I don't know, get famous in the music biz. Good on him,
That'll
though.
be a relief to a lot of people in Headingley, I suspect.
As Blundell defends Broad off the back foot. I don't know if he's been booked as the Barmy Army trumpeter or if he's part of the band. Either way, good for him. But I would question why you would book the Barmy Army trumpeter for Glastonbury if he has been booked as such. Who knows? Who knows? Get in touch on social media and tell us if you know if you're going to Glastonbury, do you know how the Barmy Army trumpeter's been booked? As the beer snake is in the crowd, and that's off the legs of Blundell. Short mid wicket picks it up. I think that's Johnny Bairstow there. Looks like him, and he gets it back into the keeper's end. The pint glass beer snake is coming out, so I think the crowd are telling us that this is a bit of a slower passage of play.
How is that possible? I was told yesterday that beer snakes were a thing of the past in the UK.
In general, they are. They are because of the £1 deposit, or the deposit of a nomination. They're generally hard to people to give away now.
As Blundell defends Broad, there's a bit of a misfield, but they won't get a run out of it. Yeah, it's possible, but then again, when travelling to Yorkshire, passengers are reminded to set their watches back approximately 35 years.
Oh, you like to pick a fight, don't you?
Well, I mean, the rest of the country's doing that now because Kate Bush is number one. There's 10% inflation and a train strike. It's like 1982 all over again. It's brilliant. I'm expecting Arthur Scargill to pop on the telly in a minute. Maybe he'll streak across Trent Bridge.
And of course, Top Gun is the top movie.
Yeah, as Broad is in, defended by Blundell. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, isn't it? At least we don't have to do John Major again.
Stuart Broad obviously thinks headbands are in fashion as well.
Yeah, he's just finished watching the original Karate Kid in the cinema. It's the time warp. As Johnny Bairstow is pleading with Murray Erasmus to change the ball, Murray gives him a wry smile as the ball goes through the hoops and says, "No, you're not getting that, son."
Well, I suppose you could say yes. Bairstow and Broad are still playing for England as well.
Yeah. It's quite odd seeing Bairstow and Murray Erasmus, because apart from the Mr. Erasmus being slightly plumper than Johnny Bairstow, because he's not a full-time player anymore, they're quite of a similar build, so it's a sort of mirror image type situation. They're similar heights, quite broad. Maybe Johnny Bairstow's looking into a window to his future there.
Oh, I think that's a bit rough on Johnny Bairstow.
I think it could be, but you never know what could happen when the playing days stop and the middle age and the middle class starts to hit.
Well, famously, when sumo wrestlers stop competing, they actually slim down quite considerably.
But then they all have heart attacks. As I have an interesting sumo wrestler fact, actually, in a moment, as that's left alone by Broad. Not by Broad, by Blundell, off Broad. It's Messy Jez with your tweets and then my sumo wrestler fact.
You're a fucking ray of sunshine, aren't you? Jay Grover says, my Irish passport application hit a bit of a hitch when I had to admit that my pre-independence ancestors killed an awful lot of Catholics in the mother country, thus I might have right to return. I'm banking on Scottish independence now. Jay also says, I'd be worried if anybody wasn't arguing with Garrow, to be honest. Dave Wood says, being Trumpless is never a bad thing. Jay's got another addition to the Pornbots list of Dickensian things. Nicholas Dickleby. Nabar Butland says, can someone at Glastonbury teach him to not play flat anymore? That's a bit optimistic. And Jay says, and I agree with this, I loathe and despise beer snakes more than life itself.
My personal favourite Pornbot Dickens was Great Penetrations. That had me cracking up in the green room. Yeah, my sumo wrestler fact is that sumo wrestlers, despite their immense heft, have very little, I can't remember what sort of fat it's called, but of the bad fat, the fat around their organs. It's all, I think it's called subcutaneous fat in the layer between their skin and muscle, as Mitchell defends Leach. Visceral fat, I think, is the bad fat, and subcutaneous fat is fine because you can burn it quite easily, which is why they all slim down when they retire. As in comes Leach, and Mitchell defends. So it's interesting because they're not plagued by the issues you would expect due to their weight, because the fat isn't around their organs and so causing health problems. Just something I picked up, which was quite interesting, I thought. As Mitchell reverse sweeps again, Root stops it at slip. No run. Sorry if I bored the pants off you there, gents, but the Pornbot might quite like that.
A piece of anticipation by Root. He saw that coming and moved smartly to his right to catch that.
Mitchell that time a little more ponderous, defending just on his pads. And no run will there be, said Master Yoda, who famously batted number 4 for Yorkshire in the 1970s. What's that bet?
You might like to look and see if Harry Everett is waiting in the waiting room.
I don't think he is, and that's a hard sweep by Daryl Mitchell, and it will go away for one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
No, I don't know if Harry is here. He's not in the waiting room, as that's defended by Mitchell. No run. However, I'm sure we have the resources here at Gorilla Towers to cope. The bear is here, as is Hendo and myself. Messes, if you want to go to sleep, that's perfectly understandable. But Jason...
Well, I could do with a break, yeah.
Jason, you have no such excuses as time zones. We will keep you here as slave labour. As that's the end of the over. 64 done, 150 for 5. Give us another round of tweets, Jez, and then at the end of the
on our
we'll
retro theme, Dave Wood says even Edwina Curry doesn't have to do John Major again. And Nestler says Arthur Scargill was on an RMT picket line the other day. And
still alive.
Roger Melly says you're saying Kate Bush is number 1 like it's a bad thing. Jay says, oh good lord, I'm pretty damn left wing, but zombie Arthur Scargill gives me the proper fear.
In comes Broad, and that's... Oh, that wasn't a million... Unless that was slammed into the ground by Blundell, who aimed a straight drive at it. It wasn't a million miles from Stokes, but with the urgency that... or I should say the lack of urgency with which he ran at it, I think that was hit into the ground first before ballooning up. We'll have the change after this over, and if Harry isn't here, I don't know, I might... we'll work something out. Hendo's going to come in, and he's going to do some summarising, I think. And okay, Hendo will do ball by ball. Oh, as Broad appeals and then doesn't, because I think that's a big inside edge onto pad. It looked like it nipped back and hit the pad pretty handily, but I think there was a big inside edge on that, which is why Broad's appeal was extremely brief. So Hendo will be coming in to do ball by ball in the absence of Harry Everett. I will do some socials, and then either you can stay on, Jace, or I can do some summarising as well.
I'll let you stay on if that's okay.
No problem. We might even get a 3-studio setup. The Bear could come in if he wants to, but he might not want to. He's got a lot to do this afternoon. As that's driven nicely by Blundell. Oh, and that will beat the fielders, and yeah, they're not bothering to run. That will go away for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lovely straight drive there by Tom Blundell, I think that was. Yes, it was. Just a push, and the mid-off boundary is vacant.
I did think that Broad is getting just a little bit of tail in at the moment, reverse swing potentially, and that was bowled very neatly onto his bat.
As in comes Broad to Blundell, who again pushes, and this time there is a mid-off. Ben Stokes has moved himself there. You would say horses and bolting, except for the fact that he's just stopped another boundary, probably. Even though he did misfield, he shook his head in a bit of exasperation. And, I hope that wasn't off his fingers. He's got delicate little fingers, does Benjamin. His dainty digits. As Broad, or should I say the man attached to Stuart Broad's headband, turns at the top of his mark. They're asking for the ball to be changed again, and Murray Erasmus has acquiesced. The ball will not fit through the ring it's supposed to go through, or it may fit through the ring it's not supposed to go through. And the fourth official with the briefcase of balls will come on, and we're also, it seems, going to get a drinks break. So maybe this would be the good time to ring the changes. We say thank you to Jason, and probably good night to Messi Jez. And are you on again?
No, I'll be back in half an hour. I've got 2 more sessions to go yet.
Okay.
Nabar Butlins is the next tweet for you, though.
Thanks very much, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
It's my last one, so I will say goodbye to you.
Thanks, Jason. Good to see you, and we will be joined for the first time in ages. We will have a 3-shot of the studio as myself, Hendo and the Bear, the Nigels, founders of Guerrilla Cricket. No? There we go. Yes, myself and the Nigels will be commentating live and in living colour from Guerrilla Towers, as we get some cables sorted. Hendo sterilising his microphone.
Yeah, killing it at the same time.
the ultimate standards of cleanliness here at Guerrilla Towers. It's It's a health inspector's dream.
That's like perfume.
It's hideous stuff. It's Ineos. It's a company owned by Jim Ratcliffe, isn't it? The
rich
the
bastard.
richest man in the world. Or
So is this what guerrilla cricket used to be like all of the time?
Yes.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
It is.
There were a lot of people in the green room and there was a lot of booze drunk.
Sometimes there'd be as many as 10 or 12 people here.
So we'll have Hendo on ball by ball. The Bear will be doing the summarising, and I'll be looking at your tweets.
I can do tweets.
Do you want to do tweets?
Yeah, I'll do tweets. We'll all just babble on
Summarise
anyway.
and jingle.
I'll summarise and jingle.
I do apologise for any mistakes I make. It's just that I haven't got my glasses today, my proper ones, and I can't see the screen very well. So I'm just guessing. I'm now. Who's it? West Indies v Bangladesh. Here he comes. Stuart Broad in, bowls to Blundell, who gets onto the back foot, defends, back down the wicket, and there is no run. Do you think I could be poisoning myself with this Ineos by spraying it on the microphone and then breathing it in?
Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly.
I think it may be the case.
Yeah, I think you might be right, actually.
I mean, look at what happened to Lewis Hamilton. He's sponsored by Ineos, and well,
yeah,
well, there you go.
That's all you need to know, really.
I'd like to be sponsored. Actually, maybe I could get sponsored by Ineos on the basis that I spray the microphones.
And your lungs.
And my lungs, yeah. 154 for 5 is the score. The intimidation of Marius Erasmus has finally worked. Stokes and Bairstow were operating a pincer movement on him, and he's changed the ball. Broad in, full outside the off stump, defended by Blundell. Gets that big stride in, which he does when he's playing defensively or even when he's just leaving the ball. Played square on the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Tweets. Oh, you're not ready yet?
I'm not ready yet. Funny enough, technology's fucked me over again. It's now trying to install the Twitter app.
Oh, wonderful. I can do a few tweets if
Yeah,
you
go
want.
on then.
So, Neymar Butlins was, I think, the most recent one, wherever the hell he is. Neymar Butlins, Guerrilla Cricket, can someone send my hairline to the 80s? The hairline would be going forward, not further back. The porn bot chimes in with, I have a merkin which resembles Arthur Scargill's hairstyle. Oh God, I can barely get through those ones.
Is he still alive, Arthur?
Apparently he was on the picket lines.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, exactly.
The Light Roller informs us that sumo wrestlers are also vegetarian, and the best thing about Gary is his jingle.
Leach bowls. It's flicked off the legs of Mitchell. Has to hurry through for the single. The throw comes into Leach, who got behind it at the non-striker's end. Big grin from Mitchell on the basis that he survived that. It was Overton was the man hurling at the non-striker's end. Seen Mike Selby this afternoon tweeting that he's a much better bowler than his brother. Well, that's not going to please Craig, is it?
No.
Too much. It's a bit of sibling rivalry.
There's been a lot of ball changing in this series.
Oh, it's unending, isn't it?
But the odd thing is that New Zealand half the time have switched a ball that's swinging for one that's not. Whereas England seem to have mainly switched dead balls for equally dead or half decent ones, New Zealand are constantly switching swing for straight seams.
That might be the reason behind their, I wouldn't say poor performance in this series. The fact is they're 2 down, but
yeah, I mean the odd thing about that after this ball,
Leach bowls flat and short and cut. They're going to get a run, at least just the one, in fact, out to deep cover.
is actually that if a ball is slightly out of shape and one side is slightly fatter than the other, wouldn't that, if a ball that is perfectly spherical isn't swinging, the fact that one side is slightly out of shape with the other might actually help it swing?
Probably does, in fact.
Yeah, it probably does. Yeah.
I don't know if it's come out yet, but last summer there was a lot of talk about a Cambridge paper which was coming out about why a ball actually swings, and they'd finally figured it out and put it all down in a research paper.
Mitchell tries the reverse sweep. He doesn't make contact. It hits him on the thigh, and there is no run.
I don't know if it's come out yet. But
they always seem to be doing papers
maybe
like
the
that.
internet could look for it and see if we could find out why the ball actually swings.
Mitchell is on 43, and he comes forward to the next delivery, which is fired in by Leach. Just eases the ball back up the pitch to the bowler. Constantly sort of... it's almost as if Leach has constantly got cold hands. He's always blowing on them. He tries to sweep there. It's hit him.
Now that's a good appeal.
That's worth an appeal. It's hit him on the trunk, but he's very low to the ground. But it probably was going over.
You think? I don't know.
No, I think so.
I thought it's probably... I think it's quite a decent shout.
I think umpire Kettleborough thought so, and that was what did it in the end.
Leach again, 253. And this is again defended to the man in the on Hayden position, which I hate with a passion. I don't see the point of that. I've never seen the point of that fielding position.
Well, it got Hayden out.
Yeah, years ago. It's done nothing ever since.
But it was fucking useful when it did, man.
Nothing ever since.
End
of the over, 156 for 5.
Right, here we go. Leah says, I'm not going to Glastonbury, but the closet seems to be quite bare if you have to put the Barmy Army dude, now that no one wants to visit old Blighty anymore. I'm thinking he's probably in a band, but maybe someone can.
Are we talking about the trumpeter?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
He's not Billy anymore, is it?
No, not
didn't the Japanese end up being shite at sumo wrestling when they imported a bunch of Mongolians and Samoans? Don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me. They seem to be quite strong, those boys. They seem to stop the Kiwi All Blacks quite well. Jeff Perkins, current Barmy Army trumpeter Simon Finch, has played for Liam Gallagher, Kane West, Blur, Jay, that's why he's there, Florence and the Machine, and many others. So that would be why he's going to Glastonbury. Presumably he is playing with a band who are playing a gig.
When is Glastonbury?
This weekend.
Oh, it's this weekend.
Starts today.
However, there is no absolute confirmation there that he's not been booked as the Barmy Army trumpeter.
Root is he into the attack or has he been bowling?
He's been bowling. And he's driven. Has a go at Blundell.
Yeah, driven back at him, and then he threw the ball back. Blundell had to take evasive action as he threw it to Folkes behind the stumps.
The interesting thing about the on Hayden position is that actually that ball which got Henry Nichols out did go to the on Hayden position. It just happened that Mitchell's bat was there instead of a fielder.
Yeah. Do you think would he have held it though?
I don't know.
That's a good question. Defended down just backward a square, fielded by the slip, and there is no run. Roots into his 5th over, would you believe? None for 17 for him.
So they broadly just bowled one over.
I guess so. Maybe they did an end change.
Maybe.
I think he bowled 2.
Root again outside the off stump, no turn at all. He just strokes that very pleasingly. Does Blundell backward a square, and they're going to come back with a second as Lees closes in out at deep backward point, and the throw is missed by Folkes. Pope has to take it at short leg, and he looks very unhappy about that.
It's a pretty poor throw.
That was a pretty poor throw. Root, as ever, vigorously rubbing that ball, the new ball, or replacement ball. And he's in again. Down the wicket he comes. He's tempting him, isn't he? Throwing it up out there.
Yeah.
He's bringing him down the wicket. He's driven that one to mid-off. He's trying to get that one that would turn back between bat and pad.
It's first day wicket there.
Yeah, it's not.
He's
probably
not a ripper of the ball, is he, Arjo?
No.
He
I'm
does turn it a
liking
bit.
the optimism from Justin Sider on YouTube, who said draw.
This one keeps a bit low and just sits well
at 20-5 on the first day.
It's driven out to deep extra. They take a single.
Well, as me and Hendo were saying next door, I mean, they've got nowhere. I mean, the new ball's due in 13 overs after it, and 13 overs and 1 ball, and they're only on 159 for 6.
They're very keen to get this new ball, aren't they? The fact that Root is bowling, I think.
Yeah.
They're just trying to
maybe they
see them
sort
off.
of realised that Broad was bowling a little too close to the new ball for their liking.
Yeah, well,
and
I
heaved
mean,
him off.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't get the pawn bet on heaving Broad off.
Root bowls again. Brings Mitchell forward on this occasion. Squeezes out on the offside. Grinning, as he tends to do quite a lot. Him and Joe Root. There's a grin off going on between those two. That's the end of the over. 159 for 5.
Leah says, yeah, the fans are pissed. This is about sumo men. The Japanese supermen were losing to bloody filthy foreigners. Yeah, well, you know. The naked porn butt says the only thing he can find of all this cocking bull ring manipulation is Prince Albert.
Okay.
We all know what Prince Albert is.
Let's not go there.
O'Neill Harris says, I enjoy it when Bear reads tweets. Quick, concise, and to the point. No fluffing about. Thanks, O'Neill. Jeff says, didn't gorilla flu break out from the green room? Yeah, it's probably been an episode of flu or 2 that have gone through.
I know for a fact that Jay Grover hates when I do the tweets. He thinks I do them too slowly.
Jay Grover hates that. You know, you can't really take anything too seriously from Jay because he does have a go at almost everybody in the nicest way. Leach bowls and Blundell goes right back and giving himself a little bit of room outside the leg stump. Tries to force off the back foot. He's taking his helmet off now, so he's displaying his beard in its full luxuriant manner.
It is rather nice.
It's nice, isn't it? It's a good one. It's a good one. But he looks much better with a real black cap on rather than a helmet. He goes back to this one again, just lets the ball come to him, eases it into the offside, and they run through for a single as Potts moves to his left at extra cover. score moves to 160 for 5. It's interesting to know what this partnership is worth, because these are the two men that England have struggled to get out.
They're like a fucking millstone around our necks.
Leach
probably around
continues. He's brought out the reverse sweep and he's played it nicely, but there is a man at backward point and possibly a bit further back than you might think in terms of angle.
That's not a bad position to have someone, is it? He does that top edge, is it?
I think he's there for the top edge of the reverse.
Yeah.
Precisely for that.
He's on 43, he's looking for another half century. He's down the wicket, gets that on the full, drives it, probably a little bit low on the bat to get the timing he was looking for. Bairstow fields it at mid-wicket. And there is no run. So he's 43 from 94 deliveries. Blundell is 19 from 39. And New Zealand are going to get another run here. A single, in fact, just jabbed into the offside. It possibly should have been on the back foot to that ball because it was quite short. But he's eager to get at the slightly over-pitched one. And so just jabs this one into the offside. They go through for 161 for 5. Final ball of Leach's 22nd over. It's got figures of 2 for 55. He's bowling again to the beautifully bearded Blundell. It's not easy to say. Onto the back foot he goes, eases it once more, milking the singles at the moment, these two. 162 for 5. Blundell 20, Mitchell 44.
Jay says he would shake the hand of a man who could intimidate Marias Erasmus.
Absolutely.
He says, alas, Scargill is alive, like a gobshite Duracell bunny. He will write about a lot, mind, he says. And he also says the Cambridge research paper was suppressed by the deep state, which James, Dr. Onak, or Dronak, says it doesn't look like, he sent us an article, doesn't look like a research paper. I do remember there was an article in one of the papers about it. It's got the science in, and there's a link, so if you want to read that, that's cool. Josie Oak says, is the resident hypochondriac Hendo worrying about monkeypox yet?
Not monkeypox, actually. This one a little bit of drift from Root as he starts a new over. And Blundell just kills any thought of spin. I haven't got worried by monkeypox, but I will if I see someone spotty coming near me. I will start screaming. 62 for 5. In comes Root. Wide of the off stump, he goes back and crafts a lovely cut shot. That might run away. Is there anyone out there? Well, there's not really. It's Lees after it. He's going to slide. He's just going to hole it in at deep backward point. And they should get through for a comfortable 3. Do you feel that England aren't really trying to get them out here, though?
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling they're trying to get through to the new ball.
Yeah, and I think that's...
if they can get them at 3 and over for that period of time.
I don't think that's a good move from England. I think they need to be pushing to take wickets all the time. I thought that's what we were going to do under Brendan McCullum.
I don't know if this joke is a little young for maybe the gorilla crowd, but if anyone spotty comes near you, you'll scream after this ball.
Defended into the offside. Again, Root has to go and do his own fielding. They'll run through for a quick single.
Does that mean that teenagers scare the living shit out of you?
Don't they scare the living shit out of everybody?
I was referencing the song.
Oh, sorry, I don't know that one.
I thought it.
I'm too old. I
thought it might be a little young.
Who's it by?
I think it's by My Chemical Romance, but I can't remember.
Onto the back foot goes Blundell, placed a short leg.
14-year-old girls might quite like, but not seasoned veterans such as yourself, Hendo. Veterans of life.
It's better to be called veteran than a
graduate.
Old man, yeah. Onto the back foot goes Blundell, spends it into the offside. There's plenty of room there for a single, as there's no one in the inner ring. Just a man coming off the fence to do the fielding.
Graduates of the University of Life.
167-5. Mitchell 45 now, facing up to Joe Root. Final ball of the over. He's got through this one quickly, hasn't he? He's forward to this. They're going to take another easy single, and this is all a bit pointless from England, I have to say. That's the end of the over. Mitchell 46, Blundell 24, New Zealand 168-5.
This is where Stokesy should probably have a few overs himself just to get to the new ball with a fast bowler. Anyway, back to tweets. Raffles, a gentleman thug, says the guru of swing bowling is apparently one Troy Cooley. He was our bowling coach in 2005 and is largely credited with our success in that series. He was a good bowling coach. He went to Australia, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. And which is pretty much what David Segar did as well. Yeah.
But on the other hand, didn't they get him back in as a consultant just before this Ashes? This Ashley's just gone. I thought I saw something about
Yes.
getting him as a consultant.
Either that or David Taker, one or the other, who is also
Yeah.
mentioned. Leah says, once England becomes a republic, they should demolish Buckingham Palace. Well, we'll turn it into a hotel, man. It'd be good. And replace it with a new parliament.
Is this a new over? I believe it is. Leach starting his 23rd. It's cut off the back foot by Mitchell. Take a single to deep cover. And New Zealand, by one at a time, are going up to 169 now, looking pretty good.
Have to highlight Lockie the Sixth on Instagram, not on Instagram, on YouTube, who says Prince Albert is more popular than Prince Andrew, at least.
Well,
you wouldn't want a Prince Andrew. God knows what that would be.
God.
Leach again to Blundell.
Oh, yes!
Come
How was that?
Well, I'm not so sure about that one. They think he's got an inside edge.
If there was no inside edge, review
He's
it,
a
man.
long way down the wicket there, though, wasn't
They
he? I know
seem
he sort
to
of
think
played
there's an
across.
inside edge.
He played across it a little bit.
Oh,
Review it, review.
Go
Review. Come on.
No,
I bet that's close.
Kettleborough unmoved, and Leach and Stokes both thought there might be an inside edge. It looked close to the bat.
I just thought it was a long way down the wicket.
He was quite a long way down.
I've given those.
I'm sure you have.
To my own teammate.
The
They were
Bears-
very unhappy.
Tony Bishop gave one of those out to the Bear back in one of the Gorilla games
Fucking
of
got
cricket.
about a yard and a half down leg side. The one he
He goes back to this one, turns it off his hip. Going to get more than one here, I think. Yes, because there's a man having to chase it from backwards square
He
leg.
will, though.
Good effort
Well
by
done,
Jamie, who's killed
has he
himself in
pulled, has
doing.
he pulled his hamstring?
Oh goodness me! I mean, it's
Grabbed his hamstring, I think.
probably one of the longest hamstrings in cricket.
Oh,
he's not looking
There's a-
happy
there's
about
a
it.
grimace.
There's a grimace, absolutely. But
He grabbed
No,
his
if it-
leg. Look.
I think he got it tangled up, didn't he?
No, but look, he grabbed his other leg there.
oh yes, oh yes.
That looks like something's pinged.
Another injury to an England fast bowler.
Over 85 miles an hour? Well, here's an injury for you.
Partnership is now worth 49. Helpfully, the television screen shows me. Defended by Mitchell, back to Leach. So again, these men making England struggle. That said, England aren't not really playing a full part in the game at the moment in a strange way. Leach in again. He's down the wicket. He lofts this one. Is there anyone back there? No, there isn't. Has it gone all the way? I think it has.
Let's see.
I think it is
Yes,
indeed
has.
6 runs.
Now we'll see that. Not a bloody 50.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
I love that.
I love that song. It's a good song. So was it Ringo Starr song, wasn't it? Onto the back foot goes. Wasn't it Ringo Starr? Oh, no. Onto the back foot goes. Mitchell plays this one to the on Hayden. There is no run. He's gone to a 5th Test 50 to go with 3 Test 100s in 12 Test matches. That's a pretty good conversion rate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really is. And you've got to say, but he hit that beautifully. And Tim Southey enjoyed it. He's standing up.
The connoisseur of 6 hitting.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
I'm supposed to go with tweets now, aren't I?
Yeah, we are. That's the whole point. What's wrong?
Jay says, Jacob, I just can't concentrate when you do tweets because I'm so entranced by your new ripped body.
You've been talking to Forthy, haven't you?
Dave Wood says the returning polio cases will be the end of Hendo. Yeah, there's polio in the
in the East End,
sewage.
isn't it? East End, somewhere.
Somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Let's look at Darren Mitchell's scores. 13. No, well, let's not. They've gone off because I can't remember them in my own head.
160 something. 100. No, there was
No, it was 190,
190,
113, 108.
No, there was 100.
No, you
There
got
was
190
190 and 108.
Oh, is that it?
And a 50.
An 18 and a 60 something.
Yeah.
And now he's on 53.
Yeah.
We muddled through that eventually here. At
Between the three of us, we managed to get
at
it out.
the height of professionalism.
Root in again, round the wicket now to Blundell.
Leg
Just
slip and short leg.
props onto the front foot defence. Absolutely.
We haven't had that. We haven't had that.
3 men round the bat.
LBW shout hasn't come up yet, has it?
Nope.
On a replay.
Here is Root again. Oh, and that one goes across him a little bit. He was looking to turn it, and there was just a hint of a leading edge, although he was not trying to force the issue at all.
That's why he's kept the slip in there, just see if he can slide one across and just catch the outside edge of the bat, and then if it turns, the leg slips in the game.
But then again, if you bowl filth like that, you're going to go for 4. It was a horrible short wide delivery. He's gone back, cut it away, quite straight through extra cover, 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, I just don't understand England's tactics here. They've considered that the ball as it is not going to get any more wickets today until they get a new one, a proper new cherry, not a replacement ball like they've already had. And they're just letting New Zealand get runs here. It's and those men that have been getting runs have been given carte blanche to do that. Defended to the man at short leg. There is no run. I'm sure there's some plan, but I don't know what it is. Certainly doesn't seem to come from the head of McCullum. On the back foot! He's got an edge to that, has he? Folks think so, Root thinks so. And finally the umpire gives it, but it's going to be reviewed. Blundell reviewed it immediately. Well, it couldn't have been bat on pad or anything like that because it was way away from his body. It wasn't a great delivery. He'd gone back to cut it. He doesn't think he's hit it. He's just sort of saying, no, don't think so. But we shall see. We've seen these before. We saw Johnny Bairstow in the last test. Didn't think he'd got an inside edge to Trent Bolt. And it proved that he got a little bit of glove on it. But there's no glove involved here, surely.
Oh, that's a bonus wicket if it is, right?
He goes back. It's kept a little bit low as he toe-ended it.
Oh, I think he might have done.
Don't know. Oh, it's just been grasped there, quite high up on the wrist by Ben Stokes.
I think it certainly seems to have changed path.
Well, Ben Stokes was up immediately. Let's have a look. Oh, nothing there. Nothing there at all.
I'll click off the jingle.
Indeed. So,
well, how is that?
Got a couple of those.
Not out there.
Fucking hell.
Well, Erasmus can't believe it either. He's mystified as he signals not out, and Root remains wicketless. That really would have been a bonus, wouldn't it? 182 for 5. That would have been, especially when England are really just waiting for the new ball.
I don't know what they all heard.
You do hear things occasionally.
But Erasmus as well. I wonder what he heard.
Well, he must have heard what everyone else heard, but it wasn't actually the bat, or was it? And maybe it's just the technology. Defended on the front foot by Blundell on this occasion. He's moved quite swiftly onto 31 from 52 deliveries, 71 overs bowled. New Zealand 182 for 5.
The light roller says he's delighted these two are digging in. He's just bought tickets for day 4. Let's keep this going. I think it'll still go to day 4. Nigel Burgess says, start screaming, Hendo. He sent in
a picture of the monkeys.
Yes.
It's not monkey pox, it's the monkeys.
Yes, but he says, I thought monkey pox, but with the monkeys.
The monkeys pox.
Was a hoax. Then I saw their face, and now he's a believer.
Oh, Lord.
Terrible.
Bad.
I think someone sent me that on a WhatsApp group the other day.
That's as bad as it gets.
It is. Jay Grover is offering a tenner to anyone who releases the plague of monkeys in Wimbledon. I thought Spotty had a Super Ted. Spotty? Super Ted? I remember Super Ted. I don't remember Spotty.
Leach to bowl his 24th over. 182 for 5. He's coming in to bowl to Darryl Mitchell, who is forward. Comes off a thick inside edge. Runs into the onside. Folks runs from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
Jay Solanki on YouTube puts forward an interesting theory. He says, now I think Dom Best should get chances. He has numbers.
Yes.
So Jack Leach also has numbers, as far as I'm aware.
Defended up to the man in the on-Hayden position.
They're just not very good numbers.
Well, Dom Best took that embarrassing 5-4 in Sri Lanka, didn't he? That was truly.
I can give
which
you some.
Which Bennett mentioned in the podcast. That's like Bennett. It's a really shit 5-4.
Really was. Oh, reverse sweep comes out. A ball that was fired through really by Leach. He had to be quick about it, Mitchell. Maybe Leach picked up that he was aiming that particular stroke. And it went through the keeper. He didn't get anything on it at all. He's in again. Little hint of turn there as Mitchell comes forward and defends square on the offside.
I can give you some numbers on Dom Bess. His average length, because it changes over by over. Ball by ball even.
Leach again tosses this one up on leg stump. It's clipped through mid-wicket. Johnny's after it. Picks it up with one hand at mid-wicket. They get through for a single. Mitchell goes to 54, 183.5. Darryl Mitchell's a curious one. I can't work out whether he's constantly grinning or he's just got very big teeth.
He's got very big teeth.
Is it just very big teeth?
Yeah, he's got big teeth.
A bit like Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah, he's
the
a bit
Jurgen
like
Klopp
that,
teeth.
He's in the Ben Folkes mould.
Yeah, Ben Folkes got good teeth.
Maybe he's related to Tim Southey.
Oh yes, true.
I'm convinced folks has had some dental work. They're too good.
Yeah, he must have done.
Sort of brilliant.
He might well have been hit there, I suppose, as a keeper. Defended behind square leg, and there is no run. 72nd over completed, 183 for 5.
Messi says, I know how it works. He says, seasoned veteran to your face, dopey old git behind your back.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it works.
Yeah.
Nestus wants to know, what the fuck is smart water? Well, you bring it in a lot, Hendo. Maybe you can enlighten
It's the
us.
stuff with the polio in it.
It's supposed to have extra vitamins and shit. It's a con. It's a con, Nestus. Don't you worry. It's just more expensive.
Tells you the time.
Yeah, right. Jay, rather crudely, says, I'd rather get a Prince Albert near my cock than Prince Andrew. Less sweaty anyhow.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Why are you getting a Prince Albert only near it?
Yeah, don't need that at all. Change of bowling. Out of the attack comes Joe Root. Into the attack comes the Slab Mark II.
Well, he hasn't. Well, if he has done a hamstring, he's doing it no good now.
Jamie Overton can score a quick half-time. Less racist than his mother's other son is Jamie Overton.
That's it. That's Janie's Got a Gun by Aerosmith.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known. Not my sort of music.
Off Pump,
funnily enough.
I believe.
Second new ball available in 8 overs. So Jamie Overton's not going to be taking the new ball by the looks of things. He's going to bowl with this
Pots and Broad, you'd think.
older version. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, quite wide, backward square leg, about 10 yards behind square leg. There must also be a long leg out there, I think.
Oh, I should have been doing some tweets, shouldn't I?
4, 5, 6, 7. I only see 7 players actually at the moment. Now, what's happening now?
I don't know. Something's going on.
Oh, is it raining?
I mean, they're all moving in.
They are moving in. Don't know why. Is it raining? No, someone's coming out to do some running repairs.
They're painting the white lines again.
Oh, this is bizarre.
And drinks are coming in.
It's
ridiculous.
incredible.
They were ready to bowl.
But also, how many people have to come out when they actually? It's like everyone's waiting to be able to tread on the hallowed turf, and it's as soon as someone says, "Oh, there's a chance of going on," then about 20 followers, hangers-on, go out there.
The batsmen were ready, the umpires were ready, the bowler was ready.
It's probably drinks time.
But they forgot.
They forgot. Right, let me get some tweets in. Neymar Button says, just when you were talking about My Chemical Romance, I spilled a generous amount of ice cold water into my lap whilst driving. Leah says, My Chemical Romance are a pile of feces, even bigger than the one in Jurassic Park. I quite like that song, the military one. I can't remember what it's called.
Welcome to the Black Parade.
Yeah, that's
their
the
famous one.
Yeah, that's all right. It's quite jolly. Jane Dronak says, at the end of the article I tweeted before links to this, which does look like a research paper. Okay, that's the swing one, and it's like what you want. Dronak is the name I made up, so it's not Dr. Onak. But I do have a PhD. Well, in that case, I'm just going to keep calling you Dr. Onak because you are a doctor.
I suppose so, yes, that's true. Yep, good point.
Adrian Lowe says, thanks for broadcasting today, chimps. Kept me company on a long drive across Romania and Hungary.
Oh, blimey.
Always great entertainment.
Where are you going?
Where are you going? Romania, Hungary. You going off to... You can't be going off to Ukraine, are you? Delivering something out there? Helping someone out? Jeff Perkins says, have dibs on Buckingham Palace after the revolution. Surely at Guerrilla Cricket has dibs on that. Yeah, we want it.
We're going to be broadcasting from the state rooms.
Absolutely, on the balcony.
You can come and see us live.
Yeah, exactly.
I've always wanted to do live. We have done live Guerrilla Cricket. We've done it in the Jet Lag. We've done it in the Groucho Club.
Yeah, we have. Yeah,
we tried to do it in Australia once, but no one would have us.
No, that's a shame.
Very sad.
Warren says, add Jay Overton to the glue pot. That is the England's fast bowler stable. Well, he's about to bowl, so he hasn't pinged the hamstring yet. Prince Andrew's favourite jingle? Have no idea. That's a question by Jay.
Oh, right.
Leah says, yes, Ben, please break another pace bowler or two in the next few days, asking for Rohit.
Oh, yeah, we got that leftover test match, haven't we?
I'm going on day 4 to Edgbaston on the 4th of July.
Oh.
I will be trekking up to Birmingham, up in the morning, back in the evening.
Oh, wow, that's a long day.
Yeah, it's not too bad, though.
That's only a couple of hours to Birmingham, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the train. Mind you, then got to get to Edgbaston, which isn't that
I'm
easy.
going with my mother, so I'll be driving. And
Are you driving? Oh, right.
Yeah. Well, she will be driving.
Oh,
and
right.
She has a tendency to go at 110 on the motorway, so we should be. I hope no police officers listening. To
Sounds like she get on with you, Bear.
It sounds like she did. Yeah.
Well, I've how can I put it? I suppose experienced the Bears driving style
have you?
today.
Oh,
when
yes,
we,
of course.
When we popped out for lunch. We went to the 5-minute drive to Tesco's
Yes.
because neither of us could be bothered to walk. And, well, I've always wondered what it would be like to be in Max Verstappen's Red Bull.
I was going to say, actually,
and I got a taste.
You know, it's normally a 15-minute drive.
Yeah, on the Sydenham chicanes, I
Yeah.
got a little taste of the G-force.
I came down with the top of the hill where it goes up towards where the Crystal Palace transmitter is.
Yeah.
I got the police done me for doing 27 in a 20.
Yeah.
27.
I got done for doing 24 in a 20.
Flaming
3
unbelievable.
points. Fuckers. I've got
I know.
9 points, but I think 6 of them get. Most of them I got when doing a fucking World Cup in 2019.
The thing is, though, if you
so
get-
they all end next month.
If you get a thing from the council, they send you the picture of you doing the so-called offence. The Metropolitan Police don't, and they say the Home Office have it.
Yes.
Well, show me the fucking
But
evidence.
you can ask
then.
for it.
Oh, Hendo Rent. Are we doing a change?
Oh,
guys?
yeah, it should be a change. God, who's on next?
Harry Everett's meant to be on. And I'm happy to stay on in his stead.
Who's doing ball by ball? Bear.
Supposed to be
the
me,
Bear.
isn't it? Yeah,
So-
I'm basically on for the rest of the afternoon.
I'll take a break for now.
I'm going to have to sit in
Hendo.
your chair.
Speaking of speeding offences, as Jamie Overton is in and pulled away for no run, my aforementioned mother was done for speeding. She missed a variable speed limit on the motorway and was caught doing 70 in what became a 50.
Yeah.
Which was a bit awkward, but speed awareness courses are beautiful things.
That they are.
And she's definitely never ever sped again.
I've done several speed awareness courses.
So hang on, we need the 2 shot. That's that. And then we need Messi Jez on with us.
One shot on Sky.
So the one
No,
person.
that's the mini one.
No,
the bigger one
that
next
one?
to it. Yes.
There we go.
That's if you have 3 people.
I will relay to you my experience with Bear as a driver shortly, Jacob, when we've got a break.
Jamie Overton is in. It's defended stoutly by Mitchell back down the track, and there ain't no run.
Are you the one on socials, Jez, by the way?
I am.
Excellent.
I was up 2. I was just about to tell you. You're
Naked
16.
Form Bot.
Yeah.
Got it.
See, keeps an eye on things. When did I take you driving?
The night of the World Cup final, when we were looking for another pub to
Oh,
be open
yeah,
up,
that's
they
right.
closed the fucking Woodhouse on it.
That's
and you
right.
were cut and we all were.
Yeah. That's down leg side, Jamie Overton, and through the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah.
I must say, you were actually pretty good because you knew you were pissed.
Well, don't tell anybody. I don't do that.
It's not like we're live. Don't worry about it.
That's so far in the past, the statute of limitations.
Well, this
Don't
is
worry,
true.
there's only about 5 people listening.
Well, I think I've done 3 speed awareness courses. Jamie
Have any of them been
Overton-
effective?
No, of course not. It's just an excuse not to get 3 points, as that's pulled out to me wicket and there's no run. And I've currently got 9 points on my licence.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
I would never have guessed.
No. Well, I got, funnily enough, I've told this story before, but I got 12 of them doing a World Cup when I was driving around doing a bloody World Cup in 2019. Because we were driving up and down a bloody M5 and I kept getting fucking pinged here, there and everywhere. Fortunately, so I got 12 points, and fortunately I could do 2 speed awareness courses, one for a motorway and one for an A road.
Did you ever consider not speeding?
No.
No, never crossed the mind.
Well, Jamie Overton is in. That's onto the hit of Daryl Mitchell, who plays that sweetly, very fine, inside long leg, and he'll get himself 4 runs. And the point was, I was the driver basically, and I had to get us from grounds. So yeah, I had to be like from Taunton up to Manchester for Old Trafford.
So were we broadcasting live from the game?
No. I was.
You were just watching?
I was running the World Cup ICC radio feed.
Oh no.
Now that's into the pads of Mitchell as a half a pill. Overton goes. That's probably a little bit high. Don't know if there was any inside edge, but that would probably would have stifled the call. Yes, no. People have heard this many a time, but I was yes. I was running. I was doing a World Cup radio feed for some crazy guy who's in Dubai who had the rights and didn't know what to do with them. But it was good fun.
You'll
but
be
yeah,
the chairman soon.
If only. And I had to drive Clive Lloyd in the car for a week and a half. He got out of the car probably because I was speeding too much and decided to use the train more often. But yeah, it was good fun.
Not before you got plenty of stories out of it, though.
Well, indeed. And plenty of photos.
Lockie's asking if you've been on any amphetamine awareness courses.
No.
Speed awareness course.
Oh, yes, of course. I don't need those.
Jay Solanke says it's officially being recorded and so can be used in a defamation case. Oh well. Don't worry, we'll just settle with the person defaming us out of court, even though we've never met them.
I'd have to know what car I was driving, the registration at the time as well. And I'm not telling you that, as that's defended
I will,
by Blundell.
however.
There's no run. It wasn't that car.
Ah.
You see? I don't even remember what car it was. Leach.
Ooh.
Again around a wicket. And Blundell comes down the track. Nearly yorks himself. Manages to dig it out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Hendo, would you mind bringing me a beer, please? One of the.
That's the most polite request I've ever heard from you, man.
I'm always polite to Hendo, otherwise you might lose it. 187 for 5. And I bet he's wondering now whether he can be asked to get up off the sofa.
Us underlings, on the other hand, we are brutally treated, ruled with an iron fist.
Absolutely. Leach is in. Blundell gets on the back foot, pushes it out to cover. Did they run a single? No, they did not. And that is no run.
Oh dear. Josie Oak is one with.
No, that's ginger beer. Cunt. Oh, sorry, I let that one slip out, didn't I? Leach around the wicket to Blundell and forced off the back foot up to mid on. There's no run. He just threw with the beer as well, so now it's going to be really tricky to open, isn't it?
Oh shit. Did anybody else think England lost the plot a bit since tea?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. I think because Stokes isn't bowling, he wants all his bowlers for the new ball, but I think that's a bit short-sighted as that's defended back down the track and there's no run. Because they're not going to get much
they're
time.
Trying to get through about 20 overs.
Yeah, I mean, well, it means we might actually get off at 6 and not have any overspill, which would be a miracle.
I wonder why he's not bowling. Is it the knee? Is it the
well,
elbow?
I suspect it's the knee, and he doesn't feel that he needs to bowl.
Oh, rain.
Oh, there is
and
rain.
And it's getting heavy.
And, yeah, someone's... Oh, that's interesting. Defended into the ground by Leach.
I think it's starting to get a bit heavier, and
it looks like they're going off.
It looks like we're going off.
Well, see, that hasn't really paid off at all as well, because
I've got that umbrella.
Now they're going to have the stripy, black stripy one.
It's useless.
Yeah, well,
breaks endlessly. Anyway, sorry. Oh, we've got sponsored covers now as well. We're not going to read out the sponsor because they don't pay us any money. But
no,
they're black and red and sponsored.
No, they're Woodstock covers.
Yeah,
right?
the Woodstock covers. Everything that's sponsored is Woodstock.
So Woodstock, then we will talk about them.
Patron, yes, of course. Become a patron. We need your money. We need your money, as it says in the jingle that we play in between changeovers. We are self-funded, and the only way we can keep going is basically people helping us out. And if you go to Patreon, you get all sorts of extra goodies now. Hendo's Smacksman episode. It's not an episode.
We're getting back to who has episodes and who has issues now, aren't we?
Yeah, no, he has an issue. It's issue 11.
He has an issue and I have an episode.
Yeah, he has issue 11. It went out today at lunch, actually. And so if you join Patreon at the $5 level, £4, you get the Smacksman, you get the archive, you get the Bear and the Bishop, the podcast that me and the Bish do, which you can also get if you do $2, but at $5 you get these extras. And at $10 you can get yourself a mug, and your name as well goes rolling around the world forever, in perpetuity, on all gorilla feeds that go out around the world. And people know who you are.
The rain looked quite heavy, but spectators don't seem to be diving for cover, and if this is the same rain which I was caught in on my commute to Gorilla Towers this morning, which soaked my trousers, well, they've only just dried out, by the way. If it is the same rain, it only lasts for about 15-20 minutes.
Yes.
But it can make you, as I can attest to you, quite damp.
Well, yeah. Well, they don't seem
I'm looking at it on the radar. There's a nasty little bit coming over the next 5 minutes or so. but I think it'll blow through within 15 minutes, so we might be back on in 20 minutes or so.
We'll be back on in 3 hours and 45 minutes then, after the umpires have performed a full inspection and decided that health and safety can now be called to do their own inspection.
Well, currently they're not putting on covers on the squares on a big sheet, although some guys are moving over to the far side of the ground, but there's no one moving over to this side.
And everybody's still standing up without covering themselves, so it's good looking. It gives me a chance to catch up on some tweets too. The Naggy Pornbot says, "You're 16, you're beautiful, and you're mine. It's a little much even for me." Even though, Pornbot, I think you are well known to the composer of that jingle. Neil Harris says, "Bear is a true fan. Wears his heart on his sleeve throughout the match, even more than Hendo. Is emotionally invested in every appeal." That's certainly true. Jay Grover says, "Mine and the Bears' favourite cricketer, Ben Duckett, is being tipped a recall by county cricket commentators. Fuck's sake. Also, Daryl Mitchell looks like Captain Nemo." Leah says, "Yes, Don Bess has numbers. Too bad they're bad numbers." Interestingly, I looked at it this week. Don Bess, Leach, and Nathan Lyon all have very similar averages and strike rates in Test cricket, which is interesting. Neymar Butland says, "Went to Kenya in the early 90s and needed to be vaccinated against green monkey disease. Is anyone here there green?" And he also says, "Ben Folks has fake teeth. A lot of old folks have dentures."
Well, yeah.
That's discrimination. Jay says, "I've been to Buckingham Palace. It is faux gold tacky as all fuck." Yes, I think that's dead right. Also, Sweet 16, Andrew's favourite jingle. Leah says, "Can't you just get a Donna at the corner like normal people?" No, you have to go to Tesco because you are fancy lads. Tesco's
not fancy. Trust me.
Jesus.
It was a Tesco extra as well.
Yeah, it's a Tesco extra. There is dirty chicken just on the corner, but I don't. I'm going to have a meal tonight.
They were out of sandwiches as well, weren't they, Bear? It was very disappointing.
Yeah, they were definitely out of sandwiches.
Out of sandwiches.
Exactly.
Oh, that's appalling. I made the mistake of going to Aldi earlier on today. I've been doing this fucking pistachio thing. Once you start on pistachios, you can't fucking stop. That's the trouble.
Problem with salty nuts in general, I'd say.
Yeah. Fart Play says, "The more I listen, the more I think you could do a gorilla stage show with a live band for jingles. You could call it the Gorillas Bear All." Oh my God.
Oh dear.
That's a dreadful thought.
We love a dreadful pun here at Gorilla.
Anyhow, that's what happens down at the Woodhouse after the game. Gorillas just performing, basically.
Yeah.
What, the Gorillas Bear All?
Yeah, well,
not quite. But
when I arrived, they were all pissed because I'd been doing the final. I was at Lord's, so I turned up at the Woodhouse, and these guys
pretty messy.
These guys, I mean, Grubby was just a steak.
Grubby was something else.
He was so smashed.
Dave Wood, when you have the Home Office ever bothered with evidence? When have the Home Office ever bothered with evidence?
Never.
Yeah, particularly, Jay says there seems to be a demographic for gorillas. A lot of admin, lots of beards, and lots of people whose mums have been to speed awareness courses. Mine's on 3.
But I was going to say, I mean, how old is your mum?
Oh dear. I would estimate that his mum would probably be in her mid-60s. Neymar Butland says, "Speed awareness, please be aware. Some white powder is coke, and some of it is Vim. Get it?"
Yes.
Josie Oak says the Bear should be banned from driving with his reckless speeding antics. Probably, but then the same applies to a lot of people.
Yeah. Exactly.
The light roller, ruled by an iron fist, is better than being fisted with an iron ruler.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, Jesus. It's getting worse. And that wasn't even the porn dot, was it?
And he also says, "Come on, the rain. Day 4's still in play." I tell you some good news about Day 4 too. Is Nestlers is going to be on with us?
Yeah,
which will be a real treat.
They put the big white sheets on now,
and the umbrellas are up.
And the umbrellas are up.
And Josie Oak says, "Proper Yorkshire weather."
Yeah.
Cousins, bad case of STDs. So it's a porn bot. And
dear.
Ravinair says Jacob is so clearly enjoying himself at Gorilla's house. If he's not careful, he'll become 55 years old before he knows it.
It's crazy. It's a very nice experience in here. I feel I've got a real microphone. I feel very proper.
It's chilled in here.
It's good fun, isn't it? It's there is something about it. Yeah. Where are we? I'm just looking at YouTube. I think we've done most of Dara Azizi says, why aren't days made up in cricket? Should there be substitutes in cricket? Well, to a large extent, a lot of the lost time is made up these days if the weather's up to it. Given the late endings in England, but in Australia we have early starts as well to try and make it up.
I always have been a fan of the early start, and I think we should make more use of it. If we know there's going to be rain at 12, start at 10:30.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, I hear it's more about cooler mornings. I mean, in the height of summer, I think you can start early.
Well, I noticed the India test is shown as starting at 10:30 rather than 11.
That might be to do with TV in India.
Yes.
Or it might be,
could well be
that Crick Info have just taken the TV schedule and the programme starts at 10:30.
If that is the case, I'm going to have to
No,
go extra
I don't
early.
think it is, because there's the BBC and Crick Info and the ECB and the ground website have all got it for 10:30. So
I'm going to have
sure
to leave the house at 8:30 at the latest on the fourth day.
Have you got a ticket, did you say?
Yeah, day 4.
Well, have a look at the ticket. I'm sure it'll have the start time on it.
Yeah, I don't have it on my emails at the moment, but yeah, I need to work out when that is, because otherwise I will be half an hour late for play.
And Dara Azizi wants to know if we're lowland or highland growers. I suspect lowland. I don't think most of us could climb up a hill if we had to.
No. It's a struggle getting on this one every day.
Peter Lloyd says my ticket says 10:30 start. There you go.
There you go.
Okay. Jay Grover says the tail end of live show was surprisingly good. Yeah, they were actually. Gorillas could be even better, but my added drunk driving. My mum's 72. Also, hooray Nestlers! It's damp in Sheffield. My Twitter profile. My Tinder profile.
Well, I mean, Gorilla Towers is on quite a hill, actually.
It is.
I mean, I came in on my motorcycle this morning and tried to reverse into a parking space and almost ended up breaking the speed limit at the bottom of the road.
Got a nice bike as well.
That says more about your driving than the street.
I don't know. It was pretty. I just released the back brake a little and suddenly, woof, I was going about 20.
Yeah. It's quite steep up here.
Well, so what are we going to do while they're off?
Considering I'm on for the rest of the day, I quite like to, if I can get a couple of minutes off, I quite like a couple of minutes off, just so that I can save my talking for when cricket is actually happening.
It's now 20 minutes past 5.
Well, what's Crick Info saying? Let's have a look what Crick Info is saying.
Yeah, good question.
They've always got the answer.
A late appearance by Harry Everett could relieve the bear.
Well, he could do if he ever turns out. I've got a funny feeling he didn't get the memo.
Maybe he's listening.
Covers are on the
Maybe he
square at
can hear us.
Headingley, but looks like it may only be a passing shower. Plenty of folks still supping pints on the western terrace.
Yeah.
Although apparently it's still drizzling. Definitely not heavy, so there's a good chance we will be back soon.
Okay.
And that was 5 minutes ago they said that.
Well, maybe we can go back to the end of the Bishop and the Bear the podcast, and as soon as they're back out, we'll be back on. That seems quite reasonable.
Yep.
And I think that'll be me, Hendo, and you, Bear.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much us for the rest of the day, isn't it?
And then I'll come on at 6 o'clock for the overspill.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll see you shortly.
So as much as he's not performing, I think people know that this team is Morgan's team. It's Morgie's team, and he's built everything around him. If you look at it, since last IPL, this IPL he was not picked, or he didn't put himself forward. Last IPL, he didn't score any runs, but he led the team well, and he stood down towards the end a few matches too. And I think he's still got some credit in the bank, Tony. But however, if the team starts not playing well, and then there are issues surrounding that, that's when I think the swords will come out a little bit more. But I think he's kind of hiding behind the comfort. But I believe I read an interview some time back, or read something somewhere where he said, I'll be the first to know when things are not working the right way. And I think he's quite close to sort of figuring that out. I mean, 2 ducks playing Netherlands when all his teammates were sort of scoring, runs for the fun of it. This may be an eye-opener. We may not even see him in the next series. He's a very genuine guy. We've been told.
You're gone. I was about to ask you there. So, you're him.
I mean,
do you play yourself in the next one?
No, well, I mean, you say that, Bennett, but I don't think I think it's gone to his head. I just don't. I don't see that, because if he knew that, he would have given up after the World Cup in 2019, probably, or certainly after the T20 World Cup last year. I mean, he didn't perform particularly well in that. He's not performed well in the IPL. He doesn't play any red ball cricket, so he only plays white ball cricket. I don't know how much of that he's playing.
Played 2 games, I think, for Middlesex.
But there you go. He's played 2 games for Middlesex. What? And he's running, and then he's captaining an international side that's expected to win a World Cup. He's not getting enough games. He's not getting enough middle time. When he's out in the middle, he gets out. So yeah, he may be a great organiser. And I've said this in the last 3 podcasts. Look, boot him upstairs. We didn't need this Mott dude. You just elevate Morgan up to that spot, because you're right. It's his team. But he's not good enough to be in anymore.
Yeah, but that's why when Brendan McCullum was actually targeted or shortlisted to take on the white ball game, and he said, look, there's no need for a coach there, because Morgie is doing. It seems like the administrators love the way he's turned this around, and he's already been earmarked. They actually went in for a lesser known. But this guy Motto.
But then why give the guy a contract? Why not convince Morgs? Look. Clearly, his batting form's not good enough. Look, if you get the full team back, Liam Livingston takes your spot, and Livingston, as an extra bonus, can bowl. So there you go. You got an even stronger side, and you can sit on top of it. Take all the plaudits when they go and win something, and still feel like you're a part of it. I just don't know. I don't think he does know how to let go.
I agree with you. I agree with you fully, Bear. But however, I mean, don't forget when Rob Key was appointed as the MD of English cricket, Ian Morgan was actually named his vice captain on one of the England A tours. He identified him as a leader. So when one of the first things he said was, I'm going to base my decisions on talking to a lot of people who are close to me, and he sort of envisages, he looks up to Ian Morgan very, very highly, and he wants him to go at his own time. And he would have said, look, I want to really do the 2023 World Cup, and then we'll exit from there.
But he's not good. But he's just not good enough. He's just not good enough to be in the side.
150 in the next game.
Well, if he gets 150 in the next game, great. But I mean, his scoring rate is appalling. I mean, I was saying this. I was saying this back in the 2019 World Cup. But it was getting to the point where he wasn't really warranting his space. And then he scored all those runs against Sri Lanka, almost 6s in an ODI game, and kind of pulled it around a bit. But he didn't have a great. Yeah, it was Afghanistan. Sorry, he didn't have a great 2019 World Cup. And the fact that he's surrounded by all these great players kind of covers up the fact that he isn't. I mean, there was a time. I think back to 2009-10. I mean, he was the future of English ODI cricket, because he could reverse sweep. He's got rubber wrists and all this kind of stuff. But time catches up with players. And you can't. It's a professional sport. You think the amount of time football when World Cups come on, and there was. I mean, it's not so much now because we've got a young squad. But I mean, going back over the years, can you remember World Cups are coming on? You've got to have this player, and everyone's going, well, no, he's too old and he's not good enough to be in a World Cup anymore. And the authorities went, you're right, he's not, and he didn't get put in the side. And the papers would all go mental. But the truth was, the guy was too old and he wasn't good enough to be in the side. And someone has to make that decision. You can't leave it to the player. Because the player will always think, it's just around the corner. That's the way it is.
So that begs the question for both of us, for all of us, but I'll say it as well. Is if we are Owen Morgan, do we put ourselves in the next game and say, unless I can score a decent score in a decent time against the Dutch, I think my time has come? Do I say, do you know what? Fuck it, that's too much pressure to put on myself. I'm just not going to play. I'll come dodgy back. I'll have a dodgy back for the next one. Or does he do something else? If you've got those choices, what do you do if you're Owen Morgan?
I think he's an extremely honest guy. He's been a great ambassador for English cricket. He's done a hell of a lot of work and brought English cricket to where it is. And he's an honest man. He's held in very high esteem. He's not going to wait for somebody to have the conversation with him. If he doesn't score in the next few games, I think he'll step down. But my other concern is Butler, who's a natural successor, been batting the form of his life, and we need him to sort of fire in all cylinders. If he gets on the responsibility of captaining the ODI team, how will that affect his form? That's the other thing I'm worried about. So as much as all of these conversations, English ODI T20 teams are doing extremely well, and in my personal opinion would be to sort of give him as much time to make sure he comes good. It's a matter of time. And bat up the order. Why are you hiding? You bat at number 4. You know, you got enough of overs. Why are you putting yourself in a situation where you come in and you want to hit from ball 1?
If you're him, you're playing in the next one. It's tomorrow, isn't it? You're playing in tomorrow's game. What about you, Bear? If you're him, are you playing?
I think he will. I think he will play himself and he'll back himself. But as I said, I think it's for someone else to tell him that time is up.
Well, I guess by the time
I think they should.
They'll know, won't they?
Well, yeah.
First thing in the morning.
The thing is, I do wonder whether he hears all this around, and there is a certain amount of pig-headedness in there that goes, "What do you mean? I am good enough." Da, 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 da. In the back of his mind, I think he's torn. I think Bennett's right. I think I think he probably does know that it's time to give up. But as I said, I think there's a little bit of him going, "I'm going to prove them all wrong." I won the World Cup and I've pulled this England team up by the straps. I think there's a little bit of hubris in there, and a little bit of it's gone to his head. I mean, I think he's still quite level-headed. I mean, he sees the game really well. But when you say Butler's, ODI sides, England back themselves to chase. So they most of the times when they get themselves into trouble is when they have to set a score. But if England bat first, the bowling changes kind of take care of themselves because they'll bat themselves to chase any score, right? So all you've got to do as Butler is basically make the bowling changes. You've got 5 men out in the outfield. Everyone kind of knows where they go. I don't think it's that complicated, ODIs, really. Same as T20s, You make some bowling changes, you put some guys out in the field, you have a little bit of a strategy. Sometimes it goes right, sometimes it goes wrong. Back yourself to chase the runs. And they certainly got the firepower to chase pretty much any total that's ever get sets for them. So I'm not sure it would be a problem for Butler to captain the side. I think he has done. He has done it in the past when Morgan's not been available and they've still, roasted through. So I think that'd be cool.
So in a nutshell, would you bat tomorrow if you're Morgan?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
No,
you wouldn't. I would, but I'd see it as a marker. I'd put myself under that pressure and I'd go, if I don't make a score tomorrow, I think I'll have a gentle chat with Rob Key and I'll move myself to some other role in the game.
But
he may be nowhere near any of those choices.
But that's what I mean. But the ECB there and Rob Key have kind of made themselves a rod for their back, haven't they? They've hired a guy to do the job that Morgan really should go and sit in. Maybe he doesn't want to do that job. I don't know.
Yeah, but Morgan is running the show anyway. Like this guy is there. He's there just for namesake. Yeah, I mean that's why Brendan McCallum didn't want the job. That's the job that he was actually interviewed for, and he said, "No, I don't want this job. I want the test job."
Well, let's move on. Talking of the test, we should probably move on time-wise.
Sure.
I've got a quick question for you both.
Yeah.
Okay, so Johnny Bairstow just missed the fastest ever test century to Gilbert Jessop, didn't he? By 1 ball. Why is that measure not fair on Gilbert Jessop?
No idea. 8 ball overs? Who knows?
Bennett, do you know the answer to that one?
Because the bats that they use now are more like...
True. That is absolutely true. So I'm not going to argue with that. That's 100% right. No, the reason it's not fair on is poor old Gilbert didn't get any 6s because you could only get a 6 in those days if you actually hit the ball out the ground. Anything else had to go for 4, which meant that poor old Gilbert has to work nearly twice as hard.
Or at least 2/3
to still get a better, faster innings than Johnny B, which shows what a fantastic effort it must have been. Wow. Anyway, so that brings us on then to Headingley. Interesting place, interesting times at the moment up there. What changes do either side make, do we think? Bear, do you want to go first on that one?
Well, I mean, what they should do is drop Crawley and bring in Ben Compton, probably. And previous to Johnny Bairstow getting that match-winning 100, I'd have said actually give Bairstow rest and let's see what Harry Brook can do at 5. But Bairstow will not be changed having done that. There's no doubt about
and
that.
His home ground.
And it's his home ground. And Zach Crawley, they'll probably stick with him because that's what England do. And it's quite frustrating. I think Alex Lees has improved. I mean, someone said something in his ear and said, right, stop being such a stolid arse. Go out there, play some shots. If the ball warrants hitting a shot at it, hit a shot. And he's got what? He got 16 and 40. Just missed out on a second 50, didn't he? And he's looked quite organised at the top of the innings. And and New Zealand aren't a good bowling side. I mean, chase down that score was mad. They'd lost what's his name, tall dude, Jameson, in the second innings. But even so, I mean, we thought they might go for it, but it was just outstanding. And I got a funny feeling New Zealand will feel a bit down going to Headingley. And I think the toss will be very important at Headingley because looking at the weather, it looks like it's going to be sunny tomorrow or Thursday, and Friday and Saturday it's going to be overcast with showers, from what I can gather. So if you can get some runs on day 1, you've got a good chance of causing some mayhem with the balls on day 2 and 3.
That one. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, and then put it across. Sorry, production notes. On air, as always, 187 for 5. We come back. New ball available in 6 overs. Jamie Overton's going to bowl, and presumably it's overclouded. It's overcast is what I meant, not overclouded. It's been a long day. Going to have a nice little break. Put the feet up. Inside edge from Mitchell onto the pad of Mitchell for no run. Forgot to do that last time. Are you coming, Hendo? I don't know if you are. And now he's doing something to his boot.
Here he comes.
Looks tired, does our Hendo? Your Ineos.
Oh, is this it? Am I allowed to touch it? There you go.
Right.
Can you spray the Ineos bottle with Ineos? That's the question.
You're sitting on your microphone. Well, don't do that. You might break it. As that is played off the hit of Mitchell down to long leg, and it'll be a single. He's doing social now.
I'm meant to be on socials. Okay, I'll get the tweets up. There they are. Oh.
Run rate is 2.53. Blunder was 31 of 59. Mitchell was 59 of 114. Broad has bowled 14 overs. Pot 16. Emerson's only bowled 12.2. Leach has bowled 25 already today. And it's day 1 of Test match. We did get stuck in. Obviously, New Zealand won the toss, decided to bat. And we had them in a good position. Now, when they came out after lunch, they were 120. When they went for tea, they were about 120 odd for 5, weren't they? And since then, we've been a bit aimless. Roots bowled a fair bit, 7 overs, as Blundell just knocks that down to third man or backward point for a single. And we're just kind of waiting for the new ball, which will be here shortly.
5.3 overs.
I imagine they'll keep Leach on at, I mean, they should do, because, I mean, basically, once they get the new ball, they got half an hour. I don't know if they can go until later now.
They go until 5 to 7 apparently.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, so we'll have to stay on a bit more.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Overton in short, and it's over Mitchell's head, and it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. It looks very dark out there. See, I thought this weather was coming tomorrow, and I thought it was going to be quite a sunny day today, actually.
Well, it has been, I think, generally. I think it's only really sort of clouded over in the last couple of hours. It's been quite sunny most of the day. It's pretty similar weather down here, isn't it? It's a bit sort of grey and murky.
It's quite humid. I might have to open the window, actually. Jamie Overton is in, and he's driven straight back into his shins, or maybe he got his hand down in time. It knocked him over.
As I say, knocked him over, or he got down very well for a large
Got down for a big man. He's quite a big man as well. He's not quite as odd-shaped as his brother.
Not as ripped. He's not as ripped as Craig, is he?
Or as me.
Or as you. Or as apparently not, or any of us.
According to Forthy. I don't see it personally, but Forthy's been very complimentary to me all day. I know he's asleep now, but maybe he can hear me in his dreams. That's probably what it is.
He's listening to us on his speaker, Mitchell leaves that one alone outside his off stump, and it's through to the keeper, and there ain't no run.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of this. So I suppose they just say, well, we'll give him another 10, 15 runs till we get to the new ball, and then we'll start playing properly again.
Well, exactly.
It's very defensive. There's just been one slip in for Overton. It's defensive, but they're still allowing them 3 or 4 runs and over just from singles.
Yeah, I agree. It's not great, is it?
It's not, and it's not what you expect to see from the
Stokey
Cullum
axis.
Axis, exactly.
Axis of evil.
There's a returning bowler. And here he is.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Lee.
He's bowling at Blundell, who just defends that out in the offside, and there will be no run.
It's Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
And he comes around the wicket to Blundell, who gets right forward and defends that back down the track. And there's no run.
I don't think England will be unhappy though. Showers around, clouds overhead, new ball soon.
Yeah,
I think they'll fancy their chances of bang bang tonight, and then come back with them 6. Oh, Leach balls out.
Yeah, lost his action there, didn't he?
But come back tomorrow morning with them 6 or 7 down for under 200. They might like that, or for under 230.
Yeah. Well, I mean, clearly they should have reviewed that bloody Potts.
Well, if he bowls more filth like that, it will be over 230.
Well, exactly. Short, and Blundell just rocks back, hammers it through the covers, out to the extra cover boundary, and it's 4 runs.
I'm trying to think what Mitchell was on. I think he was on 7 when that happened.
What,
so
when the LBW?
He was on 9, was he? Because he's had another 50.
And he's been a real bogeyman as well. To get him out cheap would have been a real fillip for England.
Oh, that's turned.
Yeah, it has turned, but it's too short and it's just stood up. Blundell's gone back and tried to work it into the leg side.
The turn for Leach today has all been out of the middle of the pitch though, and kind of a little bit short of a length, and in what would normally be the sort of pristine middle area of the pitch.
True, but it's all too short. It's all sitting up, and that's just too flat. And
I thought he'd edged that for a sec.
Well, yeah, he got it off the outside half of the bat, Blundell, forcing it off the back foot, but he forced it to the man. That's sort of deep, well, not deep, but a wide backward point. Almost a short third man. That's straighter. There's another appeal down the leg side. I don't think there's any bat on that.
I love how Leach appeals extremely enthusiastically because he sees Folks appeal.
Exactly, and then goes...
instantly turns to Folks and goes,
really?
Well, did you hear anything?
Well, exactly. I don't think England are going to review it.
I'm not sure the Folks should be encouraging that, or getting that excited. I mean, he must know. Because immediately they'll said to Leach, actually, I don't think it was. You know, so
just trying to buy a wicket, I guess. Trying to buy a bit of a decision from it. But you can't really hide with the technology.
No, you can't hide with the technology.
But as we've seen, if you get the umpire's decision, that can make all the difference.
Yeah, true. But it looked like he'd missed it by quite a way, and it probably flicked the back pad. Anyway, that's the end of the 76th over. We should have some tweets.
Yes, we should. We have Hombre Nuevo telling us it is in fact a 10:30 start for the India Test.
As Daryl Mitchell clips that sweetly off his pads, straight to Ollie Pope out of deep mid-wicket boundary. It'll be 1 run.
Warren says, Jacob, get Bear to drive you, can leave as the batsmen leave the pavilion. I don't know what that's in reference to. Drive me to Birmingham? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's implying that.
Up and back in a couple of hours, the Bear would be.
A couple of minutes, I think.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah, as Rohit Sharma walks out onto England's green and pleasant land, the
I'll
Bear
be
will be
leaving.
doing 210 up the M4.
Yeah, that definitely hit his. You could see that hit his
thigh, really.
His thigh, wasn't it? His trousers, flicked his trousers. Overton is in, short pulled. Doesn't beat the man on the 45. Will they go for a single? Don't think they did.
It's not Adil Rashid.
It's not Adil Rashid.
On the 45.
It's Zach Crawley.
Doesn't quite go as well.
How is he going to go this game?
Terribly.
The eternal question. No, I'll probably get 200 this
There was a
one.
big article about Steve James kind of was analysing his technique in the Times yesterday, I think it was, suggesting that he gets his right hip round too far, and talking about how people like Ian Chappell and one or two others, good observers of the game, had thought he was a real talent.
Pulled by Blunder with no real timing whatsoever, but he'll get himself a single out to deep mid wicket.
Well, if Mr. James is right, I'd like to point him back to when I said that last summer or something.
Well,
because I've been saying it for ages.
I think the whole point was, it was in the end, towards the end of the article, he began to sort of almost row back on what he'd been saying because, as people have pointed out, you can look as beautiful as you want, you can play the most gorgeous shots, but if you're not there, you can't play any shots.
Yeah.
The problem I see with Crawley is that when he drives straight, he drives towards mid-on, and that's why he edges so much. His bat is turning, and producing the edge.
He's got a very strong bottom hand, like a lot of players these days. Yeah. Mitchell just lets that through to the keeper and ain't no run.
Well, but the example of what he was saying was Ian Chappell straight after he scored 70 or so. It was in Sydney that in the Ashes. He's saying, this guy's a real talent, and you've got to build a team around him. He's got to be. But this is seeing him one time. We've seen him now for 20 odd tests, and we can see what he does.
Yeah.
Which is very similar to James Vince, which is get in and get out.
Now something's going on here.
I think they're having a review of something.
A review of
sort
what?
of TV signal.
It was like a review of a very tiny television.
Murray Erasmus looks like he's had way too much wine.
What, just today or in general?
Just in general. His cheeks are extraordinarily puffy and his nose is extraordinarily sort of red and squeezed in there. Now, there's an appeal for caught behind. Now, I think he might have... Surely he got something on that. He actually
Or was it
flicked
off his
that.
pad?
No, I think that was... Oh, I think he played that. You got to review that. I think that is out. Yeah,
and
they
are
gonna be
reviewing.
reviewing it. I think he just turned that around the corner and got it very fine.
And now the big TV comes out from Murray Erasmus,
Yes.
the wide screen.
So what was the signal for before? I don't understand.
It was a ball, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Maybe he was asking for the ball to be sent out.
Oh, the new ball, maybe.
Yeah.
The new ball. Well, Mitchell, he's had luck on his side to a certain extent in
Let's
this
have a look
series.
at this.
If he's got strangled down the leg side, I haven't really got much sympathy for him.
Well, no. Oh, well, it's on the legs, and he is miles away from it.
I don't think he's anywhere near that, is he?
No,
Oh,
it's off the
jeez.
pad.
Not a chance.
Oh, that is a shocking review.
Yeah, it certainly went. I thought he tickled on it. But that's another loss of review. And the one that we should have reviewed,
we didn't.
He's nowhere near it.
Interesting about Zach Crawley's big double century. Apparently that pitch was rated the third flattest in England since records began.
And the one he got is double. Where did he get another double turn?
No, he got 100 against West Indies, didn't he?
Right, yeah.
But that
on a flat pitch.
On a flat pitch in
On a
was
really
it
flat
Antigua,
pitch.
yeah.
And then got out for a duck on the last flat pitch he played on,
Yeah.
where everyone else made hundreds.
That one's into the pads of Mitchell. He turns it to square leg. Johnny B at mid wicket goes across to field it. Gets himself a single.
I was going to say that I thought in these test matches we've seen so far that the reviewing with Ben Stokes in charge had been a lot better than that of Joe Root. But today he's got it horribly wrong.
Right, I'll get through some tweets. Suitor Who, Colin, has given us a link called Debauchery Down Under. Neymar Butlins, interesting chat about Morgan. My problem is that he's really confusing. Bloke with a Welsh name, talks with an Irish accent and plays for England. Jay Grover says he wants me to get tatted up on my ripped biceps. He recommends a mum, love heart, and something to do with sailors.
Well, he's got the ace of spades on
I
the
do
outside.
have my ripped triceps tatted up.
Yeah.
Messi Jez has retweeted a question. Day one and you have got the visitors 5 down for 200-ish after Jack Leach's first delivery.
Forced off the back foot by Mitchell out to deep point.
So Jez retweets El Chopernos, who says, day one, you've got the visitors 500 down for 5 down for 200-ish, and that's the field for your premier spinner. What even? And Jez adds, excellent question. Perplexing tactics since tea.
Very strange.
It has been. It's been really weird. Back to the bad old days, one would say. Leach in and on the back foot. Blundell pushes it up to skipper Stokes, who's at mid-off, and there is no run.
We've only got 2.5 overs to the new ball.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen Stokes bowl, really.
Oh, he must be having
a problem.
Yeah, he clearly can't.
Not to have bowled at all.
Well, in that case, it's kind of brave of England to go with. Normally, they would have ditched the spinner, wouldn't they? So
it's nice to see a spinner, an English
exactly.
spinner on an English pitch,
And
getting
look,
through 26 overs on the first day.
He's got 2 wickets in the first innings. One of them was a complete fucking fluke. But you know, you got to take what you're given.
And the overrate nerds will love this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've only got to bowl 12 overs after this, and it's the end of the day. Whether they go on to 7 or not will be moot. As that is defended into the onside, and there's no run.
That's a couple that look like they've been together too long.
Yeah. Defended by Blundell. Just out on the onside. There is no run. 1 ball left in the over.
That's sort of when you've actually got nothing left to say.
Yeah. There's always something you can mutter. Last ball of the over. Back foot. Pushed out on the onside by offside, by Blundell. Squared. They didn't go for a single. End of the over. 78. 12 to go. Run rate 2.53. 197 for 5. Jacob.
Jay Grover says to even out his Mitch McConnell purchase, he's bought Ask Baba Yaga, otherworldly advice for everyday troubles. They'll meet in the middle. I can barely get through any of Jay's quotes without laughing now. Vishal Victor, 5 years ago you made this for my son, in reply to someone, to drawing of his son, I think.
Been Dr. Dan, I presume.
Dr. Dan, yeah.
Farong says, and the 20th review of the day from the Bear. And Messi Jez tweets us something from CricViz analyst. This is now the most overs Jack Leach has ever bowled on day one of a test match, going past the second test in Ahmedabad last year. Despite using lots of spin, the average turn today of 2.4 degrees is the second lowest for day one at Headingley since records began in 2006.
Oh, there you go. First ball ducked underneath by Mitchell as Overton continues.
I kind of get the fear whenever you say Mitchell, because I think my brain automatically says Mitchell Johnson.
With pace, real pace.
Yeah, indeed, yes. Or Mitchell Stark, I suppose.
There's a lot of
At least he's got the Mitchell in the right place, hasn't he, Darryl?
Yeah. A lot of Mitchells down under. Various Antipodean Islands. Overton is in. Still giving it some. And Mitchell gets a bit squared up. Squirts it off the outside half of the bat. There's only 1 slip, goes down to third man. He has to go round, so they get back for 2.
I don't think he's a third man. I think he's a fly slip.
You think he's a fly slip?
Very fine
he
for
is
a third
quite
man.
Fine.
So they're looking for the potential uppercut, aren't they? He's going to drop him one in short at some point, perhaps. And
short third man, deep slip. Schrodinger's fielder, as we like to call him.
It's Matty Potts, is it, down there? I'm presuming so. So we're getting a close-up of him.
Well, we're just
could be Jack Leach, actually. Could be Jack Leach.
We're just getting close-up of all of them, aren't we?
Yeah, it seems to be.
We have Schrodinger's fielder, and then when there's a run out, the yes, no, it's Chekhov's run.
And Jack Leach is just having big yawns as they went off him. That's driven back down to Overton, who fields off his own bowling. Threats to throw down the stumps.
He's bowled so many overs, he's bored.
Yeah.
Is that it?
I don't know. He's bowled a lot, though. Only 26 now.
Mm-hmm.
He is tired of the lack of spin.
I don't think he's going to bowl more than one more. I think he'll bowl one more, and that'll be him for the day.
I'm always
27.
in favour of giving the new ball bowler one with the old one, or half a one with the old one, just to warm up. get going. And
really though, on day one of a test match, you don't want to be throwing the new ball to a spinner.
No, I mean when they get the new ball bowler.
Oh right,
79.
Yeah, Overton might get one over. It might do actually. He warmed up in the bowl
Get
3.
Broad on the next one and give him, or get him on in the 80th and give him 3 balls with the old one and take it. You know, I'm a big fan of that. I think it psychs the batsman out for some reason.
Another short ball by Overton, ducked underneath by Mitchell. No run. There's a ball guy in an England shirt.
I was worried that that couple that I sort of...
Jack Leach?
It's a look a bit like it.
Overton again short down the arse this time though, and ducked underneath by Daryl Mitchell.
He's not going to uppercut those balls, is he? It's got to be outside off stump. Or a little bit closer to his off stump, I suppose. But I think Mitchell probably knows there's a man down there. Will probably eschew the shot, as eschew is the word of the day.
Whose shoe?
Hey.
Yeah. One ball left before a penultimate over before the new ball.
One ball left before one over before one ball.
I was running out of things to say. 199.5, 1 run for the 200 for the Kiwis as well. That's pulled. Now is that aerial?
It is.
Yeah, it was aerial for a while, but it's gone fine. And it's going to be 4 runs off that last ball. Hands on head by. It was 89 miles an hour. That's a decent.
Who could ask for more?
Decent
The
pace.
number of the day is 4.
Yeah, he hasn't got it cleanly, has he?
No, he hasn't. He's clothed it a bit,
Yeah.
hasn't he? And he's got a big top edge, but it's just gone fine.
I thought maybe he should have been a bit finer. I mean, Stokes is going, putting on the histrionics about it as if he'd planned for that, but.
Well, he had a man out there for it.
Yeah, but I think he's a bit square, to be honest.
Get some tweets in before the penultimate over, before the new ball. Warren says, how's the new computer working?
Very well. Well, kind of.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, as long as I'm laughing with him and not at him, never mind, both are fine. Jeff Perkins asked if by back to the bad old days, you mean back to the bad old days of respecting well-established traditions of English cricket. And David Stump asked Hendo that he assumes you're excited for the 60 competition.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I've been talking about it in this week's Maximum, which is available to all patrons. So go and
you can
Patreon
find
up.
out. As Leach continues into his 28th over. It's defended by Blundell, back down the track, and there's no run.
Yeah, I should say, Patreon, please Patreon us if you can, which is the way that you help us with a bit of crowdfunding. It's very difficult to keep this operation going. We have lots of costs, like getting new computers when they break down. So anything that you can spare. Obviously, if you're short of cash, we don't expect you to dig into your pockets. But if you've been listening to us for a long time and you've never become a patron or been involved in crowdfunding with us, it'd be really helpful if you could dig deep.
That's quite dangerous. It looks like one of the massive tent pegs that keeps the tarpaulin down.
Still on the
ground. The square was still on the ground. I don't know if it's in the ground or just lying there.
It's now in Johnny Bairstow's thigh.
Well, yeah, and he's just handed it over to one of the ground staff on the edge of the surface. Next ball is just defended back by Blundell to Leach, and it is no run. And third ball of the over is just played up to the mid-off. Deep set. Stokes there for the drive.
Now it's just one more ball until 2 balls before the new ball.
Yeah, as we were doing yesterday, well, it's not the anti-penultimate ball or whatever it is that fucking Josh bangs on about. He was getting all Englishly on us yesterday.
Sounds like Josh.
Yeah, it does. Defended in the onside, no run. This Blundell just drops it halfway back down the track.
You can't shut them up, academics, can you?
No.
They always know so much.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Defended back down the track by Blundell, and there's no run. 1 ball left till the new ball. Presumably we'll have it straight away. Should do, because this one's doing fuck all. 203 for 5, the Kiwis. And that is just defended back down the track. There's no run. And now we can get
back to some serious cricket, perhaps?
Back to serious cricket, perhaps, yeah.
Leah says, well, she's defined run out as a noun, foot race between 2 Pakistani batsmen running in the same direction. Farong says, press any key to continue. Where is it? Where is the any key?
Yeah.
And Warren says, it seems the honey shots, in quotation marks, have gone downhill drastically since Amsterdam. We'll always have Amsterdam, Warren.
So who's it going to be? It's going to be Stuart Broad, isn't it? Surely.
Surely Stuart Broad and Potts, won't it be?
Yeah.
Do you wonder whether we'll get through to the end of the day here? Because it does look quite dark to me, and the whole thing of the natural light being superseded or succeeded by the unnatural light. Yes, absolutely.
Are the lights on? Have we seen?
Well, they're going to give the new ball to Jamie Overton, who's already bowled 2 or 3 overs. Or has he just thrown it to Broad? No, he's got it back.
He's going to continue.
Maybe they'll give the new ball 3 balls with Jamie Overton and then change him.
Or maybe they'll go a couple of overs in and Broad will take over him. Potts gets a full 6 overs with a new ball from the other end because he's the youngest man on the field.
3 slips. It's not over-attacking.
No, Overton in. A little bit of swing straight away though.
Do we have a new ball jingle?
We have a new ball jingle. Selected in play.
Selected in play.
Number 4, I think. It was just defended into the offside. There's no run.
Here it is.
Ball, please.
The bear does posh.
Bear does posh. Yeah.
My jingle's in there as well. Jaffa Jaffa.
Yeah. Here comes Jamie Overton down leg side, waste of a delivery, and tries to flick it. Does Mitchell? Doesn't get anything on it. There's no run. Are we going to stop him from getting a ton?
Well, if he gets another ton after not referring at nut when he's 9 not out, I mean. Yeah. England are just going to be kicking themselves. They should be kicking themselves a little bit now. I mean, they've just let this pair...
They just let this game drift,
They have, absolutely. And, this is what we were told they wouldn't do under Stokey McCullum. So
it happens to all sides at all times.
Yeah, but on the first day of a test...
Yeah.
Oh
dear. That's going to be 4 byes. I don't think it'll end up being a no ball, but it's slipped out of Jamie Overton's hands. I think he thinks it nearly hit the stumps. Because he's got his hands on his head. Or maybe he's thinking, I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed. But I don't think so.
I think he should have been embarrassed, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's only just above waist, just below waist height, isn't it?
Arse height.
Wasn't quite a beamer, but it was a full toss
yeah.
at the batsman's body, so I thought that was appropriate.
It was pretty difficult for folks because it then went all the way along the ground.
Yeah,
straight underneath him.
Yeah, you can't blame him for that. That's a horrific ball to try and get. That one's straight, true and full. He's certainly got his pace up now, hasn't he? He seems to have
86.
got into his stride a bit. Seems a bit pumped. Got his first Test wicket.
Well, they gave the new ball this morning to Matty Potts, didn't they? So it's almost like, look, I'm going to trust you. He said it to Matty Potts this morning. He's saying it now to Jamie Overton on debut. I'm going to give you the new ball.
Presumably he opens the bowling for Surrey, doesn't he?
It doesn't seem
when
to play
Kemar
every
Roach
game.
is not there.
Well, yeah.
There you go.
Well, you need someone at the other end. They've got what's his name as well, haven't they? Topley. That's defended out to the covers.
I quite like this move from Stokes, actually. I like that. I don't think Root ever gave a debutant the new ball.
No.
I like the confidence he's showing in Jamie Overton. I like that he's given the man with the extra pace the new ball. It's just a bit of something different.
Yeah, he's mixing things around, isn't he? Where, as I say, he gave Potts the ball this morning and he's giving him Jamie the ball now.
Indeed. Well, Overton's coming in. Last ball of this over, and it's defended by Mitchell. Back down the track, there's no run.
Is it time for a change, I believe?
Is it 6 o'clock? It is 6 o'clock.
But there is an extended final session as well, because we're 55 minutes until the end of play now.
Well, 9 overs. I'm not sure we'll get. I think we'll go till.
Well, Neymar Butland said Bear should move to LA. There has been an issue with changing speed limits. The city don't want to change all the signs, so no one gets tickets anymore. Been years since I've had a problem with the Rozzers. Jay Grover says, I quite enjoyed Tufnell's media veneer almost cracking on the radio, RE the 60. You cannot tell, you could tell he just wanted to scream, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Also, to be fair to Josh, he was being very specific about the use of terminology.
Yeah, of course he was.
Oh, he's very exact. That's the thing about academics. They're very exact.
The Light Roller says, yeah, get on the Patreon. Even I've signed up, and I'm a seriously tight northerner. Hashtag feed the porn bot. Loving
Absolutely.
the Discord, interviews, and Smaximums.
Well, this is a turn up for the books.
Well, it is.
Won't be Stuart Broad.
It's not going to be Stuart Broad. It's going to be Matty Potts on the other end. Do you want to take over? Who's supposed
Yeah, I'll
to be
take
doing
over.
verbal?
Yeah, all right. 3 slips for Potts.
Pots that the kettles are filthy.
And the first ball is defended towards the backward point. No gully as such. I've got a backward point there.
To the attack.
That first day, expert mixing.
Absolutely. What does he say? What does this say about
Jacob,
Stuart
I got the
Broad?
socials if you want.
Sure, good thing. And the most recent one is the light roller, 3 minutes ago.
Yep. Gotcha, thanks.
Am I meant to be coming on?
I think you are.
I think
you
you
are.
are.
6 o'clock. I think
I'm done for the day.
You are
Right.
done for the day.
Thanks very much, gents. And I'll just get messages on your screens and then... Perfect.
We'll have to shuffle across
No,
then.
I can do second and third seat. There you go.
Okay, we'll do that.
No, but someone needs to play jingle, so I'm going to have to come across there anyway. So put it on 1 and 2.
1, 2. There we go. And the
Single.
one-person Zoom there.
Single taken while you're getting involved in all the technology.
I'm off for the day. I won't be back in Gorilla Towers tomorrow. I'll just be online.
Oh, you'll be online.
And then
okay.
I'll be back in Saturday and Sunday. See you then.
See you then.
Thanks very much, guys.
And Jacob.
Thanks, Jacob.
Thanks.
207 for 5. I've got to bring my Ineos with me. As I'll wait till you get in the jingle chair until I move over. Onto the back foot goes Blundell and just plays it straight back to Potts. There is no run.
I've got to say, it's a great joy
Just
for
bring
those
those
of us
ones with you.
watching on YouTube to see the reversion to the chair shuffle in Gorilla Towers, which has always been a source of considerable amusement for those of us watching.
Indeed. And it's harder now because there's a big table stuck in the middle of the room.
Oh, right.
Got all the computers on.
Potts again, full of ball outside the off stump. Too wide, really. No inclination of swing on this occasion. What have you made of it, Messi? I'm wondering that England just let this game drift a little bit.
Absolutely. I think ever since that wicket just before tea, that freak wicket, it was as if they were spending 20 overs getting to the new ball, which just seemed crazy to me. Absolutely
Doesn't
crazy.
seem odd. Maybe it's not swinging. There is quite a wind at Headingley now, what we can see. The trees blowing as we say goodbye to Jacob. Sterling service on his home debut. Potts in, bowls to Blundell. Blundell flicks into the onside. There could be some trouble here as he's come a little way, has Mitchell. He was sent to dummy a little bit by his partner there and had to put the brakes on and hurry back. It does it in the end. 207 for 5. So what is this partnership now worth? It must be about 70 plus.
84.
84
at 3.1 and over.
Especially when you consider it's these two that have given them such trouble in the series. It's beyond understanding, really. And Brendan McCullum looks a little bit perturbed by it. He's chewing away up there on the balcony. Not really talking to anyone today. He doesn't look his normal, relaxed, chilled self. Slight concern on his brow. As well, of course, as advertising a second-hand car marketplace. With his
Is that
cap.
what it is?
That's what it is. That's what they all are now, messages. There's loads of them. Onto the back foot goes Blundell. Forces, lovely shot. Jack Leach, he's done a lot of work. He's trying to stretch to run after that, but he looks very stiff indeed. It's gone all the way to the boundary for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yes, and that's now 88, isn't it? This partnership is worth. How many hundred partnerships have these two had? There's been a goodly number. It's I mean, hopefully that's going to be addressed tonight in the press conference, because it's apparent to us, it's apparent to Messi, it's apparent to me and the Bear, and England maybe just thought it was their day when they got that really lucky break with Henry Nicholls. They thought maybe they didn't have to work too hard, but it does seem odd. Anyway, after only one over with the new ball, it looks like Jamie Overton is going to come off, so he's not being shown a great deal of confidence by Ben Stokes. And Stuart Broad is coming back into the attack. The man with the
find that a bit odd.
finest headband in English cricket.
Christendom.
In Christendom, even.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around.
2 orthodox slips, a leg slip as well, and he's in and bowls, turns him round, appeal for LBW, but it looked to me as if it was missing off stump by some margin, if not going over the top. If they had reviewed a much closer one when Potts was bowling earlier in the afternoon, they wouldn't have all this trouble at the moment. They've only got one review left. They've been very poor on their reviews today, it has to be said. Mitchell is still there on 68. He was on 9 when he should have been given out LBW. You have to say to the umpire, he might have done a bit better as well. It was sort of hitting halfway up middle. It wasn't a marginal one. There was a big appeal for no good reason there, wasn't there? In is Broad again, wide on the crease, but Mitchell is forward, defending into the offside. And there is no run. I'm running out of t-shirts, so I'm going to get some more Gorilla Cricket t-shirts. I need to get one with it, and there is no run on. I've got pretty much all the
Where would you go to get that?
I go to redbubble.com and
/Gorilla
Cricket and see if you like what's on offer. There's some fantastic t-shirts. There's
lots of designs.
Pictures of the bear trying to get us on air, which is always good fun. About to be electrocuted in Ireland. Here comes Broad again. Balls to Mitchell, who already taking a step down the wicket as Broad gets into his delivery stride, and then defends the ball on the front foot into the covers, and there is no run. So you can get the t-shirt with it, and there is no run on it. You can get one that says shit takes wickets, which I think you've seen one or two of us adorned by during this series. What else can you get? You can get the Universe Joss. Beautiful, well, I mean, it's a beautiful man. It's a beautiful t-shirt. And you can get all those designs in almost anything you would want. A bag, a shower curtain, an apron. It's just countless ways in which you can... magnets. I think mobile phone covers. Oh, now chipped slightly in the air, but straight by Mitchell. I'm not sure that he timed that quite. Potts has chased after it from mid-on, and they've got back for a second. 213 for 5. Now, please, I'll just make one more plea for Patreon today. I've made it my mission that we need to get at least 2 Patreons per day when we're on air. And so far today, we've had no Patreons. I think we've had a very generous donation, but a bit like the RMT and the BA striking workers that are about to come this summer, we need regular money. We don't want to lump sum. Broad.
Well, we want a lump sum, but we want more than that.
Well, that's true. This one tucks him up a little bit for room, and he does manage to get the inside portion of the bat to it. It runs down to long leg, and there is no run. So if you've never supported Gorilla Cricket in a financial sense, and you find yourself able to do so now, maybe you've got a big bonus at work. Maybe you're a banker. They're the only people getting bonuses, seemingly.
Yes.
If you are a banker, then you really should have been supporting us by now. Darren must have got 108 at Lords. He got 190 and 62 not out at Trent Bridge. And he's 71 not out here at Headingley. Should have been out LBW on 9. England didn't review. And that will be a great cause of consternation this evening, I would have thought. There's only one failure, 13 in the second innings at Lords. And here comes Broad again in the first innings, I think, actually. Onto the leg stump, tickled away. Big gap between backward square leg and mid-on. And Blundell will take the single. He moves to 42. And New Zealand at the end of Broad's first over with the new ball, 215 for 5. 3 overs bowled with the new ball. Doesn't seem to be doing a lot, does it?
No.
A nice shiny new orb.
Yeah, Ravi says yesterday and today show that England have definitively split the white and red ball teams. Cricket is now clearly 2 different games.
Yes.
That's certainly happening more and more. Leah says there's nothing in this pitch. Can't wait for England to succumb to Wagner's slow bounces. Jay says it's no longer moist in Sheffield, so good for Leeds. I'll have to change my Tinder profile. Cheers, Jacob. And Warren says the England kit doesn't look so ultraviolet in nature today. Jay
they was talking about how white it was.
Advent of relative sobriety in Gorilla Towers has made the chairs swap far less amusing. So you need to drink a bit more before you swap chairs, guys.
Well, actually, we got the it's all wobble seams. We've got the wobble chair here. The one that bears in at the moment. If you lean over to the left, you'll just almost fall out of the chair.
No, see, I put the dodgy leg back.
Oh, you put it back in, have you?
Well, no, I just made it face backwards.
Oh, that was part of the fun, wasn't it? Especially when I was leaning over to do tweets at the same time as doing jingles. and almost going arse over tit. Potts then, 17 overs, none for 26. Bowls to Blundell, gets in behind. Good length straight delivery and defends it up to mid-on. Blundell 42
so
from
England have been
87.
quite good at keeping the GPL safe, I think, today.
What are the GPL scores? What are we looking for?
Well, the lowest is 2-3-3.
Well, the lowest one is 2-3-3.
And that's
which is
you.
fine, but-
Well, I think you're still in with a chance of that. How long
Yeah,
have we got?
I
We've got
made a
another-
late pick because originally it was way higher than that.
All right, so what have we got after 2-3-3?
2-4-3.
That's messages again.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, tumbling Folks takes the ball, doesn't appeal on this occasion, and again no run.
Well, the
Just
run
7
rate at
overs
2.5, and what? There's 7 overs left after this.
Yep.
That
No,
would
6
be
after this.
14-17, which would be 2-3-2.
Well,
Which
it
would be run
That's
off
possible.
you, Messi, which will be fine by us.
It probably will, yeah.
The bank
I'm used
wins
to
again.
Well done.
At least
the
I know I'm closest to the pin, eh?
Yeah.
Potts in again, bowls onto the back foot goes Blundell, forces up to mid-off, there is no run. Now I was a little bit critical of Potts. I wouldn't say I was particularly disappointed. I just thought there was a little bit of a zip lacking from him. Certainly in his first spell this morning when he was handed the new ball, but he did get the ball to swing a little bit in the afternoon and should have had Daryl Mitchell out, and he's been incredibly
Parsimonious.
frugal, parsimonious even. Bloody hell, Bear. How many syllables is that?
Lots.
And he's only gone for 26 runs from 17 and a half overs. Here he is again in bowls a full ball driven by Blundell straight up to Stokes at mid-off. There is no run. He throws the ball back in the other direction towards Johnny Bairstow. I think he's at extra cover to do a bit of shining. He seems to have been the designated shiner, or one of those today, along with Joe Root, who's always doing that job, it seems. 215 for 5. So we're looking at 2-3-3 for the first GPL pick. 26 entries today. Another 13 quids. There'll be 140 it'll be starting on tomorrow if there's no one claiming victory tonight. Potts in again, bowls once more. Blundell perfectly behind it, very studious, watches it, holds the pose, and the ball runs up past the bowler to mid-on.
There really is fuck all in this pitch, is there?
Not a great deal, not a great deal. And there's no swing, and you would expect there'd be some swing in this sort of overcast conditions and with the lights on. It's
without Jimmy.
Without Jimmy, yes. Well, mind you, Brody got one to really swing back, didn't he? The ball before he got Kane Williamson, he produced a big in-swinger. Potts again, past the umpire, into the pads. It's run into the onside. They're thinking about a single, they won't get it. Potts stands there after delivering, a little bit quizzical. Maybe was expecting it to sort of seam back a little bit further, but that's the end of the over. 215 for 5.
Look, I just need to draw your attention to quite a remarkable thing that's happened today. India playing against Leicestershire. The Indians have finished at 246 for 8. There is a man by the name of Roman Walker. He's 21 years old. He has never played a first-class game. Obviously, this was a chance to get in the team. He's bowled 11 overs, taken 5 for 24, and the wickets he's got are Sharma, Bahari, Kohli, Jadeja, and Shardul Thakur. That's pretty fucking remarkable.
That's pretty good, isn't it? But as we say, the Indians are often a bit underprepared for these games, and they perhaps don't take them quite as seriously as they should. This is a new over. Ball is outside off stump, left alone. Mitchell now on to 71, Blundell on to 42. They've repaired the damage that was done earlier. Latham for 0, Will Young for 20, Williamson for 31, Conway for 26, and Henry Nichols for 19. Out in the most bizarre fashion you'll probably ever witness at a cricket ground. Broad again, 2 for 40, bowled well this morning. He's in again, full and driven. They're going to get a run here, but he's going to have to hurry as Stokes gets into position. He's slightly off balance as he throws, but it wasn't a bad effort. And again, it's him looking quizzical now. As if to say, blimey, that was close. I'm not sure how close it was.
He was all off balance.
Terribly off balance. It wasn't a bad effort, actually.
And it was close. It would have gone upstairs.
I think it would have done. Mitchell moves on to 72. Blundell has 42. 216 for 5. We have 5.4 overs remaining this evening. Play can go on till 5-2. Probably won't need to. Taking out the leg slip now. They've got 2 slips mid-wicket. They've kind of decided it's not doing a lot, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's a little bit defensive from England.
Man, they're tired. They're trying to get through to the end of the day now. It's just like, what, you can only play half a day now?
Well, it seems like that, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Mid-wicket's coming fairly short now, about 12 yards from the bat. In comes Broad. Forward is Blundell, beautifully over the top of that. I do like the way he plays with soft hands, Blundell. Lets the ball come to him. It's almost like there's a springiness in that bat, even when he's playing defensively. And the ball runs into the offside. There is no run.
They're quite intent. It seems to me that New Zealand are still quite content to get through to the end of the day here as well.
I think so, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've put themselves back into the game, haven't they? From a position of, 120 odd for 5. Here is
showing off the ball too.
Broad again into Blundell. Again, waits for this one. It was a better ball. It came into him quite full, but he played it very late indeed, with bat beautifully alongside pad, and the full face of the bat hit the ball, the shiny new ball that England have taken, but have done very little with so far. Blundell just scratches out his guard a little bit further. He's got a towel of some sort draping out the back of his trousers. Not quite sure why that is. It's not like he's trying to dry the ball. Here is Broad in. Oh, and he brings that one back. Not so much in the air, but off the pitch. Well played again by Blundell, as he walks away now towards square leg. Tries to renew his concentration. 42 he's got from 95 deliveries. Mitchell 72 for 141. Broad desperately trying to get a 3rd wicket tonight. 3rd wicket for him, that is. Would be New Zealand's 6th. Can he break this irritating partnership? He's in again, past the figure of Erasmus, and he's played that slightly in the air off the back foot. Maybe it just stuck in the pitch a little bit, and for a moment we thought he might have given it away, but it dropped well short of the man at cover. And again, there is no run. We got any tweets?
Indeed we have. The Paul Watt says it seems like Jamie Overton is Broad's ball taster. Jay Grover says, can you get more t-shirts which aren't shiny sheer veneer? I don't have the physique for the more body-hugging garment. Hendro's Patreon aspirations sound like a Maoist 5-year plan.
I hope it doesn't take 5 years. It's already taken us 8 years. What are you talking about?
Jeff Perkins says, is that not Fred's chair that topples over if sat in by someone left-leaning?
Very good, Jeff. Very good.
My sense is that England basically have been a bowler short with Stokes unavailable.
Oh yeah, could be. That's a decent point.
Bowling route just didn't work.
Onto the front foot comes Mitchell, and probably could have had a single there to Johnny Best, who had to scamper a little bit to his right from extra cover.
Are there any other part-time trundlers?
Well, we bought a part-time spinner, as in Joe Root, on for 7 overs.
Have you got any part-time trundlers?
Well, we were talking about this, Jacob and me, earlier in the green room. And we were looking through the various figures of other players in this England team and what their first-class bowling record was, if indeed they had one. And only Alex Lees seemed to have one. We couldn't find anything for Johnny Bairstow. Defended on the angle towards mid-wicket. And again, there's no run.
And what were his?
He's not too bad, actually.
I'm going to have a look
Not
now.
too bad at all.
You piqued my interest.
I think he's bowled 66 balls or 67 balls in first-class cricket, something like that, 11 overs. And I think he's taken 3 wickets, Alex Lees. We think he may be a dobber. We don't know for sure. Hopefully not another terrible leg spin bowler. Potts in from the football ground end, bowls. Pleasant drive by Mitchell, but Bairstow moves across to his left, takes a big divot out of the cover field as he manages to get to that one.
He is a leg break bowler.
He's a leg break bowler!
He's a leggy.
Yes.
I should have remembered that. We must have been talking about
economy
it.
Rate in first-class cricket is 8.6 per over.
Ooh.
Yeah. Best of 2 for 51.
Yeah, you get a feeling that might have been some declaration bowling at some point.
Be, yes.
Well, he's got some wickets.
3.
Potts in, bowls to Mitchell. Turns him round ever so slightly as he gets onto the front foot. Maybe didn't get as big a stride in as he would have liked. And again, there's no run. Looks like the crowd is thinning out a little bit in Headingley. Well, they probably figured that England aren't really trying to get, or haven't been trying to get a wicket for the last hour and a half. It's very strange. I mean, it's not like they're playing back-to-back tests. They've had 10 days off, haven't they?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just coming down after the high of Trent Bridge a little bit. Potts, then muscular, and all action, all arms in bowls. They're going to take a quick single to Lee's fielding at mid-wicket. We'll have a little word with Alex. Hey, Alex, do you fancy a turn your arm?
That probably put the GPL back in contention.
Oh, would indeed, yes. Well, we're still 16 off. Messi Jez winning the GPL. He needs 233.
Don't think that's too much in the picture, is it?
Well, I don't know. You know, it just needs a couple of really poor balls, a couple of boundaries.
Why the fuck? The more you look at that, you're like, why didn't you review it?
Yeah, we're looking at the what should have been a review of an LBW against Darren Mitchell. This is played into the offside again. Leach does the fielding at square cover. Mitchell was on 9 at the time. It looked good at full speed. Erasmus turned it down. It wasn't reviewed, and we reckon it must have been on the say-so of Ben Folkes of all people. And it seems very strange that he didn't think that was out. I mean, as it hits him, his left leg slips to outside of leg stump, and that may have been what stayed in Folkes' mind, perhaps, because it all happened so quickly. But when it hit, it's very much adjacent. And, well, Erasmus should have done better, but England should have done better too.
Well, his bat hit the toe. He might have thought that was the bat on the ball.
Possibly. 217 for 5. It's the end of Potts' over. Broad about to start his 17th. 2 for 41. He got a wicket.
Mind you, he was a batsman, wasn't he, Erasmus?
I don't really know actually about Erasmus. I don't know much about his first class career. Not even sure he had one, did he? He's not a name that stood out for me at all. Oh right, looking for the Yorker here. It ends up being a low full toss, forced up to mid off Stokes Fields. There is no run. Mitchell is the man receiving and put the leg slip back in. And
he played 53 first-class
matches
for Boland at an average of 29.43 with 107 50s. There you go.
That's not stellar, is it? No. It's not stellar. I think he's probably a much better umpire than he was a cricketer. But he got this one wrong. But again, as we said, it happened very quickly, and that left foot did withdraw to outside the leg stump, and that can sort of play havoc. Pulled now by Mitchell. Is there anyone out there? Yes, there is. Jamie Overton, I think it is, who is at deep square legs. They take a single. Mitchell moves to 74, 218 for 5. What have you found, Bear?
Seems to be an all-rounder as well. A bowling average of 28.1.
Oh, well, that's pretty good.
With a best of 6 for 22.
So I'm probably more of a bowler then. In fact, probably a bowling all-rounder, I think we could probably say. Overton is now coming in, not sure where to. He's making strides, come off the boundary at square leg. Can't tell you where he's gone. He's got a close-up of the batsman now. And Blundell is very low in his stance. It's short, and he pulls it to ground, close it well. But more or less straight to Jack Leach down there at long leg. And they just get the one. 219. He gets... The Leach fan club on the Western Terrace is getting behind him.
We all they're quite pissed.
Well, yeah, it's the Western Terrace, Bear.
Exactly.
They've been pissed.
I think you have to be pissed to get onto the Western Terrace, let alone.
I mean, I remember watching the World Cup game. Literally, the terrace was bouncing.
Oh, it does. It bounced. I think one of the funniest things I saw was a bloke who looked like Thierry Henry. And someone picked this up at one point, and they just kept going on, Thierry Henry, they're singing away. And it was just, the bloke was quite embarrassed. Onto the back foot goes Darryl Mitchell, defends square into the covers. And there is no run. So is it just you and me in here today, tomorrow, Bear?
I think it looks like it.
I feel like other people are here. I feel like Messi Jez is here, but he's not.
No.
He's millions of miles away.
I wish I was.
Yeah. We need more people back in the studio.
Yeah, we do need more people back in the studio.
No. Tomorrow you have got Bear, Grubby,
oh, yes.
Gary,
Grubby.
Steve Jones.
Oh,
there you
brilliant.
Okay, we're going to have a full house.
That's superb.
That's much better.
Broad again into Mitchell. Full ball. He drives it sweetly, but straight to Stokes. Stokes looks like a bit disappointed to have got in the way of that one. He was travelling. And then he immediately offloads to Johnny Bairstow alongside him with extra cover to do the shining duties. There is a man still back at deep backward square. I'm not sure who that is. In fact, he may be just in front of square. Got a mid-on, long leg, mid-off, mid-on, extra, 2 slips and a backward point. Is that everyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count. They don't do what you ask them to do, the cameramen, do they?
No.
They never stay in the position that you want them to for long enough. This is squirted away. A half drive, really, from Mitchell. It's gone very square. Lees has fielded it. They've got back for 2. And Mitchell is a thorn in the side of England yet again. 3 overs remaining tonight. New Zealand 221 for 5. Messi Jez needs 12 more runs in 3 overs.
Messi.
It's going to be close, Messi.
Well, yeah, could be. Jay says, I can see Bairstow doing a Wagner job. Wagner short filth fueled by rage job.
Yeah.
Well, apart from the fact that he'd be shit.
Well, it might. Yeah, I mean, it might be fueled by rage. It might be, quite exciting, but it might also be terribly bad. 98 these two have put on today, and that is by far the largest partnership of the day. Nichols and Mitchell added 40, but Nichols just never got going at all, and then got out to one of the most unfortunate dismissals you will witness in a cricket ground. He hit the ball back off Leach in the air. It hit the bat of Daryl Mitchell, who was backing up, and somehow diverted to mid-off, where he was caught. Jack Leach is going to come back into the attack. He's going to get a new ball. I thought we'd seen the last of him today, but they're just going to see if he can get one to slide on, perhaps, with the harder, newer ball that he has in his hand.
He sounds like this. You can talk over top of it.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
They just want to get off the field, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They want to get off the field. They've had enough of today. It's been a strange day of cricket, really. England have done better, or certainly seem to have done better than we thought they would when New Zealand won the toss and chose to bat. Down the wicket comes Blundell, first ball. She pushes past the man at short square leg. There is a fielder at mid-on, and there is no run. It's not been a disaster for England. 221. It's not a big score on the first day.
No.
Now that just straightened a little bit. He got enough bat on it. It's thick inside edge, goes behind square to Overton on the leg side. There is no run. Slip and short square leg. Backward point, extra, mid-off quite deep, mid-on quite deep, mid-wicket, square leg. Straightening again ever so slightly, but Blundell beautifully forward, head right over the top of the ball. And Folks does the fielding, I think, coming from behind the stumps. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting press conference this evening, what the media will make of it. Could have been a much better day, though, for England, couldn't it? On to the front foot comes Blundell.
Wow.
This one just turns off the face of the bat, out square into the offside.
But everything started going wrong after that non-review, didn't it? Really? It's
yep.
kind of like maybe it got to their heads and they thought, "Fuck,
Well, that said, they then did get that bit of luck with Henry Nichols' dismissal. Onto the back foot, Blundell just drops this down, and what's there? 1 ball to go in this over. Yep. There's Jack Leach's 29th over of the day. He might get another one as well, so he might get 30 overs in the day. Man's coming at silly mid-off as well. And Leach is in. But he throws it in flat. What's the point of that when you've got a man there? Blundell can go onto the back foot and force it past the close fielder, who will not be very happy at all. They don't get a run nonetheless. It's stopped at extra cover. And after 88 overs of the day, New Zealand are 221 for 5. Messi.
Leah says, holy shit, Alex Lee's bowling strike rate is lower than his bowling average. And Rajesh Mohan says, feels more like England versus Mitchell and Blundell this series. Yes. Quality from both batters.
Yeah.
It is quite extraordinary, the percentage of the runs that come from their partnership, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, Will Young's got a 50. I'm trying to think of anyone else who's got.
Did Conway get? No, Conway didn't get 50. Or did he get 50 and then straight out?
I can't remember. I think he might have just got straight out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that top order hasn't really fired at all. Tom Latham's had a miserable series, really. 2 slips then for Potts, coming in to bowl his 20th over of the day. Bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell defends on the front foot. And it's going right back up the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run.
Very good economy from Potts, though, isn't
Incredible, really. For a fast bowler.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about how Jimmy Anderson has been able to do this.
Yeah.
Been very miserly in his old age. It makes him sound like one of the Harry Enfield what were they called?
Miserly old
the old gits. But he is in that sense. He's like the old git as a bowler. Doesn't give them anything. In again, outside the off stump. Absolutely no deviation off the pitch or in the air, despite the cloud cover, despite the lights being on. And that will probably have disappointed Stokes as much as anything, having sort of raced to get to this new ball and allowed these two to get themselves in and pick off singles. They've not been rewarded for having done that, aren't they, at all? Blundell 43, Mitchell 76. And Mitchell faces up again, bat in the air, in he comes, bowls. Must have just hurried him a little bit as he fiddles that out into the offside. There is again no run. 221 for 5. We're going to need 12 more runs off 15 more balls. No, hang on, what am I talking about? 9 more balls in the day. It ain't going to happen. Messages are going to be shouting.
3 squirted floors through the slips.
Well, it could happen. But I mean, we don't even
look. The good news is we start tomorrow with 140 pounds in the pot.
Yes, magnificent. And here is the Potts onto the front foot comes. That was a terrible segue, wasn't it? Into the offside, straight to Bairstow. It's been a long day. And there is no run. 221 for 5. The amazing bowling partnership of Tim Southey and Trent Boult sitting out there on the New Zealand balcony, chewing the fat.
Barely got a whole mouth between them.
Barely a mouth between them. It's very true.
Well, one's got a lot of teeth. A lot of chompers.
One's got a lot of teeth. Can you imagine if we put Tim Southey's teeth into Trent Boult's mouth?
It wouldn't fit.
Potts in, bowls. Oh, now that's a bit of a full shot from Mitchell. He was trying to drive. The bat turned a little bit in his hand. He dragged it to mid-wicket where Pope is fielding, but no chance of a catch, I don't think. I don't think it went in the air. Maybe just for a little bit. He was diving forward as if he thought it was, but I don't think it was reaching him at all.
Only just short, I think.
Very difficult catches those, so low and quick, and you've got to dive forward. Not easy to judge. You don't have much time to judge them. Potts in to complete the over and squeezed off another outside edge into the covers. They'll take an easy single, and New Zealand, I can tell you, are 2 for 5.
Merci.
And we're up to date on Twitter, over on YouTube. Sudahu and Lockie 6 and Pokey Bumfinger have been having a discussion about measuring up England players for coffins, which seems a bit weird, but
does sound a bit weird. Things that people do. I mean, they just have this conversation between themselves on our YouTube feed while we're innocently sitting here commentating.
I think it's fantastic.
It is fantastic. It is, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, it's the thing about when you go to cricket, part of it is talking to the people around you, isn't it? And,
depends who they are. Sometimes you just want to ignore them. I normally find that if I find Gary sitting next to me, I tend to sort of, make my excuses and leave.
No choice but to listen, is there?
Exactly. Leach is going to bowl the final over of the day. He's going to bowl his 30th over of the day. He's got figures of 2 for 72. Got a wicket with his first ball. Got a wicket rather fortunately. But he's really laboured long and hard and done his best. This is defended back to him by Mitchell, and there is no run. The partnership is 99, so they might get through to 100. Another 100 partnership from this pair. And how does that set them up for tomorrow? It's going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to be a crucial first hour. Man comes in at silly mid-off. I hope now that Jack Leach is not going to drop this short. Johnny Bairstow's gone there. He's almost got his head in in Mitchell's lap. No, he's he's pinged it into his legs and he's flicked it away. The mid-on comes into action and moves round rather arthritically, and they get another single. 223 for 5, and that is the 100 partnership from 204 balls. These two are joined at the hip, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
What's going on?
Well, 6 1/4 the last 3 balls, 4 balls, and you get your.
And Messi
your
Jez is in
money.
action. He's in business. What can?
The odds are they'll end on 2-2-3, which I haven't picked.
Of all the threes you could have picked, you picked the wrong one, Messi. Anyway, I suppose after what Johnny Bairstow did at Trent Bridge, you were entitled to think that there might be more than 223 runs scored in the day.
It's amazing, isn't it?
4 men round the back now. Fielder has come in at backwards short square leg. And in comes... Oh, it's got that to turn, and it's come off the shoulder of the bat, if anything, from Blundell. But it went square rather than to the slip. Ben Stokes grins rather ruefully. Nice revs on that one. Looked straight. Came off the glove, I think.
Yeah, it did.
A little bit of bounce for Leach. Maybe bring in a gully. He's in again, onto the leg stump, and right forward is Tom Blundell. He's a great exponent of technical orthodoxy, isn't he, Blundell? I love the way he plays his forward defensive shots. In comes Leach again, flatter one outside the off stump, and he just pushes this into the offside. They're going to get 2 runs here. Potts is chasing it across those pitches deep in the outfield, and they go to 225 for 5. We've got 1 ball remaining. A 6 won't do it for Messi Jez, I'm afraid to say.
But I'm glad they're not on a number ending in a 3.
3, yeah, that makes
that would just be too much to bear. Anyways, last ball of the day. An intriguing day, if not the most spectacular. And Leach is in again, throws it up, defended by Blundell, who will then turn and walk towards the New Zealand pavilion. It's the end of the over. Jack Leach's fans are up, giving him a standing ovation. Maybe they were there for that game in 2019. Maybe he's just, the man. He's the man, as far as they're concerned. 225 for 5. Have we got the scorecard up? I'll go through the scorecard, and then we shall make a departure. Let's have a look at it then. Tom Latham went in the first over of the morning, caught root at first slip bob broad for a duck. Will Young was LBW with Leach's first ball of the morning for 20, so good bowling change that from Ben Stokes. Kane Williamson never really looked himself, but was undone by Broad, who bowled him a big inducker and followed it up with a straighter one, which he feathered through to Folkes. He made 31 from 64. Devon Conway was bowled by Overton, first test wicket for Jamie Overton. He it was a rather poor shot, really, inside edged it. We've always been saying that he looks weak on that inside edge, and this time playing with one hand off the bat in the end, it careered into leg stump. And then Henry Nichols was the final man to go. He was out driving Leach. It hit Darryl Mitchell's bat as he backed up at non-striker's end, flew to mid-off, and was pouched by Alex Lees. He went for 19. I mean, actually, it was a relief, because it'd been a pretty dull innings to watch from Henry Nichols. Really out of form. He batted for 99 balls for his 19. And then since then, England have let New Zealand get back into the match. They really were, I don't know, just sadly lacking in impetus, weren't they?
Impetus and ideas, really.
Yeah, it's very, very strange.
I do wonder whether the pitch is just completely dead, and they just think, what can we do?
But I mean, surely that's giving up. I'm giving up halfway through the mid, just after tea.
When you've got them at 123 for 5, where you're really on top.
Absolutely. And it's been that pair again, Mitchell and Blundell, who should probably form a comedy double act, because they've just been so good in this series. They haven't been able to help New Zealand win, but they've done pretty much everything they could have done. 78 to Mitchell, 45 I think it is to Blundell, and they'll start tomorrow morning on 225 for 5.
They will indeed.
What do we think, Bear? What do we think? What's going to happen
tomorrow?
tomorrow?
Tomorrow's a new day.
It's another day.
The weather might come in from a different angle, might be a bit more humid, there might be some swing all of a sudden. There doesn't look to be a lot off the pitch, let's be honest, even with a new ball. So, if anything, they're relying on anything in the air. But, at the end of the day, New Zealand chose to bat. If England can wheedle through these two, I mean, there's no Jameson anymore. So then you're into who's next? Bracewell's next, and then you've probably got Wagner, followed by maybe Saudi above Wagner. But if you can get 2 wickets, you fancy you might be able to mop up something reasonably quickly.
Yeah, but I think 123 for 5.
Yeah. Well,
you'd have thought that England are thinking we're going to bowl these guys out for under 300, maybe under 250.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't look so
likely.
No, 225 for 5, and these two are the boys. I suppose that you go back to that moment when Potts bowled a cracking delivery, which they should have reviewed. An LBW shout against Mitchell, who's on 9 at the time. He's had another 69. Cost them dear. The drop that Root did at Trent Bridge cost them dear as well. It cost them 187 runs. Not quite so much today, but it's still, well, the potential is there for Mitchell to go on and get another big one. But
thing is, they've got to get themselves in the morning, and tomorrow, it's not like you're coming out after a session. You've got a whole night to sleep on it. You've got to come in and properly get yourself in. England have got an opportunity in the first 20 minutes, half an hour tomorrow morning to make the breakthrough and put on some pressure. And if they do get the breakthrough, it could be good news for England. They, if you often get a breakthrough early, people's spirits go up, and then you play a bit harder, and you hope that you can.
But I think from what we saw in the in the first couple of sessions, really, I think that last session was just disappointing.
It was.
It just seemed very lacklustre, didn't it?
It did indeed.
So we can't really explain that. Maybe it will be explained when 1 or 2 players are trotted out to talk to the media tonight. We shall see. Jamie Overton is talking to Sky, so maybe he's saying something about that now. But I suspect it's more about getting a first wicket in Test cricket. So well done to him. Anyway, that's it, I think, from all of us at Gorilla Cricket. Just a couple more tweets from Messi.
Rajesh Mohan says, I'm not sure why people are getting so antsy. I think England should be pleased with how they've bowled, considering New Zealand elected to bat first. 225 for 5 at the end of the day is excellent. 1 wicket and we're clearly ahead. I don't disagree, except for the fact that they lost an opportunity to press it home when it was 121 for 5.
Yeah, there was no there was no foot on the throat, was there at all?
Yeah. Renuevo says, long live the GPL bank. Jay sent us a link to a picture which is supposedly a Bolt Southie mashup. It's pretty scary, to be frank.
That will be scary. I'll look at that later.
He also says, thank you all very much. Off to listen to 2020. Speaking of which, our own Harry Everett is covering the Hampshire Somerset match this evening, which is being shown on Sky and on Foxtel and KO in Australia.
And we thought he was going to be here today.
Well, as we realised last time, he did it from the ground where he was going to do. And if it's Hampshire versus Somerset, he's got to get to presumably Hampshire. Maybe he got stuck on the road somewhere.
Is it the Rose Bowl or is it at Taunton? I don't know. I thought it was Somerset.
Where is it?
Come on, Messi.
Taunton. It's at Taunton.
Oh, it's at Taunton.
But he had something else on, and he got confused, I think.
Okay.
A bit overstretched.
Okay, well, never mind. We got through in the end, didn't we?
We did.
And there shall be a full cast of strange characters in here tomorrow, which is all
always good fun.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we'll call it a day for tonight.
Thank you all.
225 for 5 New Zealand after winning the toss and choosing the bat. Join us tomorrow on Gorilla Cricket.
Bye.
Bye.
Record breaker.
Gorilla Cricket.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick your in a cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin,